This story kicks off with a brutal betrayal. Our protagonist, Suho, a skilled swordsman, found himself on his knees before a group he once called comrades. His body was trembling violently, and his arm bore undeniable signs of poison. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and rough. And it didn't take long for him to realize this wasn't just any ordinary poison. It was something far more dangerous, possibly even fatal. In front of him stood two of his teammates, and instead of helping him, they merely laughed. They actually reveled in watching him suffer. One of them, a warrior, sneered, saying Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of giving in to corruption. This team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place where terrifying monsters emerged. But now these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to finish the job. They wanted to ensure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he had spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions by claiming Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed far beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no coming back from this. His survival was impossible. But even if he couldn't live, he could still do one thing: drag at least one of these traitors down with him. With that resolve, Suho began gathering every last ounce of energy he had left. A powerful aura erupted from him. Sharp and overwhelming, a couple from the group was immediately paralyzed with fear, backing away in terror. But the woman in the group, even more frightened than the rest, tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, could tell this was bad. And then Suho moved. In a single, swift motion, he charged forward. His blade slashed through the warrior's arm, and in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer with him. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, had completely vanished in an instant. They were replaced by sheer horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately. But nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of will itself. And not just him. His sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came at cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, falling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the sound of chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens, and the distinct sound of people running. He found himself being carried by a firefighter, but he had no idea what was happening. His head spun, completely disoriented, and foggy. Everything felt utterly unreal, like a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. The firefighter holding him raced toward a designated safe zone, dashing quickly through the crowded, panicked streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it at first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died, so how was he here alive and being rescued? Then, suddenly, something clicked. He noticed what was truly happening around him. A gate had opened, a colossal gate. It had triggered a full-blown dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the entire area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were rampaging through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho desperately looked around, He saw a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when all clicked. His memories were absolutely correct. This was the exact station that had once been utterly contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this horrifying event before. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came whistling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a pained cry as he collapsed, and both he and Suho crashed to the ground. The goblins were getting dangerously closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and urged him to run, but Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes locked onto the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho snatched it, took aim, and hurled it with all his might at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single, devastating blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something utterly strange appeared in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, utterly stunned. It was exactly like before. Exactly as he remembered, the system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly. Their screeches echoed across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like lunatics as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks, like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side. But the moment its eyes locked on Suho, it froze in horror because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted in pure panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the goblins' swords from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, a veteran who had seen far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, and it so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating. He had acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power was certainly useful, he knew that during times like these, what he really needed was a cool, calm head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he'd been brought back to the past for a reason. This was a second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over, from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring right at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought didn't go unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave, like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous, even panicked. That gate ahead was no laughing matter, a truly serious threat. But Suho had a crucial advantage, something significant to rely on. He'd already awakened his swordsmanship talent. This was a pivotal detail, obtained before choosing his class. Skills rooted in innate talent, you see, could be wielded no matter which class a player ultimately picked. And as a player grew in power, leveling up, those specific skills, along with their chosen class skills, would keep evolving and growing stronger. Suho suddenly recalled something important. Isabella's Holy Spirit, for instance, had been the ultimate, top-tier evolution of healing light. If only he'd commanded that immense power back then, perhaps things could have ended so much differently. But this time, he swore he was going to set everything right. He had a crystal-clear, foolproof plan in mind. He would bravely forge his path as both a powerful swordsman and a healer. And as memories resurfaced of his former teammates' faces, those despicable scumbags who betrayed and abandoned him, his unwavering resolve hardened, growing even stronger. He took a determined step closer to the looming gate, the very gate that had almost claimed his life in his past existence. Back then, he was pitifully weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the very fundamentals of swordsmanship deeply ingrained into his very soul, he knew he could conquer it. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Suho strode forward and boldly stepped right inside the gate. The moment Suho passed through the ominous entrance, he suddenly found himself standing amidst a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the familiar system window popped up right before him, proudly displaying the area's name. Green-Red, a truly strange name indeed. But there wasn't much time to ponder it further. After just a short while of walking, Suho stumbled upon a truly gruesome sight. Multiple goblin corpses brutally scattered across the eerie forest floor. Judging by their twisted positions and petrified expressions, it seemed they'd been fleeing from something, or someone, far more terrifying than they were. Their contorted bodies screamed not just defeat, but sheer, primal fear. That's exactly when Suho's ears picked up on something. A low, guttural growl echoed from somewhere nearby. He sharply turned his head toward the sound source. And just like that, he instantly recognized its terrifying origin. Two towering hobgoblins stood there menacingly, dragging the lifeless corpse of a creature they'd just hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd seen before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with excitement. To them, human meat was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but it sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the pain of the poor monster by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective that it was pure, habitual mistake he had. Hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblins slashed left, then right, swinging like a bitch he is. But none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually leading him to acquire a related skill. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, A small grin spread across his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now, he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, reflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat, and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained a parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace this time, swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some are already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and told them everything he knew. For what he'd seen, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He had single-handedly annihilated a zombie horde and even healed his wounds in the thick of the chaos. An officer listening to the report looked visibly surprised. He hadn't even been late. Somehow, by the time he arrived, the goblins were already completely gone. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He initially tried to dismiss it, saying it just wasn't possible. In their experience, healers simply didn't have the combat power for such a feat alone. But still, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one swarming with goblins, then they couldn't possibly ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and racking up experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, effortlessly beheading multiple hobgoblins at once. His attacks were clean, controlled. He deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt, faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation was closer to a beggar's than a hunter's. He wasn't about to let these valuable stones go to waste. He meticulously began removing the stones from the fallen monsters, one by one, carefully storing them all in his inventory. By the time he finished collecting his loot, he felt genuinely satisfied. This was a pretty decent haul, but just as he was about to catch his breath, that calm was abruptly interrupted. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, killing intent slammed into him like a solid wall. When he turned to face it, about 30 hobgoblins were already closing in. Leading them was the same monster he had let go earlier, the one that had fled in sheer terror. And now, with the confirmation, the entire group charged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he leapt into the air like a phantom ninja, moving with the blinding speed and lethal precision of a perfectly trained assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already fallen, their heads rolling across the ground. His movements were impossibly sharp and utterly effortless, like a hot knife slicing through butter. Then, as if rewarding his efforts, the system promptly notified him He had leveled up. Fresh stat points were instantly added to his profile, making him even more formidable than before. With that powerful upgrade in hand and enough experience gained, Suho decided there was absolutely no need to drag things out any longer. It was time to end this. He dove straight into the mob of enemies, slashing in every direction, clearing the horde with ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin managed to charge him head-on, aiming to strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face practically lit up with pure excitement. He wasn't worried. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than before. The boss monster in this gate was a formidable chief hobgoblin, and it was a dangerous level 20 enemy. As expected of a boss, it came charging in first, trying desperately to land an attack, but it failed miserably. Right after that, a group of smaller monsters tried to pull a sneak attack from behind, but Suho, without even fully turning, reacted instantly and cut them down like it was nothing. That's when the boss monster abruptly switched tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. That fear skill was absolutely brutal, instantly paralyzing its target and plunging them into a state of pure terror. The higher the skills level, the more potent its effect became. And considering this was a boss monster, that alone explained everything for how it could wield such a potent mental type skill, even within a low-level gate. The real kicker was that Suho didn't have any gear, or skills capable of protecting his mind, or resisting mental attacks at the moment. He had no direct way to counter it. The boss saw this as its golden chance to finish the fight, and charged in, ready to claim victory. But what it failed to understand was that Suho wasn't just some rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd faced situations far worse than this. He knew exactly how to handle this. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The sharp, biting pain snapped him right out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he expertly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss immediately, Suho made a lightning-fast decision. He redirected his focus to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he blazed through the battlefield, slicing down every single one of them. In just a short, brutal burst of action, he completely wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gate, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before going back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a quick moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss one-on-one. No more interruptions. And from the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem quite so confident anymore. The fierce battle between the two had truly begun, and they exchanged blow after crushing blow. Suho gave it his absolute all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monstrous foe. It was becoming abundantly clear. He realized a head-on approach wasn't going to cut it. Sensing this, Suho swiftly changed his tactics. Instead of blindly swinging, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's thigh. He targeted a weak spot, aiming to cripple it. In a desperate counter, the monster unleashed its fear skill once more, hoping to paralyze Suho and seize the advantage. But this time it utterly failed. Once you conquer fear, it loses all power over you. Suho had already faced it once before and emerged victorious, unaffected by its terror. Suho concentrated all his attacks on that very same spot. He repeatedly slashed the injured thigh, relentlessly exploiting its vulnerability. After several more precise, forceful blows, the boss monster finally crumpled to the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on death's door. But Suho wasn't done just yet. Instead of delivering the final blow, he suddenly unleashed his healing light, a skill specifically designed to restore health, and he used it on the monster. The creature, already dazed and half dead, was now utterly bewildered. It couldn't fathom why the human, who had nearly slain it, was now trying to heal it. Suho, meanwhile, was absolutely thrilled. He just realized he could prolong the fight. By repeatedly attacking and then healing the monster, he could extend the battle and use it for intense training. Time passed in this bizarre cycle. Attack, wound, heal, repeat. With each grueling round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily soaring. And soon enough, He upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the once mighty boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now drenched in pure, unadulterated fear. It couldn't even bear to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had gleaned all he could learn from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this brutal trial was complete. It had served its purpose well. With a calm expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without a flicker of hesitation. Just like that, the gate was finally conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, earning bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now reached a solid 10, a significant milestone for any seasoned hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received a major upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much right now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. This was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder aloud. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter at all. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining anything. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked right past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chulmin, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Young and Suho were sitting across from each other. At first glance, it seemed like just another registration meeting, but Chulman's thoughts were far away. His mind kept circling back to their strange encounter earlier. He recalled their first meeting, a casual handshake, and Suho's offhand remark that he was already heading to the Hunter Association regardless. Initially, Chulman had just assumed it was a license renewal, a routine chore for veteran hunters. But as they kept talking, it quickly became obvious. Suho was actually there for initial registration. That revelation totally blindsided Chulman. He was still reeling, trying to grasp how Suho, a registered healer of all classes, had managed to solo an entire gate. And the way Suho just acted, so calm, so casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had pored over Suho's aptitude test results, time and time again. Statistically, Suho looked far more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He possessed the raw physical strength, the combat instincts, not to mention the unwavering composure you'd expect from a battle-hardened frontline fighter. It simply didn't make sense. As Chulman was lost in thought, Suho suddenly spoke up, snapping him back to reality by asking if there was a problem. That immediately brought Chulman back to focus. He started asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when even more pieces of the puzzle really began to click into place. They learned Suho was a college dropout. He'd been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually choose combat class, like warrior or archer, if they enter the hunter field. But Suho had veered in a completely different direction. He had chosen the healer class. And a reason? He simply hated getting hurt. Then, he proceeded to explain what exactly had happened inside the gate. He recounted the sequence of events in a straightforward, almost detached manner, though he conveniently left out one crucial detail. The whole thing had been far too easy for him. He just said he fought to survive, and that was the end of it. But when Suho casually brought up Chief Hobgoblins, Chulman immediately stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right. Gates that spawned chief hobgoblins were never supposed to be easy. So, Suho, noticing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory window. In the very next moment, he dropped all the loot he'd collected from the gate, right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chulman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in absolute shock, and for a second he almost panicked. These are the magic crystals Suho had collected. After hunting down the hobgoblins, the smaller ones came from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had come from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't truly know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while trying to stay composed. Chulman couldn't tear his eyes off the loot. It was a truly good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked real excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Chulman asked whether this decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile and said no, it wasn't impulsive at all, while Chulman was still riding the wave of happiness. From hearing Suho's answer, Suho shifted the tone slightly and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or money. It was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone. At first, he thought that killing monsters would help ease that deep frustration and pain inside him. But even after taking down countless monsters, that crushing weight in his chest never lightened. No matter how many he slew, the painful ache persisted. That's when he made a crucial decision. He couldn't change the past, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to safeguard. He didn't want anyone else to endure the suffering he had. He wanted to fight, not for revenge, but for the safety of others. He yearned to be on the front lines, doing real work. And that's precisely why he decided to become a hunter. Not for some private guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was genuinely impressed by this response. But as an experienced veteran, he also felt compelled to explain the major downsides. He told Suho frankly that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem bothered by that in the slightest. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish hunters who committed crimes, that was more than enough for him. Chulman could barely believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically has gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. And the reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a meager government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn quietly without ever having to step into a gate. That's why so many aim for administrative roles instead of dangerous field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare breed, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people, someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Chulman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task of handling the magic crystals. To officially take the hunter exam, one must first pass an aptitude test, which includes both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already closed, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. But luckily for Suho, he had his brother Chulman in his corner. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate all by himself, there was a good chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem at all. What had concerned Chulman, though, was the written test. Clearing that with only one day of preparation, almost impossible for a regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was completely confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you take it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue, our boy was practically broke at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother, Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that support. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then sent Suho the money they got from selling the crystals. In the next shot, Suho was munching through Chulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some sweet tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He'd heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for tomorrow's written test. He politely asked if the team leader could grant him access. And of course, Chulman said yes with a smile. He even personally showed Suho the way to the library and told him he wouldn't need an employee card to enter. Before they parted ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck on his exam. Suho watched him leave quietly, thinking how kind and reliable his brother truly was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chunman would definitely become the president of the association. With Chunman out of the picture, Suho turned his attention back to the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events happening, world-shaking events that impacted entire regions. But the details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately wanted. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something strange. A book, massive, ancient-looking, and so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special way to use it, something beyond just reading. And Suho, he already knew what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening, and his arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiraling staircase wound around it, ascending into the vast unknown. This, then, is the legendary Library of Memories. It's revealed this Library of Memories bestows upon its user the power to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, even the most painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by simply forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with a flawless, unforgettable memory. The original owner of this unique skill was the esteemed manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former employee of the Korean Hunter Association. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this incredible ability after using a book as a pillow, merely because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho marvels at how lucky she was to stumble upon such a potent skill, and feels grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp drastically over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with crystal clear precision. A new message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls intensely around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his entire life's experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant, glowing texts, as a complex diagram materializes above the book. Another message follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also suggesting important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he possesses the skill, he decides to give it a shot. Closing his eyes, he revisits a brutal past battle. He sees himself there, severely wounded. The moment floods back, raw with vivid emotions. He feels the fury surge within him once again, confirming the memory's intense, sharp clarity. He sees those who ruthlessly betrayed him, people he now recognizes as nothing but selfish cowards, who had deliberately delayed sealing the gate, just to save their own skins. He swears he'll never forgive or forget them. His consciousness drifts among countless system windows. The memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something far less painful at that moment. Then, out of nowhere, one system window flashes a shocking notification. He's being granted a chance to become even stronger, as the very first person to reach the transcendent realm. The system announces it's rebooting for player on Suho. He's completely left speechless, as the world around him abruptly reverts to normal. A thought suddenly crosses his mind. Could it truly be that the system actually sent him back in time? He remembers once achieving a state of unity with the legendary Divine Sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's being granted an unprecedented new opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho starts to grasp that his return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. In the very next moment, he arrives at a specific location via taxi. As he steps out of the cab, he reflects on just how meaningful this second chance truly is right now. He has an opportunity to prevent the devastating disasters that once struck him down, and to proactively handle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties and chaos. Determined to tackle these gates with greater speed than ever, he reminds himself that every single second matters. He soon arrives at a colossal building, Nexus standing imposingly before it. He's utterly impressed by its sheer, massive size, and acknowledges that this is indeed the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as a prime opportunity to make serious bank. Determined to secure his future, he stands firm. He heads inside, where a cheerful receptionist greets him and asks him why he's here. Suho responds, stating he needs to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, taken aback, asks if he has an appointment scheduled. Suho says no, but insists his visit is crucial. He simply asks her to pass along a specific message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station, a pre-catastrophe gate, is here. The scene then shifts to the director's office. A calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself, in turn, as on Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his incredible achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks him directly why he came to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by his request. Suho confirms it, casually mentioning that he also plans to take the hunter license test, which is scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to wrap her head around the unfolding situation, Director Kim asks how long it's actually been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies that it happened just today. Shocked even further, she checks her documents, repeating in utter disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything without batting an eye. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association help him secure a spot in the upcoming exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more utterly surprised. Then, Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the very top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates before. Whether anyone else believed him or not simply didn't matter. That choice was entirely up to them. Director Kim recognized that clearing such a dangerous gate alone was undoubtedly no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different beast. With an average pass rate under 20%, Suho made it clear, if he didn't snag first place, they could completely ignore him and scrap the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he'd chosen Nexus instead of other, more prestigious academies. like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly. Despite being the biggest academy, Nexus had hit a rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that had severely hurt its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim acknowledged the harsh truth. Nexus was in desperate need of a major success, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho really did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer? With that much confidence? Curious, she then asked how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize included a full tuition refund, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. And Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a grin, he added that 300 million. One would be even better. The number completely stunned Director Kim. But Suho kept going, saying that, considering the significant advantages that came with being the top student and the sheer scale of the academy, the amount was perfectly fair for Nexus. 300 million wasn't much anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed, telling him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho wandered around the campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how enormous it truly was. It's even bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing out on anything. The staff member showing him around chuckled proudly. He explained that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked exhausted, figuring he'd probably been woken up just to give him a tour. Feeling slightly guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the entire academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his real potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked, D1, have you only ever trained with an axe? D1 confessed he had, describing himself as a slow learner. He then added, trying out multiple weapons just felt like a massive waste of his time. It had already taken him 2 grueling years just to get somewhat decent with this axe, and even now, he still didn't feel particularly skilled wielding it. Suho silently dissected the situation and immediately understood the real problem. It wasn't that D1 lacked effort. It was that the axe simply didn't suit him at all. It wasn't a matter of dedication or willpower. It was a clear case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons immediately. Suho found it truly shocking that even the top academy in the entire country missed something this incredibly obvious. He then suggested a completely different mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made far more sense to pick a weapon that felt truly natural to them. With skill correction effects, proficiency could rise quickly indeed, but true performance in battle truly relied on knowledge and experience. In D1's case, the battle axe was clearly a total mismatch. While it delivered undeniably heavy hits, The long cooldowns made users incredibly vulnerable. And considering D1's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When D1 heard this, he was completely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years of his life training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but quickly pointed out that D1's real strength might actually lie in tanking. He advised D1 to try using a sturdy kite shield on his left arm and a powerful one-handed blunt weapon in his right. According to Suho, this specific setup would significantly enhance D1's overall combat effectiveness. D1 hesitated, though. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to truly think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mighty mage, in reality, it was always the tank. The tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and protect the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a shield and a secondary weapon. For crowd control, Suho's reasoning finally clicked with Dahan. Motivated by the insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad that Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back, and appreciated how quickly he could think and adapt. Suho wished him luck, and D1 thanked him before heading off. Right after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he introduced him as a guest. But now the guide was curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally, he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guy nodded and mentioned he just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came a day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with examinees, all armed with swords, and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping, but in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully perfected his magic detection skill. Thanks to that, Suho now easily spotted any oddities. Although nothing had been officially reported yet, he could already tell that many were outright cheating. Using buffs, he knew it was time to put a stop to this. Looking at Chulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around as he walked through the hall, where other candidates were discussing their tests. He couldn't help but feel he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman walked up and asked how the test had gone. Suho replied he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Chulman was even there. Chulman explained that he was just helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs, and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use, and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it. Before the practical exam, Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait in either the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse as he suspected brother. Schulman had already started cracking down on those trying to cheat, especially those using buffs or moving too swiftly. And just as he'd expected, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10%, spotting cheaters could easily drop that rate to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates, to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, some voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before things could escalate further, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant. He ordered Suho to leave, but Suho instantly flipped the script. Suho boldly asked if the attacker was truly scared. Annoyed, the attacker demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. Suho provocatively suggested they discover if his win was pure luck, then implied the attacker was too chicken to put to the test. Thoroughly provoked, the man accepted Suho's bold challenge, hurling insults and branding Suho as just another coward in the crowd. Suho calmly agreed to the spar, ignoring the taunts, but insisted they first get a supervisor's approval and use the officially designated sparring arena. With permission swiftly granted, both combatants stepped into the training arena. Their intense presence immediately drew stares from nearby students. The referee reminded them to only use training weapons, provided directly by the association. He sternly warned that the match would be stopped instantly if things spiraled out of control. As the match kicked off, the attacker charged forward, his wooden sword swinging wildly first. But Suho blocked the blow with effortless grace. The attacker then leapt high into the air, swinging down hard, but Suho dodged him without breaking a sweat. Both furious and utterly surprised, the attacker snarled, vowing to tear Suho apart. But Suho swiftly stomped down on the man's wooden sword, then taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. This brutal insult pushed the attacker completely over the edge. This man, Park Young, was notoriously known as a mad swordsman, absolutely obsessed with pure strength. He constantly sought out skilled opponents, hungry for a fight. His insatiable thirst for power had transformed him into a truly relentless combatant. Suho vividly remembered how formidable Young was. During their previous encounter, he was genuinely surprised to see Young among the same batch of test takers. He instantly realized Young had to be stopped cold before he could repeat his past mistakes. Without a hint of warning, Suho unleashed a powerful kick that sent Young flying. As Young hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho could be so impossibly strong. Suho calmly warned him that blindly charging in simply wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never before faced anyone as powerful as a level 10. Before this, most of his previous opponents likely never even got past level 5. Getting back up, a smirk spread across Young's face. Young admitted Suho seemed too calm and declared he was going all out. Suho welcomed the challenge as Young unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged them all, seemingly effortlessly, with only one hand resting on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had definitely amped up, and Suho acknowledged the new weight behind them. Then Yang went all in, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed. Yang believed he'd finally landed a decisive hit and started celebrating, but when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He blocked the attack. Shocked, Yang trembled, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, telling him the attack was too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, it was impossible to master the real deal. Enraged by the humiliation, Yang charged again, but Suho dodged every single attack with ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a crouch, baiting Yang into one last reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted that the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, defeated and dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left utterly stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Park Yang, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed there were more skilled individuals present than before, probably anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho became visibly irritated, clearly wishing they'd all just leave. A technician walked up to him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked, in case anything fell off during the dive process. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared indicating that the Hunter practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Right away, he could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals, calling for help, and some were trapped under rubble. One girl in particular was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with the scenario, though the whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of the practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their own lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores as monsters began to approach. Suho reflected on the nature of the test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die, protecting the patient the issue. His own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters. But Suho knew those screams were illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run, but Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come, and that he'd keep her safe until then. With resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kong Jin Young Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty. Curious, she asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number, unable to believe it was that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she took a look at the display herself. 30 minutes. She still couldn't believe it. She then asked, "Is Suho a warrior?" Shin quickly corrected her, explaining that Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe it, she outright accused him of lying. But Shin just pointed to the sword Suho had been wielding. He urged her to take a closer look. Together, they replayed the simulation footage. They watched Suho's incredible performance. The woman asked again, "Is he truly a healer?" Absolutely stunned by his combat prowess. She wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But Director Shin quickly clarified. There was no rule requiring death. The test's true purpose was to protect the patient. Until the end. She nodded, finally understanding. Shin elaborated further. Suho was actually meeting all the conditions. He never once abandoned the patient. He fought right by her side and kept healing her throughout. He was actively risking his life to protect her. As long as all conditions were met, disqualification simply wasn't an option. Hearing all of that, the woman concluded that the top score for this exam had already been decided. Meanwhile, Suho was still battling fiercely inside the simulation. With incredible precision and skill, he sliced through the monsters with a single, devastating blow. But even after that decisive victory, Suho felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message then popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and realized that although this was just a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That is, even here, though, the experience gained was less than in real combat. It was still a fantastic way to train. In addition to swordsmanship, he had picked up various other skills and upgraded all his basic sword techniques to A rank. There were no experience points or item rewards, but the results were still incredibly satisfying. If he could eventually raise all his sword skills to A rank or higher, he might just be able to develop a technique, like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Another message appeared, great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footplay? Suho smiled, finally ready to create his own unique style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a new, unique swordsmanship skill. Guardian Sword S rank. This new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50% as a reward for this great achievement. The system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked sword mastery, S rank. A privilege, granted only to those with a deep understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill, but now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed so much faster. He recognized how much his value had grown. Turning his focus to the exam, he recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much effort had gone into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives brilliantly completed, only 2 harrowing paths remained. It was either face death by the monsters, or completely obliterate them all. The supervisors, glued to the live footage, were utterly stunned into silence. They couldn't believe the incredible spectacle they'd just witnessed. For the first time ever in practical exam history, someone had defeated every single monster. They were in awe not only of his incredible combat prowess, but also because he'd successfully healed the patient. One examiner even lightheartedly joked that they didn't even need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was abundantly clear. A few days later, the scene dramatically shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member boldly declared that their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member eagerly agreed, proud of the immense effort poured into his training. But then, someone's eye caught a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion quickly spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and utterly confused, as someone asked where Kian was. At that exact moment, the guildmaster received a call, and the scene dynamically changed again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the delayed congratulations, explaining he'd been swamped with a mountain of work. But he made sure to heap praise on Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho humbly responded, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of sneaky cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to much tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a truly positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a crucial question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still intended to join the association. The team leader was impressed by his clear answer, and said he'd be in touch once the recruitment or testing schedule was finalized. Suho agreed with a smile before ending the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and look after his health, and Suho reciprocated the kind sentiment. After the call ended, the team leader glanced down at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat too. Back on Suho's end, he paused for a moment, something in the leader's tone lingering in his mind. Did something feel off? He wondered if everything was all right. Just then, his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to recognize the caller. He answered and introduced himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him warmly on his success and confirmed that payment had already been processed, as per their agreement. Suho noted her impressive efficiency, commending her large guild's professionalism. Then came her proposal. She immediately invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits far superior than anything other guilds could even offer. Intrigued, Suho asked just how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo immediately assured him she'd do everything in her power to meet his highest expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she emphasized adjusting the contract terms would be absolutely no problem. She even pushed for an in-person meeting to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for the time being, citing prior personal commitments for the day. He promised to meticulously review his schedule and get back to her swiftly. Yet, he subtly hinted that, given his status as a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would only be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely ecstatic with his response. Her excitement was off the charts, that even her nearby co-workers couldn't help but notice. She practically begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, highly amused by her palpable enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and readily agreed to meet soon. Suho couldn't help but smile, still hearing the lingering echo of her thrilled voice. Just then, the taxi driver announced their arrival. Suho thanked him and exited the cab. Now, standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had just happened. He'd passed the test, secured his license, and even collected his payment. The next phase of his journey was unfolding right before his eyes. With quiet determination, he strode forward, ready to start farming at the Lighthouse General Market. Suho glanced at his phone, thinking about how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to acquire a weapon. With that in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the bustling ones, since he wasn't sure they'd carry what he was looking for. Standing outside, he wondered if his quiet spot might hold the perfect weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who promptly asked what he needed. Suho explained he had just become a hunter and was searching for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper pointed him towards a section with cheaper items. As Suho glanced over, he spotted thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons lacked verified data. But of course, that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons required a special process, called liberation, before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually emitted a subtle aura, a distinct kind of signal, though most players in shops like this wouldn't recognize it. Suho, however, picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile touched his lips. He'd found it. After leaving with the weapon, Suho mused to himself that if the owner ever discovered the spear's true worth, he'd bitterly regret letting it go for so little. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused intently, and began pouring his magical energy into the spear. The spear absorbed his power at a rapid pace, sapping his energy at an alarming rate. Realizing the immense toll it was taking, Suho halted, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent and drained. He understood that pushing just a bit more would have made him pass out from magic depletion. To awaken this weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it just yet, he knew it would be a formidable asset. He vowed to level up rapidly and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwei received a call from Suho. Suho introduced himself, asserting he was the top scorer of the recent hunter test. He then revealed that he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwei was stunned by this revelation, taking a moment to silently process that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jinwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwei asked why Suho had reached out directly, Suho explained he'd found Jinwei's blog. During a search, he mentioned that, while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho then shared he had big plans and would soon be a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value. Before joining a guild, Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but that wasn't the whole story. He wasn't doing this to boost his personal value, but to chase after fame. His ultimate goal? To become a civil servant. Jinwoo was completely caught off guard. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame just to become a public official seemed absurd to Jinwoo, but Suho was serious. He actually wanted to work in the field as part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo question his background. Was Suho another rich kid, treating hunter work as a mere side quest? Suho revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that past was precisely what drove him toward public service. It had profoundly shaped his purpose in life. To conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced at his laptop, he questioned whether Suho was truly being serious. With so many strange people emerging lately, it was getting increasingly hard to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't matter much. He acknowledged Suho's point of view, but firmly declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho didn't give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving himself as a hunter. He announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jinwoo was stunned. That tower was infamous. Clearing it was considered utterly impossible. Even for a full party, doing it solo sounded downright insane. but Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal, an exclusive reporter. Suho remembered the Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his pride and elite background. He'd gained popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up many times, thanks to Jinwoo's sharp reporting and rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a thorn always in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo got caught up in political conflicts, was cruelly forced into early retirement, and ultimately vanished from the public eye. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that grim fate. During the call, Suho laid out his audacious proposal. If he could conquer the daunting Tower of Challenge, Jinwoo would have to become his exclusive reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jinwoo reluctantly agreed. If Suho genuinely managed to pull off, Jinwoo promised he'd support him with every ounce of his journalistic power. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwoo starts feeling a deep irritation, thinking Suho is seriously driving him absolutely nuts. He keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden and utterly unexpected request, totally confused about where it even came from. Even though he's clearly annoyed, he doesn't completely hate the whole idea. Something about the proposal feels undeniably genuine, and Suho doesn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between mounting frustration and buzzing curiosity, Jinwoo mutters to himself that he's really losing his mind. Still, he shrugs it off, thinking it's just a harmless gamble. If it turns out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene then shifts to the foreboding Tower of Challenge. Suho stands resolute at the entrance, presenting his hunter's license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho has come alone and warns him that solo entry is permitted, but it's incredibly risky, judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries, or worse, but Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his unwavering choice. The man informs him of the 70,000 won entry fee and tells him to pay once he receives the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him, then steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him, "Be careful," and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a firm nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government-maintained and meant to help players grow stronger. Now that his level's been reset, there's no better place to start new. As he shoves the door open and steps inside, the system promptly announces his entry. It informs him he can give up any time, and if he declares a withdrawal, he'll be instantly teleported back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers. The start of the first floor challenge. A slime monster appears, launching an attack. While battling, Suho notices the monster's massive size and surprising speed, momentarily catching him off guard. Despite being merely a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are annoying, and getting bogged down could truly slow him down. Determined to finish it quickly, Suho drives his sword through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. While there's a limit to how much they can divide, there's still a threat for this regenerative ability. Is one reason why most players enter the tower in parties, since monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor, so not wasting any time, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, filled with resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's absolutely no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor challenge as Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record ever reached was the 48th floor. At present, the record only goes up to the 29th floor. Both milestones achieved through party play. Challengers typically tackle the tower in groups, and the number of participants dictates the difficulty level. The more people in your party, the less experience each person gains, but it's a much safer way to progress. Most top-tier hunters aiming for records form parties of elite, max-level members. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Suho conquers the 18th floor and gazes upward, realizing he doesn't need to play by the usual rules. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage instantly. Unlike previous levels packed with swarms of enemies, this floor features only one incredibly powerful monster. While that makes for a much stronger opponent, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to clear the stage. The moment the monster materializes, Suho charges in without delay and defeats it with a single decisive sword strike. The system promptly announces the swift completion of the 19th floor and offers him the option to proceed to the 20th. But Suho decides to pause his challenge instead and carefully examines the monster's defeated body. He notices something peculiar. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish in an instant, this one leaves behind a strange red gate. It's a clear hint from the tower itself that there's something much more to uncover here. Suho retrieves a unique item from the remains, realizing it serves a very specific purpose, even though it can't be used by itself. Utilizing his magic detection ability, he finds a hidden space mysteriously linked to the red gate. This hidden area turns out to be none other than the subspace fortress of the mighty Fortress King, Yongpyong. This subspace is truly unique because, unlike others created via specific items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Stepping inside, Suho finds himself within a cavernous, ancient-looking place. A glowing object appears, and the system immediately informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is then asked if he wishes to claim ownership. He readily accepts and grabs the glowing object, which immediately begins to fuse with his body. The system now confirms Suho is the newly crowned master of the subspace fortress. No longer merely an item, it's now a skill bound to him permanently. The system further explains that the fortress's appearance will now change, based on Suho's magical power. Suddenly, the space begins to shift. What was once a crude cave now transforms into a fully furnished room. Suho, clearly impressed, realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he expected. Its size expands dynamically with his magical strength, even adapting to his personal preferences. He feels a wave of relief, knowing he stopped Zhang Pyongho from ever getting his greedy hands on this power. That monster once used this fortress to stash everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts to even kidnapped people. The sheer horror of those sleepless nights, caused by such crimes, now fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with his fortress firmly in his grip, he knows such darkness will never repeat. By stopping the rise of the terrifying Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base of his own, Suho feels like he scored a massive, undeniable win. Fueled by this newfound resolve, he gets ready to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was scrolling through his phone, reading an article that piqued his growing interest. He noticed that a significant number of students had recently started gravitating toward Nexus. Suho had once mentioned his desire to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage now suggested Nexus was utterly confident Suho would end up with them. Jinwoo felt uncertain. Only time would truly tell. Still, he couldn't stop his mind from racing about how many floors Suho had already spectacularly cleared. Just then, a system alert loudly popped up. The 30th floor had just been completely conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been absolutely shattered, and someone was already boldly advancing. To the 31st floor, the nearby crowd immediately fell silent in stunned disbelief. Murmurs quickly spread. Was this a new record, a team raid, or something even more utterly insane? Their collective shock only deepened when the system immediately blared out an announcement. The 31st floor had also been utterly cleared, just mere moments after it had even begun. Jin-Woo froze. If this truly was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until now. Jin-Woo had chalked up Suho's wins to pure luck and showmanship. But if this insane pace was real, then Suho was a rival he'd be stuck competing with for a very long time inside the Hunter Association. Director Kim heard the news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the reports. Suho was actually smashing records. Realizing Suho's incredible value, she decided they had to make an offer so tempting it absolutely couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president, an office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system made Coleman's rapid rise through the Tower of Challenge was something the world had never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chillman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chillman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing that Chillman was near the tower in Pango, he jumped on the opportunity. He told Chillman to bring Suho in. Chillman lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chillman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were, exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a real reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a true gift. Knowing the system inside and out made it feel like he was leveling up a game character, his second self, and honestly, it was pretty fun, with his stats optimized. Suho braced himself for the ultimate challenge. The 49th floor had just begun. A massive, glowing crystal materialized before him, and from it emerged the final boss. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho gaped at it, immediately recognizing just how broken this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, just being dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him seriously question if this floor was ever truly meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate now. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged at the final boss with unwavering resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, ready to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own furious assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its colossal size, the dragon was shockingly swift. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its massive claws, creating a powerful, irresistible pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was completely sucked in, Suho grabbed onto the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its monstrous head, and slammed his sword down with every ounce of his strength. The dragon roared furiously and thrashed its head so violently that Suho was violently flung away, forcing him to retreat to a temporary safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a single scratch. All he had managed to do was merely annoy the creature, the dragon, then smash the ground with devastating, overwhelming power, sending deep, jagged cracks tearing through the floor. Suho ducked behind a massive rock, silently grateful for his incredibly high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that, even if this dragon's level wasn't astronomically high, its inherent nature granted it an absurdly tough hide. Normal attacks were utterly futile. He had to aim for its vital weakness, the legendary reverse scale. Since it hadn't reached level 100, it probably couldn't completely conceal that scale. After quickly scanning its colossal form, Suho pinpointed the vulnerable spot near its tail. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged in, striking the rock-hard scale with every ounce of his strength. The dragon roared, writhing in pure agony, and a system notification promptly appeared. The tower dragon had entered a furious rage. After its weakness was brutally struck, Suho left his blade lodged deep within the reverse scale, knowing this battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Prolonging this intense struggle would only escalate the danger. He channeled even more raw power, pushing the blade deeper as the enraged dragon unleashed its terrifying, fear-based ability. Suho's entire body froze as he plummeted into a horrific hallucination. The system confirmed he had fallen under a fear debuff. He frantically tried to cure himself, but the system promptly informed him that such a high-level fear effect couldn't be removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its massive tail, Suho ripped open his subspace entrance and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a powerful purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's instant effects, as the horrifying hallucinations completely vanished. Greatly relieved, he reminded himself that only those he permitted could ever enter this private subspace. He bought the potion on a whim, casually, from the general market stall. He had no idea he'd need it so desperately, so soon. This fight was far more intense than he'd ever expected. Even after removing the fear status just once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance. And what's worse, cure spells were utterly useless. That meant he'd have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and constantly rely on purification potions. This was clearly an unsustainable strategy. He desperately needed another plan. Rummaging through his inventory, he briefly considered summoning the mad pulverization scholar, but before he could even decide, the system notified him. He had just learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar materialized. Grasping its immense significance, he carefully placed 3 unusual items inside: the unknown thief's grimy socks, the minstrel's forgotten instrument, and the cleaner's worn-out broom. The jar instantly began its fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas were guaranteed to succeed. Many so-called trash items actually held incredible hidden value. The process concluded with complete success. A rare treasure had been created, the first Mumu, a ring formed from a basic level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points for creating a first-ever item. He understood that first time, items were usually S grade, or even higher, and this one was an S+, all because it was a growth-type item. He quickly equipped the ring, and the system instantly soul-bound it to him. Suho remembered that in his previous life, he had missed the chance to obtain the first Mumu, because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. This time, Suho had claimed it all for himself. With the extra stats, he opened his status window and immediately added 4 points to his magic stat, raising it to a perfect 100. The system instantly congratulated him. His magic stat had just turned a brilliant red, an achievement he'd never reached before level 50. Earlier, he'd thought purple status would take forever, but now it felt completely achievable. Purple still required 700 points. Still a long journey, to be sure, but he was utterly confident he could reach it. After finishing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with powerful magic. The weapon absorbed power at an absolutely incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, the system acknowledged its successful awakening. The spear had utterly transformed. It was now the legendary Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to begin. The system then revealed the weapon's true origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's most precious treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast. The spear had now acknowledged Suho as its first awakener. He could now summon the spear directly from his shadow and regenerate it using both magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly grasped the incredible value of this weapon, much like how Zhang Piong had utilized the subspace fortress. The Shadow Lord, a terrifying monarch-level entity, had once wielded this very spear. If that formidable entity still resided within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature, legendary weapon. He felt immense relief to have secured it himself, before any more dangerous individuals could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear once more, truly appreciating its newfound convenience. Since he couldn't actually launch attack from inside his subspace fortress. He'd have to step out and strike the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the slumbering beast. Raising the shadow spear high, he hurled it with all his might into the stone, embedded within the dragon's massive tail. The spear pierced right through, and the dragon writhed, bellowing in agony. Suho immediately jumped back down, as the system announced the dragon had entered yet another enraged state, unleashing its terrifying dragon fear. But Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, completely avoiding all of its debilitating status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued relentlessly. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating back into safety each time. The process took significantly longer than he'd anticipated. But soon the reverse scale's durability finally dropped. Under 10%, it wasn't completely shattered, but it had become too weak to effectively protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer be effective here. Suho abandoned all subtlety and prepared for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself violently into the air and drove the shadow spear straight into the dragon's eye. The devastating impact shook the entire area. Suho was violently thrown back, but the enraged dragon remained relentless. As it furiously searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind it and rushing straight for the tail. The dragon unleashed dragon fear once again, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and the dragon's immense power began draining rapidly. Suho swiftly took a purification potion and surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across its throat, the dragon collapsed, its mighty battle finally over. The system then declared Suho had officially cleared the 49th floor. He'd set a brand new record for the Tower Challenge. For his efforts, he received 10 bonus stat points, and even more rewards just kept pouring in. Lying on the ground, Suho processed this incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present self had ever managed to do. For reaching level 40, he gained a powerful new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could easily cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the infamous monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it, from the Dragon Mountains themselves. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted him a dragon's immense power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the shadow spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the tower dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing yet another incredible transformation. The shadow spear, now with a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown impossibly stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had even awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was utterly stunned. Shadow binding and shadow regeneration had both risen, from A rank to a phenomenal S rank. Shadow binding could now rip out a target's shadow and utterly immobilize them, while shadow fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned yet again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, a prize once thought utterly impossible to obtain. It confirmed the tower dragon was a pure blood dragon, naturally yielding rare materials. This entire grueling battle was a pure jackpot. With every last item collected, Suho finally prepared to depart, knowing reporter Jean Wei would be waiting for him just outside. Just then, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared, "The trial tower has been conquered." The conqueror, the player named Suho, and every single other player, was forcefully expelled from the gate. A new portal ripped open, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground with utterly stunned expressions. One of them immediately fell to his knees, clutching his head in pure disbelief, muttering, "This can't be real." Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked who even is Suho. The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked, "Is that the guy standing there?" His partner turned his head and quietly confirmed, "Yeah, that's definitely him, all right." Because the size of his crowd is insane. There isn't even space to breathe right now. The protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, demanding comments and reactions to his conquest. But Suho silently thought about how utterly exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the Tower Dragon than he expected, and all he really needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to mob him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jin Wei, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely, utterly stunned. A psycho. That was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was just unreal. Suho casually walked right up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jin Wei screamed, fell to the ground in pure panic, and then widened his eyes in utter disbelief. As he finally realized who it was, he stammered out Suho's name and demanded how he'd escaped the crowd. Suho offered a light smile, explaining he'd simply slipped away. He described it as if he'd just pulled off some secret. Super secret stealth technique. Vanishing without a single trace, not even a footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho then asked why Jin Hui still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly, cautiously reached out, staring at him like he was absolutely out of his mind, and asked if he realized how insane he sounded. Suho calmly replied that if Jin Hui truly didn't trust him, then he should just say so, and Suho would adjust his actions accordingly. Jin Hui then got up, dusting himself off, and retorted that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. Then, he hurriedly told Suho to jump into the car, before the press could notice them. Inside the moving car, Suho received an unexpected call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him on clearing the trial tower, and admitted he'd wanted to thank him face-to-face. But Suho had vanished far too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, explaining he'd been hiding out because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, remarking that Suho always exceeded expectations. He then asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had already picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particularly urgent, unless Suho could stop by the association, if he wasn't too utterly exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words "the association." Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was truly an unprecedented event. Everyone had believed the trial tower was utterly impossible to clear, and it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the sheer scale, they needed an investigation. Suho responded that he didn't recall investigations being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If there was information they needed, couldn't they simply request it? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and promptly ended the call. He leaned back, lost in thought. Without a shadow of a doubt, the chairman or vice chairman wanted him there, probably for photos and PR. He respected Chunman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jin Hui glanced at him while driving and asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded and told him to go ahead. Jin Hui said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government had more actual power. Jin Hui blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is temporary, nothing but staged spotlight. Right now, private guilds look like heroes, but eventually the public wouldn't admire them. They'd fear them. Jin Hui nodded slowly and said Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If he wanted to end the gate crisis, he needed support. He couldn't do it alone. That was why he chose the government association. Jin Hui smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him. while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jinhui asked if he planned to apply through normal general recruitment. He said it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jinhui then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jinhui almost shouted, was he serious? Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious. Every 2 seconds, Jinhui looked at him curiously and said, of course. I want to know why. It's natural. Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it. But, Jinwoo, this can't go into your article, and he should probably keep his eyes on the road. After hearing the full story, reporter Jinwoo was stunned by Suho's genius plan. He exclaimed that it was an absolutely brilliant idea. Suho calmly replied, yes, it is, but it can't appear in your article just yet, because he wanted to officially announce it through him at a later time. And when that time came, it would naturally shake everything up. This meant Jinwoo would have exclusive access before anyone else in his company. Jinwoo stared at him intently and asked, are you planning to squeeze every last drop of benefit out of me? Suho simply replied, if I'm friends with a reporter, I should obviously use that to my advantage. Jinwoo laughed heartily and said, fine, you can use me as much as you want. Then he suddenly asked, Suho, do you want to go home now? Since your personal information has already been leaked, and there are probably countless people waiting near your house. Suho smiled and casually answered, I'll just disappear again, the same way I did at the tower. But Jinwoo hesitated, then asked maybe, you should just stay with me for now. He explained that he lived alone in a huge house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was so tight that no one could possibly break in. Suho paused for a moment and asked, where exactly do you live? Jinwoo answered proudly, my home is in Kaiser Chongdam. Suho couldn't help but think, with genuine surprise, those were premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions of won. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second. Not because he was simply impressed, but because this place looked like the final boss of Rich Kid. Housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag. It just exists and expects you to stare. Jinwoo welcomed him inside like it was nothing and told him to make himself at home. He moved through the place as if it were his own house. Suho just mentally nodded, noting this was precisely what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC already enabled. At birth, Jinwoo then pointed to a device sitting neatly on the table. It was a convenience function pad. Through the community app installed there, Suho could order food, shop online, call for support, and even summon an emergency healer in a pinch. Jinwoo noted that Suho looked significantly better now, compared to when he first entered the car. Suho calmly stated he was a healer. Jinwoo blinked, taken aback, and asked again. And Suho, a little irked, repeated himself. Because yes, he truly was a healer. The journalist quickly apologized, confessing that even though he'd read it everywhere, his mind still struggled to accept it. That healers, after all, usually joined a guild first and leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the tower challenges on a whim. The rich guy, picking up his bag, stated he needed to head back to the office for work and casually reminded Suho of the password. Suho assured him not to worry and wished him a safe journey. Once the door clicked shut behind him, Suho finally pulled up his system window and checked his status. It was time, he decided, to distribute the stat points he'd earned. From clearing the tower, he'd balanced stamina against the other attributes and dumped the remaining points into sensitivity. At this point, it wasn't merely an elite route anymore. It was truly the path of a successor. And even Suho had to admit, his stats were looking utterly insane now. With that handled, Suho moved on to a different task. He was a master at detecting surveillance equipment. In the past, and with his newly boosted sensitivity, he could likely detect anything now. Even if he trusted Jinwoo, he wasn't foolish enough to blindly assume a conglomerate kid's place would be completely clean, better paranoid than dead. After meticulously checking every detail for a while, Suho finally collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. This house was huge, far larger than most subspace-grade homes he'd ever seen. Honestly, it was massive, but finding hidden cameras here felt even harder than slaying that dragon from before. With no devices detected, he could finally let his guard down. However, his phone absolutely wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification just kept flooding in. And when he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been completely leaked. Someone had exposed his private number, and the messages just wouldn't stop pouring in. Resigned to the situation, he decided he desperately needed a new phone and number. Remembering the community app Jinwoo had mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was incredibly efficient. He transferred all his important data to the new device, designating it solely for private use. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers very soon. He glanced at the time. It was a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that very night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate suddenly appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully, ensuring no witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then, they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced, cold precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared behind them, completely calmly, as if he just walked in on a casual meeting, instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He then declared, "Bombing public buildings isn't exactly a great idea." The masked group froze instantly, completely bewildered. This building was supposed to be empty today. Suho agreed that, normally, yes it would be, but he came precisely because he expected something like this. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell hard to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs stayed rooted to the floor. They didn't know it yet, but Suho had already unleashed his shadow bind, snaring her with dark energy. Still struggling, the man cried out that something was gravely wrong, and the girl uttered one chilling word: abandon. The man refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted, ordering them to eliminate Suho. The remaining 3 charged forward as one, fueled by sheer panic. But before they could even take a single step, an invisible force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill had smothered them instantly. With them now subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notoriously dangerous terrorist group, responsible for widespread bombings and chaos. Even though they were eventually apprehended in the past, the damage they inflicted was catastrophic, and only 4 members had done all of it. The group was utterly shocked someone recognized them, and furiously demanded how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him, removed his cap, and identified him as Kwak Do-ho, the muscle, who took on day labor jobs and handled their heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another, CEO Kaiwan, the bomb maker, who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyunmin, the transporter and everyday delivery driver, using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with terrifying ease. A stunned Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho simply smiled and replied that anything could be uncovered if someone tried hard enough, and she already knew that. Still refusing to believe him, she demanded again to know who he truly was. Suho acknowledged her quickness and reminded her she already knew the answer. He then said out loud that if she still didn't trust him, he could easily prove it by handing her over to the authorities right now, making her realize he wasn't bluffing. What do you want? She finally demanded. Suho retorted that she should have just agreed sooner, and also pointed out this wasn't exactly the ideal spot for a chat. He then ordered her to retrieve the bomb, adding that they'd talk at their hideout instead. She just stared at him, stunned, her mind racing, wondering just how much he truly knew. But after a moment, she finally agreed. Suho then turned to Hyunmin, asking if he was good to move now, and told him to go ahead and open the door, because, obviously, they weren't about to hail a taxi. Once they were safely inside their hideout, Suho told everyone they could finally relax, and even take off their masks if they wanted to. Yanawa initially refused, but then dramatically ripped hers off anyway, quickly telling him she only did it because the room was stifling, not because he told her to, obviously. She immediately demanded answers again. How did you know who we were? Why did you even approach us? And why would someone known for conquering gates, of all people, go after a small terror cell like ours? Suho just gave her a slight smile and admitted she'd asked so many things all at once that he didn't even know where to begin. He explained he'd used his own unique skills he never publicly revealed, to track them down and identify them, the same way they had hidden their own identities. Finally fully focused, she asked him again, "What do you want?" Suho then extended his offer. He wanted them to work with him. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the ambitious future plans he'd shared during it. Younghwa immediately assumed he meant them joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, but before she could spiral, he quickly clarified. He wasn't handing them over for some forced recruitment. He explained that he would take the level 5 exam himself, then quickly move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Younghwa looked completely stunned, and Suho then told her not to make that face. He knew they utterly hated the Special Forces, which was precisely why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood because he shared the very same reason. Suho then revealed the shocking truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was all just a coincidence, until he later learned the truth. This disaster wasn't natural. It was meticulously manufactured. Each time a gate was cleared, that land transformed into premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was imminent, and yet they let it happen, all for profit. Massive development projects were secretly behind it all, and Suho already knew exactly who was responsible. So his goal became crystal clear. He needed to become the head of the Special Forces and make those responsible pay dearly. He explained that the Special Forces held the highest authority within the association. They could influence other government offices and could even prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but through a strategic, lawful path. Not reckless terrorism, but Yanhwa still pointed out. There was no guarantee that Suho would even pass the level 5 test. Suho just smirked, telling her to wait and watch. And with one final, chilling warning, that another attack would mean he would personally hand them over to the government himself. He concluded the conversation right then and there. Suho knew they had to be utterly shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable, elusive ghost. But during their interrogation, he realized they were just people like him. Victims, twisted by revenge, transformed into villains. If someone had only guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they fully crossed that line, Suho planned to redirect them himself, no matter how long it took him. He was certain Yanhwa would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence, undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a truly wise choice. The scene then shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association headquarters, where the vice president was already in a foul mood. He was lecturing team leader Young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and reminding him that even the president himself cleared his entire schedule just to meet about Suho, though he'd let it slide for now. He made it abundantly clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be serious consequences, and all Chulman could do was simply bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and told to get back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in utter exhaustion, thinking about how long he'd been stuck there, listening to endless complaints, and how, for a second, he'd genuinely considered quitting everything and just joining a civilian guild. But then he reminded himself why he joined the Hunter Association in the first place, and that after surviving so much, enduring one more miserable moment wasn't impossible. So he whispered to himself, "Stay strong." That was when Song-yeol, the formidable head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. And Schulman, already irritated, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing here. And Pai responded with his usual playful attitude, saying he heard that his cherished team leader, Yang, was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging. But Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was his fault. As they walked together, Pai subtly shifted the conversation, bringing up rumors about Suho supposedly causing problems. But Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble. Though yes, the story was spreading fast. Pai noted only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai gave him an absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, then the president would be pleased. The issue would look handled, and Suho would be released afterwards, with the association looking authoritative. He added that, since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would benefit everyone involved. Yang started intently, and cautiously labeled Pai's ideas as mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could spectacularly backfire. But Pai didn't even flinch. Instead, he admired Yang's morality, wondering why someone in his position was so nervous over just a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't done yet. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the authority to investigate and even charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible, instead of rigidly clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded, saying he'd keep it in mind. Pai left after offering his support, and reminding him that there are always alternative ways, besides just following rules strictly. Once alone, Yang quietly replayed everything. He thought about how he used to respect Pai as one of the few hunters within the association who felt truly grounded, compared to the disconnected elites at the very top. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew too much, which made him dangerous, leaving him deeply uneasy. Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down, lost in thought. His mind drifted back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking, though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone. Yet Yang wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suho stepped out of a taxi and activated the ring on his finger, called First Moo Moo. He thought about how reckless he had been when he activated it the very first time. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to move. He walked toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it. A faint trail of magical energy. Gates inherently radiated magic, so even concealed ones emitted faint traces. Following this mystical signal, Suho discovered a faint gate veiled like mist, a gate that demanded specific conditions to unlock. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a knife, sliced his palm, letting his blood drip onto the gate. He already knew this particular gate craved blood. Once it had absorbed sufficient blood, the system confirmed the activation condition was met. A hidden gate had officially been discovered, earning Suho 5 precious bonus stat points. The gate's ominous name was Blood's Decree. Upon entering, Suho scattered glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the dark, cavernous environment. The first stage was clearly an extensive cave system, so he ventured deeper inside, until a mysterious liquid dripped right onto his head. He glanced up, realizing it wasn't just cave water. It was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all hovering around an imposing level 63. Suho merely smirked at this dramatic welcome. Without a second thought, he activated intimidation, and in an instant, every bat lost control, plummeting to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward a single fallen bat, driving his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour its very shadow, wiping out every bat in the room simultaneously. Opening his status window, he felt a sense of deep satisfaction. This method proved perfect for annihilating low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps against his intimidation skill became meaningless. Most hunters typically focused on only 2 primary stats, but Suho had already decoded the full, color-coded stats system entirely, and planned to raise every single stat evenly. Reviewing his numbers once more, he wondered if his current level was too absurd, just for hunting a few bats. His curiosity then led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something truly strange. Among the scattered corpses lay a blood slime. It must have been cleverly hiding among the bats, and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt a bit boring, but he acknowledged intimidation's undeniable usefulness. Since, while high-level monsters could resist fear effects, this skill still worked wonders, unless the opponent was from a special category. That is, soon enough, he reached the boss room, a thrill of excitement building within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The instant he entered, he summoned his sword. And instantly, a massive vampire bat lunged right at him. He expertly blocked the attack, identifying it as a Great King vampire bat, countering with a swift, decisive slash. Then, from behind, a hulking golem lunged, forcing Suho to dodge sharply to the side. Neither creature felt like the true boss, though. There were many bosses, and he had to fight both simultaneously. He slashed at the golem, then spun to counter the bat's relentless attacks. When the golem attempted a powerful punch, Suho deftly slid backward, avoiding the impact. He then rammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that exploded outward through the room, striking both monsters. He thought the fight was over, until the dust cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough to finish these high-level targets. It was time to use what he prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked simultaneously, one from the front and one from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the dust settled, he had driven one blade deep into the bat, and the other into the golem. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them off. But Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed brightly, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and utterly obliterating the monster. Instantly, Suho stood over the corpse, foot planted on its head, watching it erupt, like an insect crushed under a giant hand. Holy power was absolutely devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, cutting it into pieces with his wholly enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its defeat. Gazing down at the weapon, he recognized its flawless effectiveness. A healer-exclusive skill that allowed holy enchantments had become a truly powerful advantage. Enchanting silver weapons with holy energy transformed every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the ideal counter for enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho felt a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The imposing figure stepped forward, radiating murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite, and he furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not bow down. That confidence enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with ease, and calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly, the battlefield transformed, as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made normal movement detection impossible, so Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. And the prince visibly reacted to the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished completely. With a sly smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, absolutely stunned, to find a fresh wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's sneaky strike had worked after all. Suho prepped another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward, enraged. Humiliated by a mere human, he wouldn't hold back. Suho met him head-on, unflinching, his sword clashing against the prince's clawed hand. As the two engaged in a fast-paced, Brutal exchange of blows. For a brief moment, the prince thought he was winning, and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him, landing a perfectly clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth. As he stumbled backward, reeling, Suho immediately rushed in, continuing his relentless assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated more power and charged directly back in. The two collided with massive force, sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield. When they landed, the scene instantly shifted. The cursed prince's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground. Suho approached casually, crouching next to the severed head, mocking how utterly easy the win had been, until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and promising to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and tossed it aside, thinking the prince was basically just a mosquito, biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground, as blood rapidly drained from his body. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho just told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversion continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly, with holy water when kin conversion hit 50%. Suho believed he was on the brink of acquiring the trait, and reached out for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, asserting this was his domain, and nothing Suho could do would matter now. Suho then realized the prince had been far more cautious than he'd expected. The shattered corridor was now perfectly restored, and even the prince's body had vanished. Everything had been reset, ready for the next phase. Still defiant, refusing to give in, Suho tried to plan his next move, but the system suddenly warned that his blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, brimming with confidence, declared there was truly no escape. But Suho revealed he still held one final trump card. The system immediately responded. All crucial conditions to unlock the second power of Dragon's Blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and had survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification flashed. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he'd triggered it just in the nick of time. Kin conversion instantly halted in its tracks, and the system confirmed again that all crucial conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragon's Blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted to him through the armor. The instant Dragon's endowment activated, further assimilation was blocked, and purification immediately began. The corrupted blood festering inside him, converted into pure blood, and was absorbed into his very system, while the remaining corruption was utterly annihilated. Thanks to the powerful dragon blood effect, Suho had successfully mastered the unknown power, hidden within the corrupted vampire blood, and felt his body become incredibly lighter. He then remembered, planning to unlock the second dragon's blood power, using a custom gate once he reached level 50. But instead, it had happened here. Unexpectedly checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait, exclusive to descendants of Dragon's Blood. Activating it instantly conveyed nobility and superiority. It granted complete immunity to infection and even corruption. It automatically absorbed corrupted sources with ease, purifying and healing, and even evolving. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yongma. Since kin conversion was a life-threatening ordeal, the system recognized it as the trigger. Even though the endowment purified his blood, it also preserved the vampire power within it. He checked another skill, clearly tied to vampirism, but for now it remained sealed, clear proof that he had nearly become a vampire, and he pondered if he had technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to gain vampire traits, but dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't fully coexist. Still, the skills he gained were powerful enough, so he accepted it. Then, another new skill appeared. Blood weapon a truly rare ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring massive quantities of blood. He concluded that he would need to hunt countless monsters, and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the Cursed Prince began mumbling to himself once more, and Suho snapped at him to stop, because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented loudly, questioning how Suho could still be alive, after being bitten, muttering about curses, and calling himself utterly useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system promptly confirmed it. The Cursed King lamented his fate. His power surged dramatically. Suddenly, blood began to rain from above, and from within, that crimson downpour. The Cursed King emerged once more now, level 80, radiating pure, unbridled fury, as he declared that he would annihilate all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the darkest pit. His terrifying blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed menacingly through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming spike in magic power. This wasn't a monster he knew anymore. The Cursed King had evolved into something entirely new. The king unleashed a dark force attack, one that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust finally cleared, Suho was gone, only to reappear soaring above the king's wing and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet the Cursed King barely even flinched, claiming a mere blow like that couldn't bring him down. Suho realized the king's power wasn't just growing, but his intelligence was too. The king then swung his wing like a weapon, smacking Suho away with sheer brute strength. Suho steadied himself and immediately recognized the imminent danger. The king rushed in with another attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on, his sword activating his holy power, declaring that holiness would surpass all the strength the king possessed. But in the very next instant, the Cursed King shattered Suho's weapon and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had broken like glass, meaning normal weapons wouldn't work anymore. With no hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the Cursed King erupted with rage and demanded Suho hand it over, while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced right through the strike, shocking the king. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Suho finally understood. Blood weapons scaled in power and durability based on his stats, and at his current level, his sword had already reached red rank, more than enough to end this fight. The Cursed King conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in. The attack came fast, but Suho shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king stunned again. Suho told him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He smoothly shifted the shield back into a blade, and in one clean, decisive motion, slashed the Cursed King's throat. His severed head hit the floor with a thud, still sporting a twisted smile filled with pure arrogance. Confidently, it declared, claiming that merely severing its head meant nothing. Suho simply kicked the head away across the floor, and then summoned his shadow spear, slamming it violently into the ground. Immediately, shadowy chains erupted and coiled violently around the severed head, the shadow bind locking it firmly in place. Suho knew he needed to finish this quickly, before this monster could cause any more problems. The system quickly notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the absorbed blood was now stored within the mysterious blood jade. Meanwhile, the Cursed King screamed furiously at Suho to remove his hands. Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was the first time he'd ever seen it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its true owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into a hidden gate. By Blood's decree, he reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the Cursed King and was bitten, turning him into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim simply becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals shut. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, skillfully using his healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that moment, new vampire skills awakened within him, completely reshaping his entire stat system. With this newfound power, he defeated the Cursed King, conquered the gate, and became known as the fearsome Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the Cursed King raged on, promising revenge and refusing to accept his humiliation. Suho simply welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system unleashed the Phantom Shadow. It resonated deeply with the Cursed King's own shadow and absorbed it completely, leaving not even a whisper behind. With that, Suho realized Blood's decree had finally been wiped clean. The system then confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest and proudly declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate materialized before him, signaling his departure. Suho took a moment to reflect on everything. Once again, he was starkly reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was utterly insignificant next to dragon blood. Still, he couldn't shake off his annoyance that the vampire escaped. Then, the system heralded a special reward. After meticulously analyzing Suho's unique talents, it granted him a skill perfectly tailored for him and awarded 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The new skill, New Blood. Suho had never heard of it before. As he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. It was an absolute jackpot for his future. But not only that, he had also acquired an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch never possessed, since his existing vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded this must be entirely due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize existing powerful skills, but reality had turned out far, far better. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho knew exactly what needed to be done. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts to a massive, towering building, Nexus, where people move steadily through a bustling corridor. Meanwhile, Miss Sui led the group forward. Through open doors, a man sat calmly in a chair, who was, in fact, the guild leader, and tells Miss Sui to come in. She informed him that Hunter, on Suho, had asked her to deliver a message. He was set to join the guild tomorrow. The man repeated the statement, utterly stunned, almost as if questioning his own ears. With his back still to them, he processed the news, then finally spoke, declaring that proper preparations were essential. As he finally turned, his face now visible, he then added, no one knew what this and Suho was truly planning, and everything had to be handled with extreme care before he could even change his mind. Outside, towering skyscrapers pierced the sky before the scene shifted inside to an elegant, well-appointed room. Suho stood at the entrance, peering within, only to find Jean Huey sprawled out on the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho paused, staring for a moment, before finally asking why he was even sleeping there. The reporter, groggily, sat up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Test today. Just today, and even if only temporarily, they were actually living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. As he spoke, the young man happily clutched a bottle, loudly declaring that such a milestone absolutely demanded a celebration. He explained that when he returned home, Suho wasn't around, but he simply couldn't ignore such a historic moment. So he started drinking solo. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything all at once must have been utterly exhausting. He assured him that, in the future, there'd be countless more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked slowly and asked if Suho was absolutely sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything in its own time. Gazing at the food laid out on the table, Suho then asked the surprised, slightly tipsy reporter if he still wanted another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey instantly agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine. And Suho commented that he'd tried the community app Gene Huey had recommended and found it worked like a charm. He also added he genuinely loved the apartment itself. Over dinner, Suho mentioned he'd read the reporter's blog and could tell the young man was doing quite well, which led him to assume his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jinhui explained he wasn't just rich. He was the youngest son of a chaebol family, meaning he couldn't just be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he really belonged to a chaebol family, then took another sip from his glass. Jinhui continued speaking, saying since Suho had shared one secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He revealed he was the youngest son of the president of the Daesin company. But Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head and explained that his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he had never told anyone that. But, since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him with surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jinhui answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, admitting openly he was a good reporter, but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that, at the very least, Jinhui was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed he had never met a hunter like Suho. Both men then slowly rose to their feet, and Jinwoo proposed a toast just for the two of them. Suho readily agreed without a moment's thought, and their glasses clinked softly, sealing the moment. The very next morning, Suho stumbled through his apartment, yawning wide, and, from the kitchen, Jinwoo greeted him with a bright good morning as he poured boiling water into a mug. Suho asked if he really planned to work on a weekend. The reporter simply replied he had too much on his plate, standing by the window and rubbing the last of the sleep from his eyes. Suho muttered that perhaps maybe they shouldn't have gone so hard last night. But Jinwoo just chuckled, saying everything was perfectly fine. He'd actually had an amazing time. Suho then questioned why he was already heading out, hunting for new material. The reporter answered that he couldn't live off articles just about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he respected him, which made Jinwoo pause, surprised by the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho had planned for the day, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he had mentioned. Before he could even realize it, Jinwoo asked if he was going to Nexus. Suho nodded, explaining that last night he'd reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Jinwoo freeze, and he actually burned his hand with the hot water, startled because just yesterday, Suho had only been level 40. He turned to stare at him in utter disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels. In one single day, Suho just shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter just gawked at him like he was some unsolvable riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know him, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way he said that sounded strangely suggestive, and as Jinwoo scratched his head, Suho asked why he was looking at him like that. Without warning, the reporter steered him into the hallway, declaring that if he was going to stride into such a serious organization, he needed to look the part. Suho protested, claiming he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine in casual clothes. But the reporter wouldn't back down, offering to lend him proper clothes and a watch with pleasure. When Suho continued to resist, the reporter firmly stated that appearances truly mattered at places like Nexus, and reminded him that he could also pick any of his cars. If he walked in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop immediately, drawing attention from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and mused that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man politely approached, offering a business card, while introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as On Suho, and followed him inside the guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly, and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained precisely the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting one to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild, if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, saying that joining Nexus will make reaching his goal easier. He announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone then asked whether he only wanted bonus evaluation points. Suho admitted that while technically yes, that was just one piece of a much grander strategy. If he only pursued the Hunter Association, they'd assume he had no other options. That's precisely why he planned to join Nexus. Because once the association saw others offering superior terms, they would surely sweeten their own deal. He added that while serving Nexus, he'd dedicate himself completely to the guild, making the partnership truly mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened in silence, as Suho pledged his full 100%. But the guild master eventually leaned back, stating he understood. However, he had one crucial question. He pointed out that when Suho initially approached them, Nexus was struggling, and the hero's abilities were a complete mystery. Hiring him then was risky, but still reasonable. Now, any guild in Korea would practically fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly as the guild leader continued, remarking that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained completely veiled. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation simply wouldn't be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had deeply personal reasons. He reminded Dong-yuk of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates. In Korea, Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He had no doubt that speech was utterly sincere. Because of that unwavering conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue their cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho, he truly believed joining the association was absolutely necessary, given Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho readily agreed, but he then explained that if Nexus truly aimed to eradicate the gates completely, then they had to venture into places even other hunters couldn't reach, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze then shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond those standard mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That was precisely why he needed government authority. But until that moment arrived, every successful raid would propel Nexus's name alongside his own. The impact would reach and reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would ascend to number 1. Dong-yuk rested his hands on the table and said all of this would only last as long as Suho remained with them. Suho nodded, saying that was precisely why he promised to give everything. While he was here, Suho blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it and revealed the first candidate, Kang Daehan. Sui froze and asked again, as if she couldn't believe she'd heard it correctly. Suho nodded and casually mentioned that he was the one who'd convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly lifted a hand and told her to relax. He made the decision. After analyzing everything properly, he reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores, Sui frowned reluctantly, remembering the results. Daeon had unexpectedly ranked second place. She admitted. She planned to thank whoever was responsible. But Suho simply shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, which only irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho truly intended to clear sealed gates, he should know. These locations were under strict government protection, with private guilds completely locked out. Civilian safety, after all, was their top priority. He then questioned how Suho intended to get inside. Suho calmly retorted, asking if he doubted his capabilities, then declared they would finalize the contract once he secured the necessary pass, proving his trustworthiness. He paused, reconsidered, and then altered the offer. Instead of a pass, Suho would first clear one sealed gate. Only after that would they sign. The secretary, sweating at the sheer scale of these terms, muttered that Suho was demanding conditions fit for royalty. Suho insisted these terms were perfectly fair. The secretary noted that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still merely viewed as a new hunter, with no official standing whatsoever. But Suho declared that was precisely why. He would immediately clear a sealed gate and prove himself. Dong Yu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master expressed his pleasure with today's outcome, stating they'd finalize details later, once the gate was cleared. Later, Suho left the building and drove away. Dong Yu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear into the distance. The guild master quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated, asking if they shouldn't wait, until Suho made good on his promise. Dong Hyuk replied with a confident smile, stating Suho would absolutely follow through, and supporting him early would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he affirmed his belief that Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dong Wook answered that it wasn't a guess, and the secretary already knew it too. The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the unwavering certainty in his voice. The scene suddenly shifts to the massive Great Hunter Association building in bustling South Korea. Inside one of their many offices, young Chulman slumps over his computer, his head clutched in frustration. He's desperately trying to figure out how to reel Suho into the organization when Suho shows absolutely no intention of joining willingly. Chulman considers offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismisses the idea, knowing full well upper management would never approve. They don't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They want a picture where Suho stands, smiling beside the association president, making them look already close. While Chulman hates the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoes in his head, a suggestion that basically amounts to dragging Suho in, by force if necessary. Chulman groans, drops his head onto the desk, and wonders why he ever chose this stressful place. As he curses his life choices, his phone vibrates. The caller ID is an unknown number. With low energy, he picks up and introduces himself. This is young Chulman speaking, trying to figure out who would call him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he hears the voice on the other end, his expression completely changes. It was Suho. Chulman shoots upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing his ears. The scene jumps to a small Gobop restaurant, where steam rises from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sit at a table facing each other. Suho comments that he hasn't visited this place in a long time, and notes that the restaurant serves the best boiled pork. Chulman blinks and asks in surprise how Suho knows about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lies that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nods slowly, accepting the explanation. He scoops soup into his spoon. He confessed he never expected Suho to make the first move. Then, he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he had been bombarded with far too many calls. So, he simply got a second number. And now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly and commented that Suho must be exhausted. from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanked him for contacting him, admitting that he'd nearly given up hope of ever seeing him. Again, Suho asked how he could possibly think that, and picked up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asked whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and if they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. Caught off guard, Chulman stiffened, raising a hand to his face, as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume that. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained that he found it odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled the paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involve blackmail or even force. Yet Chulman handled everything professionally, rubbing the back of his neck with embarrassment. Chulman admitted that it still felt wrong. Suho then casually dropped a bombshell, revealing he decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking if Suho was serious. Suho calmly continued eating, confirming his intent, explaining he wanted to thank Chulman personally. He also felt meeting the association executives could actually prove beneficial. Chulman slowly nodded, agreeing it truly could be. Suho then asked when he should visit the association. Chulman initially suggested they discuss it after finishing their meal. But halfway through speaking, a sudden realization struck, and he shot up from his seat, eyes practically shining with excitement. With newfound determination, he declared he'd arrange a meeting immediately. Sometime later, the dynamic duo arrived at the imposing building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho posed for a photo beside the organization's president, Young Kyung-won. He smiled for the camera, then told Suho he was glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated him accepting the invitation. Vice President Park Hyaman added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the association's leaders was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he'd said during the interview. Before the exam, the president asked why. With his gaze lowered, Suho explained he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak. He wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions. Suho mentally registered that this man would cling to his position to the bitter end until he was unceremoniously kicked out. He couldn't wait to see the look this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the only pest infesting the association. Then Park Hyaman spoke again, claiming Suho truly knew how to leave a lasting impression. Arms folded across his chest, he declared that Suho had no interest in material gain and only wanted to protect the general public, which was truly worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added that Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kyung-won was most likely the one who orchestrated this recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish human shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to take away their chance to ruin things again. Then Kamen happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options, but ultimately chose the gate department. The Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Humin nodded and declared that people like Suho belong there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked what that meant. Kyung-hoon replied that if Suho was so determined to end the portals, he should then be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed or extremely deadly. But before he could even finish his sentence, Suho happily declared that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again to argue that it was incredibly dangerous, but Suho clenched his fist and excitedly declared that he would clear the gates that posed the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently that this was exactly what he expected from Suho. Still in shock, Chulman called out to the president, but the man simply asked if there was a problem. Under pressure, Chulman lowered his head and mumbled everything was fine, and that he would prepare what was needed. Kyung-won told Suho to get ready to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely, while Chulman glared downward. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than mere toys. That's why he despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how truly catastrophic the danger was. Countless hunters had died, attempting to clear those perilous portals, and yet these two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration, Suho smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what was waiting inside the sealed gates. Chulman leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately understood. These two were only thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters died, as long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence. Human lives were irrelevant. Kyung-hoon looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to get during the exam. Suho smiled and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-hoon asked if he knew how difficult that exam was. Suho answered that reaching that rank would unlock even more opportunities. He also planned to join a guild to gain much-needed experience. Meanwhile, Kyung-won raised his hand and offered his thoughts. He said that was an excellent idea, as experienced applicants were always preferred. He then followed up by asking how long private guild contracts usually lasted. Suho replied the contract length wasn't his priority. Gaining real field experience was his true goal. If a guild truly fulfilled his requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam. Kyung-hoon from the association yawned and said he hoped Suho could find such a place. Smiling to himself, Suho mused, if the president approves these terms, then joining Nexus would be entirely possible. He sensed an incredible chance to build a strong bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door swung open, and someone announced Pai Young-gil's arrival. Suho's expression instantly stiffened. Pai entered confidently and quipped that his bosses were eating something delicious without him. Then he abruptly stopped, noticing Suho sitting right there. His lips stretched into a wide grin. He politely turned to leave, but Kyung-won told him to stay, pointing at Suho, introducing him as the hunter who cleared the infamous test tower. Pai tried recalling the name, then suddenly exclaimed that he remembered, laughing. He said it was incredible to finally meet him and extended his hand, introducing himself as the chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as on Suho. They exchanged polite compliments, though Suho's smile remained sharp. Once seated, Kyung-won raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked in shock, saying it would be extremely difficult. Suho said he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, completely stunned. One of the executives then added that the association planned to give Suho access to sealed gates, since he claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide. Then he mumbled under his breath covering his mouth in disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was really sure, because those gates were extremely dangerous. Suho noticed the anxiety on his face and found it strangely amusing. He replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms and said that he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was a hunter, someone who valued talent. His expression showed genuine concern, not for himself, but for the possibility that someone promising might die needlessly then. Pai added that if Suho wanted to join the special department, he would personally take care of him. Simon immediately raised a finger and warned him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why Simon replied that on. Suho wanted to destroy all gates and have priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that was all that mattered, then his department could also support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm that. Sadly, Chulman nodded, hands on hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam. But for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, thinking privately what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt complicated. He didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. Once the meeting wrapped up, the two made their way down the long corridor. Chulman's gaze remained fixed on the floor, his shoulders slumping with worry. Suho stole another glance at him, before finally asking if Chief Pai's earlier words were still bothering him. Chulman confessed that, of course, they were. He knew better than anyone just how talented Suho truly was. But even with such immense ability, clearing a sealed gate was utterly perilous. His voice turning serious, he urged Suho to proceed with extreme caution, adding he could personally speak with the president to ensure the association provided as much support as possible. Suho met his gaze with sincere appreciation and expressed how much he truly valued that concern. But Chulman wasn't just being polite. He genuinely meant every single word. He reminded Suho that he was still only a recent hunter recruit and cautioned him once more that sealed gates were vastly different from ordinary ones. He then questioned if Suho truly understood why the government completely trusted no one outside of the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly responded that even the most elite guilds were seldom permitted into sealed gates due to strict national safety protocols. Chulman abruptly halted and gazed at him, utterly confused, asking why he would still insist on venturing there. Suho's reply was simple. He was absolutely confident in his success. He assured him everything would be fine. Then, a faint smile playing on his lips, Suho mentioned that among the many sealed gates managed by the association, there was one known as Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened and declared that specific gate was among the most perilous in existence. Suho's expression remained unfazed. He merely broadened his smile a little and claimed he already knew how to clear it. The following day, a military vehicle stood, parked against a backdrop of traditional Asian buildings, in the bustling district of Gyeongju, right by the nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood before Suho and Jinwoo, and one of them requested the pair to wait. Suho readily agreed. The reporter leaned closer to him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt incredibly tense. Suho calmly replied that, although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something ahead. Soldiers saluted each other, and one of them turned towards Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter Suho. After receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this sector. Suho greeted him politely, saying he was glad to meet him. Major Kim, said the team leader, was already waiting inside. Jinwoo pointed ahead, asking if they were heading straight for the gate. He received an immediate yes. As the colossal structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened. Its massive scale left him utterly stunned, and he declared it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim explained that the colossal walls surrounding the gate were constructed from iron and a special alloy designed to hold back any monsters attempting to break out, while also preventing the portal from expanding. Jin Woo gaped at the sheer scale of it all, admitting the portal was far larger than he'd ever imagined, and the closer they approached, the more fascinating details he noticed. Suho added that the military had taken many precautions to make the portal itself difficult to reach. The group continued forward until Major Kim arrived before Chulman and announced that Hunter Suho had arrived. The civil servant smiled and greeted Suho warmly. The two exchanged looks full of familiarity and relief. Chulman remarked that it was quite a long trip to reach this place and said he was glad Suho managed to arrive quickly. Suho noticed that Chulman had arrived even earlier and asked when he had gotten there. The civil servant casually stated he had only just arrived himself. His gaze then shifted to the person standing next to Suho, but before he could question further, the journalist cheerfully introduced himself, identifying himself as PBS reporter Joe Jinwei. He extended his hand and declared it a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chulman still looked puzzled, asking why a reporter would be in such a location. Suho then stepped in and clarified that photos would only be taken once the raid was completed. He then asked if Chulman would allow it. The civil servant answered that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. While still slightly confused, he admitted he was mostly surprised that Suho had brought his own reporter along. Jin Woo gratefully thanked him for the permission and, brimming with excitement, said they would likely meet often from now on, so he should remember his face. Chulman replied that he certainly would. But Major Kim then approached Suho again, holding an M416 automatic rifle. He said that, according to the association's message, the raid leader would be Hunter Suho. Suho confirmed this with a nod. The major hesitated for a moment before apologizing and asking what level Suho currently was. Suho replied that he was level 51. Major Kim stared at him in disbelief, then quickly looked away and muttered that he understood. They soon reached the entrance, the heavy, reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim said that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepared, and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed shut. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. At that moment, someone called out his name. Chulman hurried toward him and asked if he had any strategy in mind. Suho answered that he did. Major Kim watched the interaction, clearly confused by their casual conversation in such a dangerous setting. Suho explained that his strategy was hard to describe, would be difficult, but he was going to clear this gate, just like he conquered the Tower of Challenge. He then added that if he pulled it off, Chulman better remember their deal, to help him clear the remaining portals too. Just then, the door unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished for his safe return. Suho reassured him not to worry, claiming 1 hour was all he'd need. Chulman's eyes widened, and he repeated in shock, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile and promised they'd meet again very soon. The door sealed shut behind him. Jin Hui let out a breath and confirmed Suho had officially gone inside. Closing his eyes, Chulman replied, all they could do now was wait. Major Kim quietly asked if everything would truly be okay, since a place like this could never be cleared alone by someone with merely high stats. He asked if Suho was also a healer. So Jin Woo blinked in confusion, and the major asked again. The reporter grinned widely and corrected him, saying Suho was only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more confused. Chulman raised his hand and said he'd never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho did. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Chulman then explained what he'd witnessed. During the Hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he slaughtered every monster with a sword, all while protecting his patient, and passed without a hitch. Jin Woo, gripping the strap of his bag, admitted he'd never heard about this before, and wondered aloud if taking an exam like that was even allowed. Chulman confessed he'd been shocked as well, but Suho had met all the requirements, so it didn't break any rules. Both the soldier and reporter gaped at him in utter disbelief. Major Kim then concluded that Suho must truly possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he'd come here, specifically to challenge this gate. Gazing intently towards the dungeon's entrance, Chunman gave a resolute nod, declaring Major Kim was absolutely spot on. Before Suho loomed the nameless sword portal. Its entrance permitted only one person at a time. The instant he stepped through, towering cliffs encircled him, as the system promptly announced his official entry into the gate. Strolling through the forest, sword in hand, he surveyed his surroundings, thinking it had been ages since he last visited this place. The path winding through the trees was strikingly clear, and Suho vividly recalled how he'd relentlessly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving each attempt. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic ringing echoed beside him, and he caught sight of a dark shadow, weaving gracefully through the trees. The system blared, announcing the boss's appearance, and an armored knight stepped forward. It was the nameless swordsman, level unknown. He stood, blade poised for battle, and in an instant, the very air around him began to glow with a brilliant yellow luminescence. The system confirmed the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield. It explained that while this zone was active, the swordsman's stats would perfectly mirror the user's. All fighters within this enchanted field were strictly forbidden from using anything but a sword and its related skills. Suho, a smirk playing on his lips, greeted him like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged forward instantly, and the two warriors clashed in a close-quarters dance. Suho expertly parried the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked with seemingly no effort. Wisps of white energy shimmered before the warrior. As they briefly separated, Suho keenly observed his opponent. Analyzing his intricate footwork, he noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance, with perfect balance to minimize any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung once more, and Suho understood, with chilling clarity, that no one, at this particular moment, could possibly defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship. Alone, the Sword Emperor gripped his weapon with both hands. Suho noticed the enemy's style instantly shifted, right after their blades crossed, switching stances to catch him completely off guard, with a completely different technique. And that wasn't all. The knight attacked from utterly unpredictable angles, always changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the undeniable truth. The most dangerous part about this opponent was how he expertly adapted his tactics, based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again. Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning the enemy truly was. But that was precisely why Suho had learned so much from him in his past life. And with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a fierce leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the absolute last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho asked lightly if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word. Until the moment he died, the knight stood ready, holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a solid hit, and prepared another assault, revealing this was already his 7th time. Challenging the nameless swordsman, he attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs, and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history wondered who, or what actually hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he'd been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor. But the truth was simple. He was nothing more than the sword demon spirit. A spectral limb materialized, replacing his severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered into a spectral form. The opponents clashed once more. Blades rang out with savage intensity, as sword slashes carved deep into the very ground and shattered rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword blazing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked his blade then, punching a massive hole straight through the enemy's chest armor. He hammered into the same spot once more, and the ominous purple cracks crawling across the sword. Emperor's form spread even further. With another nimble leap, the knight retreated, but Suho instantly closed the distance. Studying his enemy with a keen eye, Suho declared that his own fighting style had been shaped, specifically to counter every single style the knight used. Smiling, he delivered yet another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood triumphantly over the fallen enemy. The system declared that the nameless swordsman had been defeated and the sealed gate was cleared, with Suho recognized as the MVP. Looking down with a faint sadness, he said he was glad to have met the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he should actually thank him, because without this formidable opponent, he would never have been able to reach such mastery in swordsmanship. A broken piece of armor lay on the ground, and Suho noted that it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the title of a sword god. Black streams of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to rest in peace, promising to remember him on Teacher's Day each year. The system granted him additional experience, points and bonus stats. System windows appeared, one reporting a level increase, another reporting a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, and another awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A sword lay on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost had no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were useless. Still here, he grasped the weapon, scrutinizing its blade. This sword alone made the entire journey worthwhile. His reflection shimmered on its gleaming surface. The system identified it, the nameless sword. Of the nameless swordsman. Ranked F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as countless floating fragments. The system then announced, the nameless sword has been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho couldn't help but smile. That as he learned the nameless sword's soul had, completely altered his fighting style and transformed the very nature of his guardian sword. Then, the description unfolded. Guardian sword, rank S+. This ideal technique, created by Suho, was based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the nameless sword's soul, its rank increased even further. The technique absorbed the sword's will, and now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized, filled with awe, that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the anxious spectators, watching multiple screens. Jinwoo murmured that everything seemed quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him, admitting that although he trusted Suho completely, considering the enemy's immense strength, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jinwoo immediately objected, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself. Once allowed, he prepared to go, until the reporter suddenly yelled, "Wait!" Confused, the major asked what was wrong. His sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jinwoo pointed urgently at the portal, shouting, "Everyone look at the screen." Suho appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jinwoo burst out, shouting, "The gate has been cleared." Suho, still adjusting to the outside light, was stunned when someone called him pro-on. Suddenly, Jinhui and Chulman came sprinting his way, like overly excited kids chasing down candy. Jinhui even hoisted his camera high above his head, as if he were filming a grand festival. Suho urged them to settle down, but the reporter's entire face was practically gleaming with joy as he demanded to know how they could possibly calm down when Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour. He yelled that it was absolutely insane. Chulman looked like he was torn between fear and happiness as he reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after more than 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was all right. Suho smiled, replying he felt great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it with ease. The major stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, as if trying to process the concept that the monster who had slaughtered hundreds could be considered easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Chu Man, Suho took note of the major's expression. This soldier was desperately trying to comprehend what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chu Man then practically bounced with unbridled excitement, suggesting they snap a commemorative photo. Since a sealed gate had been conquered, the major hesitated, but Chulman quickly waved it off, insisting it was merely a formality, and that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He then reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely ever appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the shot would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jong-gu agreed to join. The scene then cut to another shot, where the picture appeared on a laptop screen. In front of a Nexus Guild leader, Suho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless sword. Sil Gota, in the photo, picture with him, were a representative from the Hunter Association, and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also gestured to the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jin, who from PBS. They explained their agreement to pose for the photo, ensuring no one could twist the narrative. Jin Hui politely offered his business card, identifying himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong Yuk pressed a thumb to his temple, declaring he had no need for the card at all. He never even considered manipulating anything, not in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader demanded, "How in the world did you pull this off?" Suho blinked, innocently asking what part he meant. Dong Yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he cleared it so fast, and how he'd survived something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained he had met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to gain permission. Then he just went in and killed the monster. Dong Yuk stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair, bewildered, as he tried to make sense of it all. Suho then inquired if, now that he had demonstrated his skill level, they could finalize their contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he stated that the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had 2 conditions. First, while in Nexus, he needed complete support, and second, if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he'd already informed the association president about clearing the gate, and numerous guilds had contacted him, but he told them all he would only accept an offer from the one willing to provide his full support. Dong Yuk eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flitting across his features. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing and declared, "The deal is accepted." He then called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The guild leader's confidence returned, with renewed excitement, proclaiming the hero had proven himself right, even after he doubted him. Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader then warned that much work lay ahead. Suho simply replied, "I'm ready." Later, navigating through evening traffic, Suho flashed a smile, mentioning that since his buddy brought him there, he'd gladly drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, saying he was just fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that this sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically. Suho stared at him, utterly stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had already been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he promised the editorial office he'd bring Suho there eventually. Suho realized there was no way this man would let such an opportunity slip. Jinwoo said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining Nexus. With the news spaced out, there should be no problem maintaining interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then, Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the nameless swordsman's strategy. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the sword. Emperor's reputation. Knowing the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain his sword skills vastly outmatched the monster's. Jinwei stared, utterly bewildered. Gripping the steering wheel tight, he listened as Suho continued, explaining that experience was crucial in this particular battle, and that his personal swordsmanship was incredibly potent. The reporter interjected, reminding him that the monster had mercilessly slaughtered over 200 warriors, even claiming the nation's greatest swordsman, and questioned if Suho truly grasped the gravity of that. Suho calmly elaborated that the nameless swordsman's skill perfectly mimicked the opponent's status and adapted its combat style flawlessly. Within that gate, only pure sword skill held sway. No items, no external abilities, nothing could intervene. Nothing else could possibly sway the outcome. As they continued driving, Jinwei finally blurted out, asking if Suho even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho confirmed he did, and astonishingly, it was rank S, but it simply didn't appear in his status window. The car swerved violently as Jinwei slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely dumbfounded, he practically yelled, demanding how Suho acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and what on earth had happened. Imaginary flames practically burst from behind him in excitement, and Suho calmly told him to settle down, because he was practically boiling over with questions. He then warned that critical information should be delivered gradually, not simply dumped all at once. Jinwei exhaled heavily and declared that if Suho ever desired to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant, honest answers. After carefully slowing the car, he admitted Suho possessed a true knack for shocking people, and confessed he'd never imagined he would ever end up working for someone like this. Suho calmly reassured him, and Jinwei profusely thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for his initial, unfounded doubts. Suho simply laughed, stating it was all perfectly fine. They finally arrived back at their opulent apartment complex, and Jinwei asked if that meant their eventful day was officially over. Suho nodded, explaining he needed some well-deserved rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him straight home, and Suho thanked him with genuine warmth. Later that night, as deep darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something wonderfully soft and took a moment to just breathe. He thought with quiet satisfaction, genuinely proud of everything he'd accomplished today. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired, despite all the work he'd done. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 bonus points remaining, and he instantly knew this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though its conditions were incredibly strict. Every stat, except one, had to share the same rank, and all stats at that level needed to have identical values. If even one bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho worked through the window, carefully, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then, the notification appeared. All conditions had been met, and the skill, Unified Train, was fully activated. He blinked in surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were distributed. To equalize every stat, his personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at identical values. Red level, rank 14, across the board. Joy rising in him, Suho clenched his fists and thought, I've finally done it. In his past life, he never imagined this was even possible, so he'd never even tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back onto the bed, thinking that he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in a while. Gu Yanhua, still lying down. Suho said it had been some time since he'd heard her voice, and she called at a great moment. Since he was in an excellent mood, she immediately remarked that he must have a lot of free time. Confused, he asked what she meant, and told her not to speak so formally. Yanhua said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer. He was surprised the piece came out so quickly. He admitted he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her to tell him how everyone reacted, but she addressed him as Sir again, insisting they needed to meet first. Suho reiterated that he just wanted her answer. She sharply reminded him that they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That visibly shocked her. Suho then pressed for an answer again. Yunho closed her eyes and asked what they were supposed to do now. Suho rose from the bed and said he would explain everything tomorrow. When they met, he then suggested everyone gather at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She immediately objected, stating 2 of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with visible disappointment. He told her he must have overestimated them. Apparently none of them cared about anything, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear, because Yunhoa exploded, cursing him out, and then yelled that she would still come. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m., and hung up. Suho smirked and told her goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunho crossed her arms and barked at him not to get full of himself, claiming she only skipped her lectures because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who sat casually on a bench. He said he didn't recall asking her why she came, and she snorted, angrily irritated. She then demanded to know why he gathered them all. Suho stood up and said he brought them because he had something important to say. Smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him, stunned, while he handed them tablets and asked them to fill out forms first. Yunhoa squinted at the device and assumed it was some contract to hand over their corpses to him. But reading the text, she realized it was just a skill assessment. She asked if he needed their personal details. Suho raised his hand, explaining that once he joined the special department, he'd be needing freelance agents. He'd already stated he needed true shadows. He made sure to remind them he wouldn't just use anyone for such a crucial task. Turning away, he explained their training would be intensely brutal, to the point of exhaustion, mastering everything, from basic combat techniques to fully maximizing their own skills. Only they would ever see their personal details, so they needed to be completely honest. Their bond needed to be forged in trust, since he had already revealed his secrets. Now it was their turn. The group exchanged a series of uneasy glances. Later, within the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a sleek black key card and smiled, declaring it was time to begin. He recalled how he'd acquired it. Missy had explained that this card granted unlimited access to any area within the academy, including the S-rank exclusive training hall, ensuring he could avoid any unwanted attention. She also provided him with guest cards, just as he'd requested. Examining the card, Suho realized he'd been so preoccupied with everything else that he had completely forgotten about D1, who he'd promised to meet right here. He'd arranged that meeting soon enough. Nearby, the Banshee squad members lay within training capsules. Suho decided he'd tackle challenges as they arose. Suddenly, the very landscape around them shifted. Towering cliffs loomed before them. They had entered the legendary Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad, welcoming them, informing them that this would be their training ground. Whenever they had any free time, he scanned them thoroughly, thinking that since they were all below level 50, he could train them exactly as he wished. Yanawa immediately demanded to know what exactly they would be doing. Suho replied that they would start with the fundamentals and refining their combat techniques, because with their current skill level, the special department would eventually catch them. He questioned if they truly believed cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Yunho snapped, insisting their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho smiled, arms crossed, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes simply didn't exist, especially in a world full of superpowered individuals. He then told them, for that reason alone, they needed to learn to protect themselves, and ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons materialized around them. He told them to pick one, because developing fundamentals and overcoming fear was their top priority now. Inwa picked up a weapon and asked if there was anything else. Suho then asked if she remembered what he'd been called. Recently, she muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname. Leaning on his sword, he then declared they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything. Else, to maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later. The group frowned. Suho told them, "Try to kill me." Swinging his sword, as he announced, "The training has begun." In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why. They still had time to be surprised. Then, he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they died once already, they shouldn't freeze like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that, saying they would restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies. He mocked them mid-combat. He told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could be this slow, wondering jokingly. Fired because customers starved. While waiting for their food, the boy then crashed into another teammate. Before turning to the third, Suho demanded how a teacher could be so slow, unable to parry such a simple strike. He wondered what he could possibly teach kids, if they could already outpace him. The young man insisted he didn't dodge on purpose. Suho snapped that his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they gripped their swords. One cursed loudly, asking when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho thought their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, a blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows, not errand runners, but real warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them sternly, there was no easy path to becoming strong. You became strong only when you believed. There was no retreat left. The bloody training continued relentlessly. After a long time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things to do. The group stared at him in shock, as he told them that the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yunho asked in disbelief if he was really just leaving. A digital clone of Suho appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the Banshee members, enraged, cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild. She called to confirm everything. Suho then asked if the author was Joe Jinwei. She confirmed it was indeed his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to release even more information. Gazing out the window, Suho declared that's perfect. In fact, he added, another article should be prepared. Sui hesitated, suggesting it might be a bit too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh, especially since he'd previously stated he dreamed of joining the government. Then he abruptly joined a private guild. There was bound to be negativity. Zwei assured him that following his plan would quickly settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho pondered the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though he knew it wouldn't remain a secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He phoned Jinwei, who greeted him happily. While working at his laptop, Jinwei asked what he needed. Suho said he heard the article about Nexus had been published and that public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea. He wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article explodes across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials? He had already moved on to conquering a sealed gate. One person wonders aloud if Suho is now the newest Sword King. Another instantly corrects him, saying the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article quickly follows, reporting that Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt, throwing insults without restraint. Then, a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter. And Suho is set to conquer Yet another sealed gate. This one, the notorious Swamp of Despair. Someone instantly calls him a complete psycho. Another fan mocks those who previously doubted. Remember when they said Suho only joined Nexus for cash? What's with their faces now, huh? Someone else boldly declares, I believed in him from the start. Another fan excitedly proclaims Suho is now his idol, even threatening to personally deal with anyone who dares insult him. Suho scrolls through all these comments on his phone. Most are brimming with excitement and positivity. He cracks a smile, thinking everything's unfolding exactly as planned. Just then, Chu-Man shuffles in, looking utterly exhausted. His head droops, cradled in one hand. Suho immediately asks, was I granted access to the Swamp of Despair? Chu-Man replies he was just discussing exactly that. He recalls the president's furious expression. The association head had screamed, of course Suho should be given access, and then called Chu-Man an idiot for not doing it immediately. When Suho first asked, Chu-Man adds that now, it seems this hero, practically, has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chu-Man mentally braces himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho explains he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it's a secret, so Chu-Man shouldn't tell anyone. Chu-Man immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he'll remain as silent as a fish. Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells Chu-Man they should move toward clearing the gate now. The scene shifts to Yeongjongdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record his every move. People whisper that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate. Even though Suho is incredibly unique, can he truly conquer this terrifying place? Inside, in the security room, Jinhoo nervously watches the screen. He tells a worried man beside him to just relax. He even suggests they make a bet. Grinning, Jinhoo declares he'll bet $1 million. $1 million that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, agrees reluctantly, hoping Suho comes out alive. But he's convinced it's impossible to clear this place. Meanwhile, Chill-Man stands frozen, utterly horrified. He shouts that the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares at the screens, completely in disbelief. Jinhoo asks if Suho actually cleared already. The other man yells, that's impossible. In a panic, Jinhoo elbows Chill-Man right in the face, demanding to know, how many minutes was Suho inside? 10? 20? Chill-Man shakes his head and says, it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an eerie, ominous sky. He remembers well that this gate caused even more casualties than the nameless sword, and no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never understood what actually happened inside. Suho knows monsters don't appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb the stairs. But every step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase. Victims turned into statues. Suho understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill granting S rank. Mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair kills you, and your corpse becomes another statue on the stairs. This gate is called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks that none of this matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl wildly behind his head, yet a smile graces his lips. The system declares dragon blood has activated, granting him mental damage immunity. With dragon's blood coursing through him, this entire gate becomes nothing but an easy stroll. Suho climbs to the next step effortlessly. Terrible monsters still lurk all around him, yet he keeps walking calmly onward. The higher he climbs, the fewer statues he notices. Only a handful ever made it even halfway up. Twisted faces gaze at him from the sides. Forever trapped, he knows he can't save them. In his past life, he recalls, The hunter who cleared this very gate spent hundreds of days, strengthening his mind to the core. That man attempted to save the victims trapped here, but when he touched the statues, they all crumbled to dust in the end. He was left utterly alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the peak. He gazes at the lifeless forms below and says he knows how much they suffered here. Pressing his palms together solemnly, he promises to set them free. He knows he can only release their trapped souls. A shimmering white portal awaits him. The system declares him MVP and awards him additional experience points and a skill point. It also announces he is the first person ever to clear this portal, awarding him 5 more skill points. Then, a level increase notification appears. More stats are boosted and another skill point is added. Smiling, Suho says it's time for the final reward. The system grants him the Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him see emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. The duration is unknown. Suho remembers that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the same player who cleared this gate. That man used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was later stolen by his enemies. Suho lifts his hand decisively, thinking that this time, things will be different. He slips the ring onto his finger. As he stands at the top of the stairs, the ring instantly begins absorbing the black emotional energy lingering in the corpses below. Thanks to his dragon's blood, Suho remains completely unaffected mentally. He touches the ground, and the system instantly reports. The ring reacts strongly to powerful emotions. Its color turns black as absorption rapidly begins. Black energy swirls around him as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it possibly can. It's still not enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has absolutely no other option. Now, standing before the exit portal, turning toward the gateway, Suho quietly states it's time to leave. The very moment Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly swarmed around him. Their cameras flashed relentlessly, nonstop. He lifted a hand to shield his face, as journalists clamored for him to look into their lenses. Before he could even steady himself, Chulman and Jinwoo rushed straight toward him, both absolutely overflowing with excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And this gate, it was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword itself. Jinwoo shouted that he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was a resounding yes, he really had. Dongwook stared at his tablet in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed. But the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, utterly unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyungwon, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dongwook had a moment to discuss something. Dongwook immediately assumed this was about Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dongwook offered lunch instead, and the president agreed after hanging up. A man strode into the office, clearly wanting to speak, but Dongwook merely called his secretary, Kim Mingang, and instructed her to arrange a meeting with Hunter Suho later that day. A sleek white car pulled up, and Jinwoo told Suho they'd arrived. As they stepped out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared, needing only minor edits before its release. He also suggested they go on a restaurant tour. Next time, since he enjoyed writing food reviews, Suho readily promised to join him. As the car drove off, Suho gazed happily at his ring, saying that Jinwoo's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy. Entering a bustling restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Q-Man greeted him loudly. As the protector of South Korea, the president encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dongwook. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat. Noticing Kyungwon, Q-Man, Dongwook, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol all gathered, confused by the sudden formality. He listened as Kyung-won congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and calling him the future of the nation. Q-man proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-wook confirmed that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, Suho was a special case, who could contribute greatly to the country. So, he would not be restricted at all. Kyung-won laughed, pleased that guild leader. Dong-wook shared the association's goals. He then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho said he appreciated the guild leader's consideration very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would supercharge not only their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Human said the president wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho absolutely rejoiced. This letter practically guaranteed he'd pass the level 5 exam. Out loud, he declared he was deeply honored. Kyung-won explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't keep up. Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned, and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life, so he maintained his guard. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase, and after stepping on it once, he felt the danger and used his tools, while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared, with their mouths agape, as Chief Pai stroked his beard. He was impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Sumon then asked his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked, and asked what ability he gained, when the ring on Suho's finger emitted white light. Suho sensed immediately that the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, so unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so it didn't impress them much. Yet he disliked the feeling of being treated like a hunting dog out loud. He explained that while his primary skill was swordsmanship, he sought support to hone his healing abilities, because a hunter's lifespan was tragically short. Dong-yuk and Kyung-won both readily agreed that hunters faced constant danger, and the Nexus Guild could brilliantly support his development. The leader smiled, pleased, as Chimon declared himself a crucial link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai added that Suho could also count on him. Feeling utterly overwhelmed by so many generous offers, Suho raised his fist and fiercely vowed to clear every gate in Korea. The leaders applauded as Chimon refilled his drink. As night settled, the meeting ended, and Suho and Chief Pai exited, saying goodbye to the association leaders. Suho mentioned he'd enjoyed the evening. As the car pulled away, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one regardless, saying he always smoked after a good party. He handed Suho his business card, noting he usually ignored calls but would answer Suho's. He then asked where Suho lived, and Suho explained that his old place was too mobbed with fans, so he was currently staying in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, declaring this a national problem. Popular hunters immediately became swamped by obsessed crowds. Suho dismissed it as mere normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's aura. Suho realized his comment sounded naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a mindset shared by both the president and vice president. Chief Pai explained that, although the exam would officially be held at year-end, Suho had practically already passed. Suho nodded in acknowledgement. The chief mentioned he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple at all. He then linked arms with Suho, and suggested they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, as Suho would soon be under his command. Once joining the association, Suho agreed, making Pai burst out laughing. Then he asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates altogether and join the Special Force Unit immediately. Suho tensed, the chilling realization hitting him. Pai was baiting him. As Pai coolly flicked his cigarette, Suho finally understood Pai's true motive. The chief hadn't just stayed until the end. He wanted to recruit Suho personally, not just to gather information. Through Dong Hyuk, suddenly, the ring of emotions activated, bathing them in a brilliant white light. Suho internally urged Pai, subtly guiding his intentions. With a reassuring smile, Suho told Pai everything was fine, and stressed the critical importance of the Special Force Unit. The ring hummed, amplifying positive emotions. As white streams of light rose from Pai's eyes, Pai declared that Suho actually possessed true ambition, a rare trait he greatly admired, since most hunters merely chased empty dreams. Then he asked, how close was Suho with Chuman? From the gate department? Suho admitted Chuman was close, but he also sought strong relationships with both Pai, and especially with the president himself, hoping for truly productive cooperation with the head of the Special Forces. Pai, clearly delighted, gently rested his hand on Suho's shoulder, praising his exceptional communication skills. Suho expressed his gratitude and voiced his hope of joining the department through a special recruitment initiative. Pai thoughtfully rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the year's end, and there seemed no real need for special recruitment, especially for someone who would surely qualify anyway. Suho, however, knew better. He knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest, transforming it into something akin to emotional loyalty. This wouldn't last forever, but it was more than enough for his current needs. As they stood together, Pai admitted his surprise that Suho was so committed to joining the association. He then asked about the special recruitment process. Pai explained that such a recruitment wasn't common, but could certainly be arranged if truly necessary. Suho, seizing the moment, praised Pai as an amazing person, causing Pai to cover his mouth with a shy chuckle. Pai then explained that while recruitment decisions typically came from higher authorities, if there was a crucial shortage in the special department, they could easily justify a special intake. Pai then added that if such recruitment were to happen, they'd require solid proof that Suho was truly valuable to the department. Suho asked if he meant just clearing gates. Pai quickly reminded him that the Special Forces dealt with awakened criminals, a far more critical task. Suho had completely overlooked that detail. Pai explained that criminals with awakened abilities were incredibly dangerous, and although Suho possessed great skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were entirely different challenges. He suggested Suho prove himself by selecting any wanted criminal and bringing them straight to the department. If successful, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. A car then pulled up, and Pai commented that most newcomers would panic at the mention of wanted criminals. But Suho clearly wasn't the timid type. Smiling, he said he'd await Suho's news. Suho recalled how, in his past life, Pai didn't even remember his name until after the nameless swordsman's victory. But this time, things were already different. Watching the car leave, Suho understood that soon. The villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make excellent sacrifices for his upcoming plan. Several neat buildings stood ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows, he muttered that he'd walked right into a snake's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room, where the criminals were gathered. Shocked, one thug stammered, asking what was happening, while another yelled that some punk was messing with them. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or crazy. Suho merely smiled calmly, and he insisted he was stone-cold sober. He then asked if they were the very same scumbags who'd been stealing crypto wallets with their elaborate scams. Instantaneously, Fear flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Seo. Gi-1 hostage. The criminals exchanged anxious glances, utterly bewildered by this stranger, and how he knew everything. Someone muttered he might be a cop. Another insisted they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this could get them into deeper trouble. But the reply came swiftly. This bastard already knows too much, so nothing worse can possibly happen if we don't deal with him. Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking how pathetic these opponents were, and mentally challenging them to try and catch him. If they could, they might even prove useful. He summoned the Shadow Spear and fired a shot near one thug, releasing chains that wrapped tightly around him. Purple energy swirled menacingly over the trapped man's body as his bald friend shouted his name in panic. Several criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged effortlessly. A blond man lunged with a spear and actually managed to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminal stared wide-eyed as Suho, splattered lightly with blood, grinned. The system announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long crimson shaft formed in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted that he couldn't kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them senseless. And another criminal rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike. Soon, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering that this was madness. He tried to run, but Suho pierced his leg with the blood spear, and calmly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" With all the criminals defeated and lying around him, Suho sternly warned them to cut the screaming, unless they were begging for an extra dose of pain. He then effortlessly stashed them all inside his subspace portal. He casually dusted off his hands. The only task remaining, he mused, was finding Seo Jiwon. He found him inside the kitchen, an absolute disaster zone. Suho finally spotted his target. Jiwon lay slumped on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man slowly blinked awake, staring blankly, utterly confused at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally regained his bearings, Jiwon shakily glanced around, hesitantly asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly, then introduced himself. Jiwon absolutely froze. He then asked, in sheer horror, "Is this really on Suho, the one from the news?" He simply couldn't grasp how Suho ended up here, or where the criminals who held him hostage had vanished. Still trembling, he looked utterly terrified. Suho suddenly recalled reading in Jiwon's autobiography that Jiwon had been beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by those ruthless thugs. He could tell the man was too traumatized to speak, normally at this very moment. So he reached out his hand. The ring shimmered, responding to Jiwon's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho then pressed his palm gently to Jiwon's chest to absorb them fully. When Suho asked if he felt any better, Jiwon stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his trembling had ceased so quickly. Suho knelt down in front of him, explaining softly and reassuringly that he had noticed Jiwon's terrible condition and deployed one of his skills to help. Jiwon let out a sharp gasp. Then he hesitantly asked, "What happens to me now? Will I be going to jail?" Suho simply asked, "Why would you?" Jiwon admitted he'd committed many wrong deeds. Suho softly reminded him that he had been coerced into everything, and people forced against their will didn't belong in jail. Jiwon reluctantly agreed, though still suspicious. He then pressed, "How did you know I was here?" Since Suho hadn't even officially joined the association yet. Suho simply replied, he found him with a special skill, a secret no one else knew. He stressed that he shared this because he desperately needed Jiwon. Jiwon nervously clutched his left hand, claiming he was utterly useless. Suho, however, firmly disagreed. Jiwon was the only person in Korea with a legendary cyber-type trait. Jiwon stared in stunned disbelief as Suho spoke. Among the countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the absolute rarest, allowing its users' consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 had ever awakened it. One was Seo Jiwon, and the second was Overload. Overload discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and sought to seize control of the entire internet, becoming a nearly unstoppable threat, even after the system itself arrived. The one person who managed to defeat him It was CEO Jaiwan himself. A year after escaping those criminals, Jaiwan mysteriously disappeared, sacrificing himself to destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Media. Everything about his tragic, short life had been recorded in his autobiography. Recalling this, Suho vowed that this time, he wouldn't allow Overload to reappear, nor would he allow Jaiwan to die. Suho told Jaiwan this was exactly why he needed him. The world would, one day, be destroyed by the gates and the system. And Suho couldn't stop that nightmare alone. He asked if Jaiwan would help him. Trembling again, Jaiwan looked at him in awe. As black streams flowed from the ring, the system announced another full absorption. Jaiwan closed his eyes, wondering if someone like him could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape. But now, he felt compelled to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with his exact same power could unleash unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography, a person who endured hell, yet remained selfless. Suho offered his sincere thanks, then declared their first mission was to eat. When Jivan sheepishly admitted he was penniless, Suho nudged some slippers his way, assuring him not to worry. He'd cover the bill. Jivan questioned how Suho knew all this, to which Suho, with an awkward grin, replied it was all thanks to his incredible skill. Tears welled in Jivan's eyes, as Suho gently told him he knew the man had suffered. Later, as they shared a meal, Jivan apologized for devouring the food so ravenously. He hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Suho simply waved it off, ordering another plate. After savoring his soup, Jivan thanked him, then shyly posed a question. Suho reminded him they were a team now and could speak freely. Since they were only a year apart, Jivan could just call him by name. Jivan, having another bowl whisked away, agreed, telling Suho he could also treat him as an old friend. He asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or even founding a powerful guild, especially since government work came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes, explaining that no matter how strong a guild was, its power had limits. He wanted to prevent the world's destruction, with minimal casualties, and the association was the only entity capable of assisting with that. Jivan nodded, finally understanding. Suho set down his spoon and declared he wanted to make a promise. Once he joined the association, no one would ever dare to do something like this to Jivan ever again. Jivan smiled gratefully, assuring him he'd put his trust in him. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's past. Jivan, confused again, followed as Suho donned his jacket, asking if the thugs who'd kidnapped him really grew up with him in the same orphanage. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jivan saw those thugs again, pure rage consumed him. He beat them mercilessly, as they begged him to stop crying brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood, as he screamed for them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Jivan asked to heal the villain again, Suho looked at the man and questioned how many times they'd done this. Jivan cheerfully answered 7 times. Suho warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so the beating session had to end. He healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A gray car pulled up, and Chief Pai Sung Joel stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have everything figured out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were really the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they resisted arrest, but he patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style, a hero who didn't hold back. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho thought about how he had learned this method back when he worked with the special department. In his past life, Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing behind Suho and said he'd heard the criminals use this boy in their schemes, and that it was his first time seeing someone with cyber-type abilities. He declared that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and had to be apprehended. Suho and Jaiwan glared. Suho questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jaiwan was merely a victim. He then handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents proving everything. Pai was stunned Suho had gathered all of it so quickly. He then questioned if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho, understanding Pai's motive, then explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, rendering it useless in gate combat, but invaluable in cybersecurity. Pai examined the documents, stating that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or support roles, then the special department didn't need him. Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jaiwan. Pai commented that Suho was getting soft, taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jaiwan had suffered horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was right. The victim shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and help Jaiwan receive compensation. Suho bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Pai said justice was always his goal. He then asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this very question. Raising a finger, he explained, CO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal, utilizing his unique skill, and Suho checked its validity and organized a rescue. Pai questioned if that was truly what happened. Suho internally scoffed, of course not, but held his tongue. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho humbly replied it was just luck. Pai replied that luck favors the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jaiwan finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind him and said that he would be coming with him. Jaiwan looked around the apartment in utter shock as Suho grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was unbelievably luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jaiwan couldn't help but say it out loud. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his home at all. This belonged to Ju Jin-woo, the PBS reporter, as he poured the drink into a glass. He mentioned the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the entire place to themselves. Jaiwan accepted the glass nervously, asking if the owner wouldn't be furious about bringing someone over. Without permission, Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal at all, but warned Jaiwan not to talk too much. Jaiwan slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent as a fish. Then he quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified. Jaiwan, you were kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening your ability, right? Jaiwan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload. For that, he needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Shocked, Jaiwan asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him. But Suho shook his head while typing on the laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Jaiwan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency. Turning the laptop toward him, Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jaiwan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't openly mention. Although Jaiwan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jaiwan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm, as the system notified Suho that player CO Jaiwan was attempting to transfer his consciousness, plunging into the digital world, requesting permission. Suho's approval flashed. The system then declared the transition was commencing, and Suho's face tightened in genuine surprise. Just moments later, he suddenly found himself standing amidst a sprawling, massive vineyard, under a vibrant sky, a shocking realization hitting him. He'd enter the laptop's very home screen, the iconic Windows wallpaper he'd always merely seen, but never once imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jivan, scurrying up from behind, called out to him, practically bursting with excitement. He exclaimed how bizarre it felt to see someone else here, because, until this very moment, he'd always been utterly alone in this digital world. Suho confessed it was his first time too, and it felt absolutely incredible. Jivan gazed around at the endless, sprawling fields, and asked, bewildered, if they really were. Inside the actual wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with lush, vibrant grapevines. He even plucked a grape, chewing it curiously, earning a hearty laugh from Jivan, who quickly reminded him the digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, admitting he just wanted to test it out anyway. As they strolled through the vineyard, Jivan then posed the question, how exactly they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was taken aback that he didn't know. Levels, of course, rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether those actions happened in the physical world or not. He even jogged his memory that Jivan had boosted his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jivan then questioned if leveling up in a virtual environment was truly possible. Suho clarified that skills could definitely be trained there, but character levels couldn't. However, this digital world was a whole different story. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you. And that was what made it capable of affecting the system itself. They halted before a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jivan pondered what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, cheerfully claiming to organize devices with ease. Suho revealed it wasn't an antivirus at all. No, it was malware. When Jivan asked if he truly intended to level up with a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware acted like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jivan needed to risk his life to defeat them and gain experience. He warned him again. Dying here meant dying for real. He also instructed him never to answer the guide's questions, because doing so would unleash even more viruses. As they stepped inside, a sweet blue-haired girl greeted them, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled and said it sounded tempting. Jivan nervously admitted he almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and told him he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared with a much sharper tone, repeating her question this time. Dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters filled the status window. A terrified Jivan pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him that, although they were stuck inside, the monsters could not escape through the door. If Jivan couldn't escape either, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic well. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jivan to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jivan's hand as he confirmed readiness, and Suho charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. And eventually, after a tense battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them off, Jivan collapsed onto one knee, exhausted and shaking, admitting he thought he was going to die. Suho told him he was still alive. And now, level 59, he asked how Jivan was doing. Jivan said he had reached level 55. Suho realized he was far more talented than anyone had anticipated. With the right guidance, he could work perfectly alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jivan to his feet, suggesting they log out and get some rest. Jivan eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on his couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up, without having to enter actual gates. He then checked the public's reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was absolutely flooded with admiration, with people asking the government to give him a medal, fans clamoring for souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly, knowing that as long as he kept clearing gates, the world would treat him like a hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made his life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as he'd planned, he decided it was time for his next move. Suho ended up on a late-night call with guild leader Bei. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under Nexus Guild's name and throwing in the promise that every single piece of loot would go straight into the guild's pockets. No strings, no conditions. Just pure grind value. The gate in question is the infamous mole mine, an S-rank dungeon packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speed running through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing just how annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked, as if this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bay was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold. He just didn't understand why the kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So before dipping, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. Bay understood, even though a hint of disappointment slipped through. At least Suho told him straight, instead of doing some dramatic last-minute announcement, like half the hunters who ditched for the association. Without warning, Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners. And none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where Dihan greeted him warmly. With an outstretched hand, Suho shook his hand, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met, and then told Jivan, who stood beside him, that this was Dahan, the one who had taken the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Dahan admitted that he only passed the exam, thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all sat around a table, and Suho asked whether Diwan had managed to join any squad yet. Diwan replied that he was still training, entering gates, and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build experience and increase their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he asked Dahan if he would like to gain experience in his own squad. He explained that he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be helpful to have him. Dahan reacted in surprise, but quickly said that if Suho was interested in him, he was then ready to lend a hand, no matter the task. He even shouted joyfully, claiming he was always ready to assist. Suho smiled, announcing they'd start immediately, which left Dahan staring in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were locked in combat with a digital copy of Suho. One shouted they absolutely needed to flank him from the opposite side, as the fight intensified with cries of effort and pain. Yeonhwa stood with her fist clenched tightly, as the ghostly Suho lunged directly at her. In a single, swift strike, the copy severed her head. The squad staggered back in utter shock, while Yeonhwa gritted her teeth in fury, vowing that one day she would personally kill Suho with her bare hands. The real Suho, standing right behind her, calmly told her she was already doing much better. The squad spun around, utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the real person had just materialized. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad's mood had become rather gloomy. Yeonhwa complained they died at least 100 times already, and their morale was absolutely suffering. Suho smiled, remarking that judging by their eyes, they were already quite used to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as a catastrophic event, which he considered a very good sign indeed. Jaiwan and Diwan watched all of this unfold with utter surprise. Suho then announced that new members had just joined a squad, introducing the two to the Banshee team. The group eyed the newcomers curiously, while Suho explained they'd arrived earlier and shared their names. Diwan offered a smile, while Jivan looked visibly nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of his place yet. Yeonhwa tightened her fist, declaring they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she warned she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head clean off, and the entire Banshee group was absolutely fueled with killing intent. Suho smiled, stating he truly liked that attitude, advising the newcomers to develop the very same instinct. Yun asked why that was so necessary, and Suho replied gently that it was absolutely essential if they wanted to survive inside real gates. He declared that from this day forward, they would all train to clear gates as a team. Yunhwa stepped closer, and Suho informed her one newcomer was a mage, the other a tank, so sword training wasn't needed. She needed to organize the squad properly, utilize the clones effectively, and train everyone hard. Yunhwa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window and replied that he'd have to change the clone settings, but soon they'd understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. When she asked him again about the gate's type, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it'd be inconvenient to call each other with random shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yunhwa said she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then said he needed to leave for other matters, and asked them to notify him. Once preparations were complete, Dahan and Jaiwan watched in confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword from the ground. When they asked what they should do, Yunhwa told them they would soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed his sword at them, calling them trash, and asking why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack instead of just staring. Dahan was stunned, saying he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yunhwa remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars weren't allowed any farther, so Suho would have to walk. Suho agreed calmly and continued forward, standing before tall buildings. He then activated his ring using First Mumu, and the system reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, it had been activated to erase his very presence. As he walked down the sidewalk, he took in the neighborhood of Payu, once renowned as the Golden Land. Noticing the beggars nearby, he recalled how truly prosperous this place once was. But after the emergence of countless gates, and far too few hunters to clear them, the area had been reduced to desolation. If not for these infernal gates, this place would never have become such a ruined, desolate district, passing the impoverished residents. He thought about how the area was now riddled with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, but still, he remained resolute. He needed to clear the gates swiftly, and when the right moment came, this place could finally prove useful. Looking up, he realized that this abandoned area had drawn in a certain group of individuals who might prove quite valuable to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering that he had often visited here. In his past life, a man peeked through a small window in the door and asked, "Who are you?" Suho stated he wanted to purchase the mine. As First Mumu deactivated, the man immediately recognized him as Suho. Smiling, Suho confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside, pointing at a sofa across from him. The man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had specific orders regarding Suho. He then asked if Suho had ever been to Paiju. Suho, ignoring the question, asked if the man was uncomfortable. The man, confused, repeated the question, and Suho noted that he didn't look comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho had noticed. Suho told him not to worry, as they were alone. The man then removed the mask, revealing a stunning, red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals alone to possess such keen abilities. Suho immediately recognized her as Choi Yun. She was one of the most renowned gate brokers in the entire country. In his past life, though, he gained access to countless portals thanks to her. But now, in this timeline, she was barely known. Choi Yun casually crossed her legs and asked how Suho even knew about this place, adding that she found it quite interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho mused to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity much later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his sleek briefcase on the table, he simply stated, "I always learn what I want to know. Let's talk about gates," he suggested. She probed, "Which ones are you looking for?" He then asked if she had access to the twisted forest. Choi Yun stiffened, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Suho then pushed the briefcase towards her, stating he wanted to buy a pass, and that he'd be entering alone. She explained that the twisted forest had only appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few people even knew about it. She pressed, "How did you even know I had access to it? And what price were you expecting?" Suho answered that explaining such details wasn't necessary in the black market. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than absolutely necessary. There were generally 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself, or buying a one-time entry ticket. Ownership cost far more, of course, but even a single entry into a popular gate could be astronomically expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized and stated that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won. She added that clearing it alone was extremely difficult, asking if he was absolutely sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry, since it was entirely his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he'd give her the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he'd certainly surprised her, hence all her probing questions. She agreed to take him. Their car soon crossed a bridge. Suho then spotted an emblem proudly displayed on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the union. He thought, that's good. Their influence would certainly prevent any trouble. Looking out the window, he listened intently as she asked if he was surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was quite unusual. He remembered how, after the appearance of the gates, North Korea had fallen into utter chaos. China had tried to seize control, but failed due to the creatures swarming near its borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved much more freely. During the ride, Choi Yun commented that Suho was much more straightforward than she had expected. She mentioned that after reading about him in articles, she had assumed he'd be completely different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They stepped out of the car, directly in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yun announced she'd brought a guest who wished to enter the Twisted Forest, adding that the payment had already been made. A scar-faced man grumbled that he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho certainly surprised him. The girl sharply told him to mind his manners and demanded to know where his boss was. A bald man then stepped out of tent, introducing himself as the leader of this place and claiming it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho quietly examined him, recognizing him as Bang Dok, also infamously known as the Woodsman, a notorious human trafficker who had once kidnapped countless people, referred to them as logs, and sold them like mere merchandise. In his past life, this man had been captured and subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't recall him ever working with the Union or owning a gate. They then stood before a pristine white vehicle. Choi Yun asked if they could enter the gate. Immediately, Bang Dok replied that she could, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang Dok slowly removed his glasses and claimed they only sold tickets to people who absolutely couldn't clear the portal themselves. Someone like Suho simply didn't meet the conditions. Suho frowned, thinking such a justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun challenged him directly, asking if he was trying to hike up the price on the spot. She folded her arms, warning him not to expect her to tolerate such treatment. Bang Duak quickly flashed a smile, then turned away, claiming it was just a joke. Suho knew well that even the woodsman himself wouldn't dare argue much with a union broker. Bang Dok grumbled that no one let him joke anymore, then told them to follow him. Choi Yun politely gestured for Suho to go ahead, assuring him she would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho understood that if he managed to clear the gate successfully, an ambush could be waiting for him on the way out. That was precisely why brokers were responsible for keeping their clients safe, and why so few of them existed by the time the shutter lifted. Then, the glowing portal materialized. Bang Duak then asked Suho if he truly intended to enter alone, and if he thought he was truly invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped through the gate. Inside the Twisted Forest, a blue portal shimmered before him, and the system reported that entry had officially begun. It also clearly stated the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted, and the maximum squad size allowed inside was 8. Suho stepped further into the twisted forest, lifting his gaze as he took in the bizarre, twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to end up in this particular place. In his previous life, he had never entered this gate himself, but he had heard enough about it to know exactly what awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated magic detection, and purple streams of energy rose upward. A massive, glowing yellow eye glared back at him, as he suddenly realized the trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking precisely beside the monster's eye. He figured an axe would be ideal for the situation, but he didn't have one handy right then. The ant unleashed a deafening roar. As Suho summoned his bloody sword, he recalled how the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these ants. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he needs some serious leveling before he could easily defeat a foe like this. He slashed forward, bisecting the monster's attack mid-air. The system promptly reported decapitation activated. Clutching his weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference in power. 30 levels separated him from this colossal ant, so it made sense he couldn't just obliterate it instantly. He resolved to fight, relying solely on his swordsman skills. His blade left a crimson trail behind it, as another thunderous roar echoed. Soon, he stood victorious over the monster's chopped remains, his sword trembling ever so slightly. Even taking down a single ant proved challenging, but he could feel his level steadily rising. He pushed onward, realizing the sheer abundance of monsters here made this an excellent training ground. A gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye, as Suho launched himself upward, soaring high into the air, and vowing to turn this creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him, as he stood atop the destroyed ants, proclaiming he'd finally managed to do it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the seemingly slow progress, he had indeed reached the result he wanted. A flicker of surprise touched his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had reached maximum level. It explained that F rank. Healing now utilized mana more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and dramatically reduced regeneration time. It showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how before level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they rose once more, and at level 100, he'd finally be able to change his class completely, leaping down from the broken tree trunks. Suho strode forward, hands casually tucked into his pockets, convinced a boss monster would appear any moment. Meanwhile, in the middle of a deceptively quiet pond, sat a mysterious, horned creature. Its eyes were closed, but then they snapped open. The system identified it as Malayan, the ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster boss. Suho stopped dead in front of the formidable horned figure, finally encountering his very first one-star monster. He mused that monsters below level 99 typically weren't specially classified, but from level 100 onward, they earned 1 star for every 100 levels. Malayan spoke, declaring an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he himself had been invited to nothing in this world, since the monsters were the ones who opened the portals first, yet they dared to call others uninvited. In his eyes, it was almost amusingly absurd. Summoning his shadow spear, he declared Malayan simply didn't understand a thing. The system reported the activation of divine power. As he rushed forward, hurling the spear, Malayan effortlessly caught it with a single hand, sensing a surge of divine energy, and asked if Suho was a servant of the gods. Suho formed a glowing red sphere of blood in his palm, and acknowledged the boss's shrewd guess. The projectile shot forward, striking the spear, and forcing it to stab right through Malayan's chest. Suho scoffed, remarking he expected more from a one-star boss. Boss Malayan, however, calmly removed the spearhead, a predatory smile slowly creeping across his face, as he declared that Suho had just made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned that The forest trembled with Malayan's unleashed fury. His terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, until the dragon blood inside him instantly responded, activating the dragon's armor and shielding him from the intense aura. Suho noted Malayan's powerful aura, but concluded the fight now was essentially between a deer and a dragon. Malayan furiously demanded to know what dark magic was protecting him. Suho claimed it wasn't magic at all, but simply a reward for his relentless effort. He summoned the Shadow Spear once more, and the boss scoffed, asking if that was truly all he had. Suho shot back that he could do much more if he had to. The spear struck the ground right in front of Malayan, and black chains coiled tightly around the boss. The system activated instantly, deploying shadow binding and shadow bleeding. Malayan tore through them with ease, demanding, "Do you truly believe such childish tricks will work on me?" He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling fiercely, as black energy surged menacingly upward. Menacing formations rose from the pond's depths. With a confident smile, Malayan challenged Suho, "Feel the difference in our strength." Suho watched him calmly, then said, "I'm looking forward to it." A powerful strike came hurtling towards him, which he dodged with effortless grace, responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade turned crimson as the system activated decapitation. Suho acknowledged that this enemy was indeed much tougher than those mere ants. He leapt back to avoid a massive root attack, then cleanly severed another. Malayan sneered, claiming Suho didn't even know how to properly wield a sword. Suho admitted it with a casual smile, stating he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's slashes continued, relentless, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had stopped using divine power, unable to grasp the purpose of these seemingly weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms and prepared another attack, sending multiple roots surging forward. He promised to cut Suho into 1,000 pieces. But when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly, standing calmly on a stone island. Suho's calm expression contrasted Malayan's utter shock. Malayan tried to justify it, imagining Suho had merely struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell with clean, precise cuts, Suho said his technique seemed to have worked. He had been using decapitation for the system to assess his technique. Now, recognizing his true mastery, it significantly amplified his strength. Clutching a menacing red and black sword, he watched the system announce. His swordsmanship had surpassed all others, upgrading decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message stated that the very will of the nameless sword reacted to this power boost. Smiling, Suho devoured the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, choosing a new target. Then the system congratulated him for becoming the successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed another monstrous swarm of roots, shouting that Suho couldn't possibly stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and cleanly split the massive root in half. The system identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style slash. Malayan, utterly enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho replied that it wasn't magic, holding his bloodied blade forward. He declared the real fun was just beginning. The system announced that Suho's understanding of swordsmanship had surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first forged this style, mistakenly believing he'd reached his limit. Later, he realized there were true monsters, like the nameless swordsman, whose skills defied all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void-style steel cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far, far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho asked, "Has life taught you nothing?" The system activated cutting steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Suho questioned if the boss was blind in his old age and promised to finish him. Malayan refused to back down, summoning giant, twisted monsters behind him. The system identified them as twisted forest golems. levels 96 to 98. Suho declared Malayan had summoned these pathetic creatures. Malayan just smirked, ordering his golems to take Suho down. But Suho charged right in, striking one down with a single, swift blow. As the system's cutting steel activated once more golems collapsed, dropping vivid green stones. Standing victorious among the defeated monsters, Suho told Malayan plainly, "Steel is no longer difficult for me to cut." So these creatures never stood a chance. Malayan snarled, sending even more vines his way. Suho sliced through them effortlessly, declaring the boss had exhausted all his strength. He leaped onto a stone, then another, declaring it was time to finish this. Leaping high into the air, he kicked Malayan mid-flight, knocking the boss right into the water. Water streamed down the monster's body, as Suho summoned a deadly shadow spear, and then wrapped him tightly in chains. Malayan struggled fiercely, demanding Suho stop talking, and daring to mock, not a being of his stature, but the chains held him tight. Suho swung his blade, beheading him with a single, decisive strike. The system then announced Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been utterly defeated, and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, receiving bonus experience, one skill point and another skill point, as all his abilities surged with the level increase. A mysterious green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho stated, "This is what I came for." The system described it as the cursed druid sphere, rejected by the very gods, an artifact that controlled unstable minds and corrupted them completely. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and twisted guardian of the entire forest. Suho examined the sphere closely, thinking that while the void style was certainly valuable, this sphere had been his true goal all along. With that, he decided it was finally time to leave. Outside the portal, the watching crowd gasped, as they realized the gate had been cleared. Choyin was absolutely shocked he had succeeded. Banduka stai absoluti nendai. Remembering their earlier, heated conversation, the gate was S rank, normally allowing up to 8 participants. A dungeon deemed almost impossible to clear. It had been his personal gold mine. He vividly remembered the immense effort to claim ownership of that gate. And now, one mere boy had snatched it all away. Furious, he bellowed at Choi Yun, demanding if she grasped his investment's true cost, and that even 100 million won wouldn't be nearly enough compensation. His men smirked ominously as he commanded them to skin Suho alive. Choi Yun stepped forward, her voice firm, asking if they truly understood the severe consequences of their reckless actions. Bang Duk roared back, cursing loudly, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him. But before he could finish, the tip of a shadow spear burst clean through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own crimson blood before collapsing, as his terrified followers screamed in panic. Suho calmly stepped out of the portal and approached the now utterly frightened gang members, leaning casually over their fallen leader. Squinting ever so slightly, he asked Choi Yun, "Can we leave now?" The remaining men glared, muttering for him to just go. Suho then coolly asked if they planned on returning the money he'd already paid. The tip of his menacing sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, pressing the crimson and shadowy blade directly to his throat, Suho informed them chillingly that, since the portal owners had so blatantly broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded a full refund. The man quickly, fearfully agreed. A car door slammed shut as they swiftly left the chaotic scene. Choi Yun, now seated at the wheel, thanked him profusely. Suho replied, "Of course you should be grateful." Then he added, "But thanks can't exactly be put in a pocket. So, a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt, would it?" She conceded he certainly had a sharp tongue, and he retorted that it was only natural since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to punch in her number, so they could easily stay in touch. Choi Yun countered, saying she'd call him first instead. Suho grinned, saying he'd absolutely welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After a final goodbye, he stepped away from the car. As he left, Choi Yun softly remarked that he was far nicer than she'd ever expected. The scene then shifts to Nexus Academy, 9 a.m. A flurry of footsteps pounded across the pavement, as someone called out, asking where they were headed. Suho, holding the trunk lid open, explained he'd spill all the details once they got there. Slamming the trunk shut, he added they couldn't keep their boss waiting any longer. Leading his squad forward, he announced they were headed straight for the miners' quarry. This news instantly made his comrades' eyes light up with excitement. The group assembled before the massive security frame, which enveloped the portal, just as a car pulled up beside them. Bae-dong-yuk stepped forward, thanking Suho for making it. Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive, without any trouble at all. Before them, a towering iron barrier stood firm, and Suho asked if the land keeper's mine lay within. Dong-yuk explained a safety zone had been constructed, specifically to contain the gate's raw energy. And right behind him, a team of workers stood ready, all sporting bright yellow helmets. He confirmed he'd arranged the mining team, precisely as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they start the briefing. Dong-yuk readily agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho was holding a tablet. He explained that deep inside the mine resided creatures known as the Land Keeper Kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them all, they'd be able to gather a massive amount of monostones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward: destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the Land Keeper's gate. A guild secretary asked, surprised, "Is it really that simple?" The group looked around thoughtfully, and someone quietly wondered why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied he'd be fighting the boss alone, so he felt it didn't need further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as he'd previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would exclusively belong to the Nexus Guild. He shook hands with Dong-yuk, who declared he was truly counting on him. Suho thanked him for the immense trust and vowed he wouldn't disappoint. Then, a smile gracing his lips, he turned to a nearby miner, telling him his squad should hold back, only beginning to mine once they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming his understanding. Turning back to his own squad, Suho asked if they were truly prepared, since this was their first time ever entering a portal. He then asked if they were nervous. The horrifying illusion of a monstrous Suho hovered menacingly in their memories, with tears welling in her eyes. Yenho admitted that they all were, remembering how he had tormented them. During training, Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing before his eager squad, he told them this mission would be a long one, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned Daehan the task of covering Jivan, and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he stated clearly, was the absolute safety of the miners. Unlike the familiar Kunlun Mountains, the dead here wouldn't resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A vibrant red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him, and the squad responded eagerly. The system announced their entry inside. I then walked through a dark passage. The system displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level, 88. Allowed maximum capacity, 56. Soon, a spear is seen impaled in a kobold's head. Suho then charged at another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth, as a blood jade artifact refilled itself with a spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, giving him enough time to gather their blood. One of the miners was utterly astonished, exclaiming that Suho had destroyed all the enemies. With a single blow, a Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly. And when the miner asked if the boy had never seen Suho fight, Kawan admitted it was true, since their leader typically only talked a big game. Yunhua urged them to keep up the pace. The squad pushed forward, joining the intense battle. They received orders to eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising cover. Diwan swiftly decapitated another kobold creature nearby, and Yunhua told everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in. Suho looked over his shoulder with a small smile, satisfied that they were following his instructions and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Yunhua told the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters had pushed forward a bit, the miners immediately started digging. Massive crystals glimmered all around them. As one miner announced, they had nearly finished gathering the stones and requested they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double-check for valuables, and to remove any monster corpses blocking the area. A miner suddenly noticed something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man said he couldn't believe what he was witnessing, as monsters spat blue blood around them. Suho delivered another precise strike, then pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon. His eyes turned white, as defeated enemies piled beneath him. Resting the blood sword on his shoulder, he stood amid the fallen creatures. The miners in his squad stared at him, in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an honor. Suho suddenly sensed something amiss, and ordered everyone to gather. Yanhwa responded immediately. In a section of the mine, he pointed out a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho said the Nexus Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate because endless hordes of kobolds overwhelmed them. A voice asked if they needed to split up. Unleashing his blood-soaked blade, Suho declared he would go alone. They questioned him again, utterly stunned, but he merely raised his weapon, declaring a boss awaited inside. With one explosive strike, stones exploded outward, as his cutting steel skill activated. Diwan watched in utter amazement that Suho could cleave solid rock with a single blow, and Yanhwa pondered aloud how such strength was even remotely possible. Standing before the narrow passage he'd created, Suho explained he'd purposely made it tight, so monsters couldn't swarm out all at once. He ordered them to remain here, guarding the right side, while he took the left. Someone then asked if they should simply eliminate any goblins emerging from a newly cut passageway. Suho confirmed they absolutely should, adding that, originally, he had intended to block the entire entrance. But then a thought struck him. They wouldn't gain any experience that way. Pivoting away from his squad, he told them explicitly not to look for him, under any circumstances whatsoever, if he didn't return within 12 hours. They were to abandon the mine entirely. Yanhwa agreed. Suho thought to himself that he would need every one of those 12 hours to finish what he'd planned. Turning his head back once more, he told them they would meet again soon. Duho muttered that Suho had completely blocked the entrance, and openly questioned whether the man was sane. Hyunmin stated that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be incredibly difficult, and he feared Suho might not make it. Jivan shot back that Suho would be absolutely fine, reminding them all that their leader had already cleared 2 sealed gates and countless dangerous portals. Single-handedly, Yanhwa smiled, saying they all remembered that, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed, and said they needed to make absolutely sure Suho would be utterly shocked at how much they had improved. By the time he returned, the group clenched their fists, radiating determination, ready to unleash everything he had learned in training. Massive stones lay scattered before him, and Suho declared nothing was holding him back now. Ahead, a countless army of kobolds stretched out. He proclaimed it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted that there were, indeed, an overwhelming horde of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their sheer numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled, as the system identified them as level 72 to 74, and Suho rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with growls, as he delivered rapid strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately, raising his weapon, blocking the blow with an amused smirk. He admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though it only added unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper kobolds. Outside, Daeon delivered a finishing strike to an enemy, and smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce they had dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be fine. A miner suggested they take a break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the crystals, relieved that it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already passed. A miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired, and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jivan admitted that there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Yanhwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Jaiwan for defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan explained that this was only possible because Suho had created an arrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed at them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Younghwa thoughtfully studied the fallen kobolds, feeling that Suho must have been here already. She hoped he was doing all right. Recalling her very first encounter with him, she thought about how terribly that meeting had gone, and how she'd simply assumed he was insane. But as time went on, she realized she'd actually begun to worry about him. A faint smile touched her lips. She accepted that she couldn't help him right now, and admitted to herself that it was unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone, his bloody sword in hand, biting into a chocolate bar. He grumbled that the kobolds still weren't attacking him, even though he was openly eating right in front of him. Tiredly standing up, he noticed the monsters glaring at him, but still not moving. He wondered aloud, had they finally grown afraid of him? Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him at all. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought there was only one thing he wanted, to find the portal's true boss. It was far too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained it would illuminate the area, not for quite a long time. Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright, scattered lights. In a now illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari. Level 99, Suho considered that. Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on ore, and possessing a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared, "It's time to begin." He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd as he realized that the spear had simply bounced off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it slowly rose. It threw its head back, unleashing a deafening roar. The kobolds instantly covered their ears, trembling in terror. Far below, the miners looked up, eyes wide with panic. One muttered, "It felt just like an earthquake," while another lamented, "I never imagined dying like this." Younghwa watched as stones tumbled from the cavern ceiling. She quickly realized the tremor's source was coming from the direction Suho had gone. Sweat beaded and ran down her face as she desperately tried to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, a smirk playing on his lips as he noted. The colossal creature definitely didn't appreciate being woken up. The system flashed a warning. Bulgasari was unleashing its boss. Monster-level fear skill. The enormous jaws roared once more. But Suho stood his ground, completely unfazed. The system reported that the dragon's blood within him had suddenly activated, granting him potent resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with pure menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword, boldly inviting the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a massive steel projectile from its trunk, aiming directly at Suho. He recalled that Bulgasari converted the raw ore stored within its body directly into lethal ammunition, spitting it out with incredible force. Though the technique seemed primitive, its destructive power was utterly terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, thinking, steel is one of the strongest materials out there, and few things can match it. With a clean, precise slice, he bisected the projectile. Steel Slash had activated. Smiling confidently, Suho announced, "It's time to tame this monster." He felt a surge of relief that he'd collected so much blood. Earlier, Bulgasari roared furiously and charged forward. White energy burst violently from its massive body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground with destructive force. The creature opened its gaping maw wide, moving with shocking, unbelievable speed. Suho inwardly admitted such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho had leapt aside just in time. Though still shaken, he knew he couldn't waste a single precious moment. The entire cave could collapse at any time. Leaping from a rock, he conjured his blood-soaked blade. Gripping it tight, he channeled every drop of blood he'd gathered, preparing for the mightiest strike imaginable. With a swift, resolute blow, He severed one of Bulgasari's massive limbs. The skill, Steel Slash. The monster shrieked in excruciating pain as its detached limb crashed to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho scrutinized the creature, realizing that the Steel Slash attack's effectiveness didn't rely on the depth of the wound. No matter how thick the armor, his blade would still inflict maximum damage. Seeing the fallen limb, a surge of confidence hit him. He was certain now, this monster could be defeated. Suho then considered the well-known strategy against Bulgasari, using fire. In his past life, this creature had only been vanquished with an overwhelming torrent of flames. But, he reminded himself, such a method demanded an enormous amount of firepower, and since he wasn't a mage, that option was simply unavailable to him. Standing firm, blood sword in hand, he realized this was why he had no other choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the earth, the monster letting out a low, menacing growl. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden, alarming change. A potent wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system flashed a warning. Bulgasari is shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed limb pulsed faintly. Suho recalled the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it would compress its body and utilize the absorbed minerals to restore itself. This was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost grotesque appendage began sprouting from the wound as the regeneration process unfolded. Suho smirked, asking, "Did you truly expect me to just stand here and watch you heal?" Yellow waves of power then spiraled wildly around Bulgasari. The system suddenly declared the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming over it, as absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more menacing form. The two opponents stood poised, facing each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was unleashing every skill it possessed, unleashing its full, terrifying strength, in a desperate attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed every ounce of its power for this single, decisive confrontation. Suho, still wearing that faint smile, calmly accepted the impending challenge. The monster lunged forward with explosive speed, the system announcing it was activating the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his blood-stained sword. Suho braced himself for impact. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters in existence, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade, sharp and true, will be able to break through such formidable power. Then the two clashed. His sword met the monster's rapidly rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained utterly calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless, pathetic motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward into the cavern, as if trying to comprehend what had just happened. Suho, momentarily pausing, tried to process if he had truly already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full, devastating force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing ominously, as Suho pointed a pulsing green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them noted that the intense shaking seemed to have finally stopped. Yanhwa looked up, while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared as though the expedition had already gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her head slightly in thought. Guan stated that now, all they could do was wait. Suddenly Yanhwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message, confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared in Suho as the most valuable player. Yanhwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Ji-won said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly said that he had done it. He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgarsari's place would have died instantly. But he had not come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy, as he explained to himself that his only goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he had obtained. After defeating Milan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99 with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and species domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant. As the system activated healing, his hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully, surrounded by enormous crystals. He explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they could not return here again, so they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping, looked cheerful. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad was waiting at the mine's other end, confused and growing increasingly anxious, wondering what was taking their leader so long. Suho now found himself inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only a select few in the entire world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned from living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a player known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones like a living vacuum. Once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Daehan, Yonghwa, Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehan grew increasingly restless, convinced that Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered to each other, assuming that Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps he'd sustained injuries during the brutal fight. A few even considered venturing deeper to check, but Jivan held firm, insisting they strictly follow Suho's orders. Yanawa agreed, even though worry quietly tugged at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would utterly collapse, and Suho had explicitly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them dared to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward. In a blinding burst of purple energy, Suho walked out through the smoke, appearing completely calm, as if he'd just finished a short training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad immediately rushed toward him, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jivan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jivan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had followed his orders. Loyally, Yanawa admitted she was relieved. that their trust had not been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply said that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker past had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and declared that it was finally time to leave the cave. For good, the group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bae Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall squarely on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with news. Breaking news. Suho and his entire squad have returned safely. Dongyuk rushes out, overwhelmed with relief to greet them. Suho confirms the gate has been cleared. He requests that their successful clearance be officially registered. Later, everyone gathers back at the office. They review all the collected materials and recorded data. Dongyuk is absolutely stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits are absolutely massive. They estimate over 7.2 billion, with resources potentially exceeding 10 billion won. As they process this, Suho quietly recalls the raw magic stones he had claimed for himself in advance, and almost lets out a laugh. His personal haul alone is worth a fortune. To be fair, Dongyuk offers Suho's squad 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho pretends to be surprised, even though he inwardly thinks it's way too generous. He's already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding more would just feel plain greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agree on a balanced reward that satisfies both sides. Once that matter is settled, Suho brings up something else entirely. He wants to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild itself. Since he'll soon be joining the Hunter Association as a government hunter, he won't be able to officially lead his team. He asks Dongyuk to quietly support them and register them within the guild so they can continue serving as a hidden force. From behind the scenes, Dongyuk absolutely loves the idea and agrees immediately. Suho reflects that it's only because he regressed that he could build such a solid foundation, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and truly test each person until they prove themselves trustworthy allies. This time, he wants Real companions walking beside him, not just opportunists. Later, Suho enters the locker room, where his squad is gathered, still buzzing with excitement about their previous mission. G1 immediately leaps toward him with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho called them together and dropped the big news. Effective immediately, they were all officially part of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had actually quit their previous jobs just to follow him, but now they get proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status, with potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were absolutely ecstatic, celebrating like they'd just won the lottery. Just then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep, surprising everyone from here on out. The next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space, created through Jaiwen's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from outside, but inside, the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanhwa glanced toward Jivan, who was catching his breath, while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jivan insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jivan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, teasing that their youngest member was really fired up. Today, another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and hushing everyone into silence. Younghwa reached out, helping Jivun steady himself, and warned him not to show even a hint of weakness if they wanted to reach level 100, if they truly want to keep pace. With their leader's formidable reputation, they still had a long, arduous road ahead. The others agreed. If Jivun wanted proper recognition, he had to keep pushing forward. Their collective determination surged. The entire team shouted together, no matter how tough the climb became, they would give it their absolute all. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he'd already decimated. Their raw enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic. He had told Jivun to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably crash in an instant. Suho walked up to Jaiwon and asked whether he was holding up. Jaiwon tried to appear unfazed, saying he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day and that it was time to log out. Jaiwon froze, utterly stunned, unable to believe Suho had already cleared the stage. Already, the rest of the team, exhausted but irritated, felt like their leader had played a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew then they were pushing themselves harder. For his sake, he exited the virtual space. Later, in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a tranquil cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone and organized his next steps. Since he had just entered the recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority was locating a certain individual. Soon, a white car pulled up outside. Choyun stepped out casually and walked inside, as if she owned the whole place. She boldly ordered a strawberry frappe, but Suho quickly reminded her that she wasn't exactly in a position to be demanding drinks, since he was the one who'd called her here to finally collect on the favor she owed him. But before she could even react, the waiter smoothly placed the frappe right in front of her. Turns out, Suho had already ordered it. She just blinked, utterly stunned, wondering how he knew exactly what she'd order. And the perfect timing, Suho just brushed it off, claiming it was just simple intuition. But in truth, the massive library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even the smallest details. Even her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he asked if she had located the person he'd requested. She handed him a document folder, still totally confused why he wanted intel on who she assumed was nothing but a junkie. But Suho corrected her instantly. The man he was looking for was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memories, that so-called junkie would eventually become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world. Nam Hee-won, he mused silently to himself, that finding solid intel on someone like Hee-won wasn't easy, yet Choyun had still pulled it off. She was undeniably exceptional at her work. Suho then declared. The next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, specifically one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze solid. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks held authority over that specific Cheongdam location. Even high-level brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves spiked. She quickly pointed out that even knowing about the place was highly unusual. Suho simply reminded her that she still owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her even harder, even taunting her, suggesting that if her entire life's worth was just a stack of paltry paperwork, then maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered and visibly sweating, she started sputtering out childish excuses. Finally, utterly defeated, she said she'd make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited patiently, knowing the Union would ultimately choose the most logical course of action and approve his request. When she returned, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer painfully obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was the closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one crucial condition. She explained that if he met her condition, then he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still incredibly expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the Union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all, he was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choi-yun told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The Union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen? Suho asked, curious about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain, and filled with massive wyverns. Fast sky blue dragons. These were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. And she added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it, then asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid. But Suho walked right past them, without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choi-yun stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won remarked, quite surprised, that Suho had turned down all supplies, and insisted on tackling the gate solo. Choi-yun simply shrugged, believing he had his own grand scheme. Besides, their boss had mentioned that, win or lose, succeed or fail, observing Suho would be absolutely fascinating. She remained confident he'd emerge victorious, as Suho always surpassed expectations in the end. Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, couldn't shake his intense curiosity. If Suho managed to solo this gate, he'd skyrocket to an even greater legend. If he failed, the crash would be spectacular. Either way, he found the whole situation utterly captivating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a brand new environment, Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were stark and rocky, gleaming high above the clouds, with powerful winds whipping through the jagged peaks. The system announced that only hunters, under level 110, could enter, with a maximum party limit of 31. Yet, Suho stood there completely alone, intent on clearing it all by himself. He recalled reading the association's reports on this place. Officially, it wasn't marked as extremely dangerous, but the reality painted a different picture. Many hunters had failed here. Several had even perished, with wyverns dominating the skies. The association typically dispatched mages and archers. Warriors were strongly advised to steer clear, as aerial combat proved too challenging for them. But Suho sensed these rules simply didn't apply to him. He gathered blood into his palm, activating his blood weapon skill. A crimson blade materialized in his grasp. Glancing up the winding mountain path, he decided to bypass it completely. Using leap, he shot upward through the harsh winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He completely ignored the twisting trails and rocketed straight up the mountain. Soon, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had converged. All of them were over level 100, their leader, a massive sky wyvern at level 109. They stood poised as Suho drew near. The wyverns bristled, a mix of irritation and surprise. They were clearly bewildered by this lone human's audacious charge. A single wyvern launched a lightning-fast strike, but Suho's counter was swifter still, cleaving the creature cleanly with quick draw. The rest recoiled in sudden terror. They instantly grasped the truth. This human was unlike any they'd ever faced. Still, a fair fight was not in their nature. Once it was clear no single one could best him. One-on-one, the wyverns then tried to overwhelm him, attacking from all sides at once. Suho swiftly realized this was a coordinated strategy. The first wave was nothing more than a diversion. The true threat lay with their leader, sneaking up from his blind spot. Just as the leader pounced, going for a surprise strike, Suho deftly evaded, then cut upward, landing a precise hit, and raged. The sky wyvern unleashed its terrifying fierce skill. A chilling wave of blue pressure rippled across the mountain. But Suho's dragon blood rendered him immune. The wyvern's attempt at intimidation felt almost amusing. Only genuine dragons could ever instill fear in him. These wyverns? Mere imitations. Frustrated, The leader launched its devastating breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns ripped huge boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, effectively blocking his escape, while the leader coiled, readying another strike. It was a surprisingly effective and coordinated tactic. As the boulders crashed around him, the leader charged in, aiming for the decisive kill. Suho swiftly activated Leap again, soaring high above the chaotic attack from the air. He flawlessly executed air styles, first form, Sever. Then, he readied Cutting Steel. He plummeted like a lethal blade, cutting through the sky, and bisected the leader from head to tail. In one decisive strike, with the leader vanquished, Suho surveyed its dissolving remains, and a realization struck him. He was finally starting to master his newer techniques. Yet, he still felt there was room for improvement. He pressed onward, climbing ever higher, making his way toward the real boss of this gate. But then, an ominous shadow fell, and the air grew heavy. A truly massive monster stepped in a horrifying view, massively larger than the rest, boasting dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain shook to its core. High above, the Sky Wyvern King made its fearsome presence known. Suho quickly deduced. The king must have sensed the demise of its minions. Now, he stood directly within the king's domain. Everything up to this point had merely been a warm-up. As Suho finally reached the mountain summit, the sky dimmed, as if the very heavens reacted to the king's presence. The colossal wyvern then landed, completely blocking out the sun. The system blared its level, a staggering 113. It unleashed a massive roar, accompanied by a terrifying wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted it without breaking a sweat, all thanks to his potent dragon blood. While the Wyvern King certainly looked intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho quickly reassured himself that real dragons were infinitely more terrifying. The Wyvern King continued to circle overhead, waiting for Suho's move, though Suho disliked wasting time. But he felt that mastering his techniques right now, during this battle, would prove incredibly beneficial. Then, something unexpected caught his eye, a nest brimming with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that merely approaching those eggs might provoke the king, so he cautiously stepped closer, and his guess proved absolutely correct. The Wyvern King immediately dived straight for him, blasting wind so powerful the very ground beneath him cracked. Suho felt the immense pressure, but remained completely calm. The Wyvern King repeated its terrifying fear skill, but it had no effect. Suho then attacked with Cutting Steel, but the boss's incredibly thick scales significantly reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels, no less, was certainly making a noticeable difference. Instead of feeling even slightly discouraged, Suho practically welcomed the challenge. This was the perfect opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King then roared again, summoning yet another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had certainly expected more enemies, but even he was utterly surprised by the sheer number that suddenly appeared. Still, his newly upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump even higher. Perfect for this incredibly chaotic situation. The wyverns swarmed and attacked from all directions. Suho expertly jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a convenient platform. The system instantly buzzed with a notification. His leap skill had now skyrocketed to rank S. Now he could perform an additional mid-air jump. This effectively doubled his aerial movement. Suho wasted no time in testing it. He stepped on thin air itself, instantly closing the distance to the Wyvern King. With flawless timing, his blood weapon morphed into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck, and slamming the massive beast onto the ground. Even so, the monster defiantly struggled back to its feet. Suho had to respect its sheer durability, letting out a light chuckle. He actually hoped the boss would last a bit longer, so he could experiment with more techniques. Desperate, the Wyvern King forced its subordinates to launch another assault. But the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even appeared to be visibly trembling. Suho quietly mused that perhaps he had truly become the new Wyvern King. In response, the original king shrieked in pure outrage. and the minions finally resumed their attack. Suho weaved through the air, bouncing from one wyvern to another. Still, he couldn't help but notice that his sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as fast as he'd hoped. These opponents were certainly strong, but not quite enough to push the technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he charged toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something truly enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen. She was larger and stronger than the king, covered in striking purple scales. She guarded her nest and couldn't leave its side. This gave Suho a clear advantage. The queen was powerful, but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling massive boulders toward him, but he used sword drawing to effortlessly slice them apart. Her piercing screams summoned every single remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained utterly calm. He understood she would rely on her minions, rather than engage him directly. At that critical moment, the Wyvern King swooped down for a full-force assault. Suho decided it was finally time to end this battle, but he chose not to unleash his strongest skill right away. Instead, he aimed to perfect his sword-drawing technique even further. True swordsmen, after all, relied solely on their blade, and Suho was determined to uphold that very principle. He honed his focus on perfect timing and absolute precision, practicing his sword drawing over and over again. The system itself reacted to his unwavering mastery, instantly recognizing that his understanding now surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision, a torrent of notifications. His sword drawing had evolved to an absolutely supreme level. The guardian sword within him roared to life, responding by granting a new form, Cloud Cutter, rank S+. Red energy crackled through his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a devastating, powerful swing, sending forth a massive vortex of bloody, raw energy, which crushed straight through the Wyvern King. The boss monster collapsed and died with a final, agonizing cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in terror and raw grief. But Suho wasn't finished. He activated Cloud Cutter once more, and in one sweeping, decisive strike, he annihilated every single remaining wyvern, even the queen. The system then announced his undeniable triumph. Suho stood triumphant on the mountaintop, his sword casually resting on his shoulder. The gate, conquered. After the intense battle finally ended, Suho took a moment to check his updated status window. This gate had given him an absolutely massive boost, and his experience bar was now sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far left to go. Before hitting the next power tier, a small smile tugged at his lips as he noticed the newly acquired double jump and cloud sash, the exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt incredibly good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning towards the queen's den, he decided it was definitely time to collect his hard-earned loot. Inside, he found a whopping 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which naturally meant the remaining half now fell directly into his hands. With this lucrative job finally complete, he shifted his attention to the numerous wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts, after all, sold for incredibly high prices, especially when used to craft incredibly rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse? Summoning his Shadow Spear, a truly top-tier weapon, he decided to let it handle the gruesome cleanup. He set the spear down beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately sprang into gruesome action, systematically devouring the colossal corpse piece by piece. As it greedily absorbed the grotesque flesh, the spear's vibrant purple energy pulsed and flared, growing visibly more vicious and terrifyingly alive. Upgrading the blade, pushing it to its next level. Watching this incredible transformation unfold, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could provide truly excellent nourishment for his ghost blade's shadow devouring. Judging by the spear's current state, one more powerful meal should push it even further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast once again. Outside the gate, chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted excitedly that the gate's reading had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in utter disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some ordinary healer. He was actually a sword master. Among the growing crowd, A black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead, clearly agitated. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't guaranteed, not by a long shot. Yet somehow this man had done it solo, and not even as a combat class, but officially as a healer. Cho-Yun brushed it off casually, almost dismissively, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it easily. He agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so incredibly excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused abruptly. As Suho walked out of the gate, they congratulated him for conquering it solo. The girl cheering first, the guy echoing her praise. Suho thanked them, then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 sky wyvern queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while keeping quiet about his true capabilities. He slyly kept the extra ones for himself. But what about the Sky Wyvern King and Queen's corpses? He explained that both bodies had plummeted to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making them impossible to recover. Of course, he conveniently omitted the fact that Ghostblade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving absolutely no trace. Lowering his voice, Suhwan then asked if he could pose a question. Suho simply told him to go ahead. Suhwan hesitated, then asked how someone, officially registered as only a healer, was able to wield a sword with such incredible skill. Did he really fight those wyverns, using nothing but swordsmanship and his healing abilities? Even with exceptional sword skills, taking down flying monsters with just a blade shouldn't be that simple, Suhwan mused. Suho, being both a swordsman and a healer, should have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least some long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow seasoned hunter, he was dying to know how Suho pulled it off. Suho simply smiled, stating one sword was enough. Suhwan stared at him, utterly dumbfounded like an amazed fanboy, asking, "Did you really mean you took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen themselves, with only that one sword?" Suho coolly confirmed it. Suhwan practically glowed with excitement, thrilled and overflowing with admiration, while Choi-Yun subtly nudged him, asking, "Isn't this the same guy who was just whining earlier?" Changing the topic, Suho then asked Choi-Yun if she had fulfilled all the conditions. Choi-Yun happily replied she had more than fulfilled them. She'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. Exactly as promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today, and also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He then asked, smiling, if that was possible. She affirmed that it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything, from item disposal to even money laundering, and she provided nothing less than top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary her way, mentioning he had one more favor to ask. She gestured for him to continue. Inside was a photo of a green-haired man. Suho inquired about a patient named Nam Hee-won, located at the Yongdong Padanyak Center, stating he needed information on him. As she flipped through the diary, Choi-Yun realized it was the exact file she'd retrieved earlier. Confused, she asked what this Hee-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door and questioned if he really needed to explain the whole backstory every single time he requested a favor. She quickly apologized, admitting she'd slipped again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car that she felt hurt. After everything they'd done together, shouldn't they be able to talk more freely by now? Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered about how cold he was. Then she informed him the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was set. He told her to also send him Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and that digging into the junkies records would take only a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received a call from Choi-Yun. She told him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use, and she had already gathered all the information on Nam. He won and sent it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for the quick work, but Choyin still pressed, asking why he was digging into a person who was a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location sheet sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdongpa, realizing this was where the man was, and deciding he would go recruit him now. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, crumbling buildings that looked more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the structures, he realized this had to be the house where Nam He-won resided, another semi-basement. He peered through a small window and noticed the curtains tightly drawn from within. He pressed the doorbell, only to find it was broken, so he began to pound on the door, calling out for Nam He-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and decided he'd have to return later. What he didn't know was that inside the room, 3 men stood over a collapsed Nam He-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if He-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him, before he could act. A heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho as he stepped inside. The tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut the bitch down coldly, stating his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 barely registered what happened, until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them, "Come here." Every single one of them. Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection. Now 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam He-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't get another word out. Before Suho, he casually delivered a powerful slap right across his face. The thug's expression twisted into something, both hilariously bewildered and utterly tragic. He flew backward, collapsing onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho turned his head and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room, landing in the most dramatic fall of the 3. Suho walked over, checking one of the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit them hard, enough to actually kill them. Satisfied they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam He-won. He lifted He-won by the shoulder, telling him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. He-won's hand was limp and drugged, his expression unnaturally twisted. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something, then tormented him afterward. Judging by how stiff his body felt, almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho quickly understood that the poison's symptoms were serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He had upgraded cure into recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. And a slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now using information gained from the very person who once tried to kill him, all to save someone else. The world truly worked in mysterious, wild ways. After some time under Suho's meticulous care, He-won slowly, painstakingly opened his eyes. His vision was still a chaotic blur, and the first thing he saw was a hazy, indistinct figure. Asking if he was awake, he shot upright instantly. Suho calmly informed him that this was his current home. Once He-won's eyes finally focused, He noticed the beaten thugs sprawled limply across the room. He looked terrified, asking why they were in such a state, and just who this mysterious guy even was. Suho replied that they simply refused to listen, so he had to restrain them. But the truly more important issue was the powerful drug still coursing through Heewon's system, shaking violently, almost uncontrollably. Heewon insisted he never took anything voluntarily on his own. He cried that they forced it. They injected him. He begged Suho, practically pleaded to believe him. Trembling, he repeated, "It's the absolute truth." Suho watched him, and then it clicked. The guy was far too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho suddenly remembered an interview from when Heewon later became a famously skilled blacksmith. In that interview, Heewon had admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with powerful drugs, and he suffered severe, long-term, after effects of addiction because of it. With that crucial memory now firmly in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly and thoroughly. He placed his hand close to Nam Heewon, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest, most dominant emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was an ominous black. Suddenly, Heewon clutched his chest, gasping, overwhelmed by an intense, agonizing pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark, turbulent emotions, the tension eased, and a profound sense of relief washed over him. Once this draining process finally ended, Suho asked if he was feeling significantly better, and the green-haired boy simply nodded. Suho stood, telling him firmly that he believed him. He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam Heewon, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the infamous Chung Sik gang, and that the unconscious thugs on the floor were also from that very same violent group. The Chung Sik gang's original name had been Golden Hand, but the intention behind that name was just ridiculous, so the association simply renamed them as the Chung Sik gang. Suho asked Heewon if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Heewon replied yes. He then asked how Suho knew, who answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Chung Sik gang. He reassured him that he knew that forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a serious crime, and Suho said he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. Heewon's expression brightened, and he sincerely thanked Suho. Suho told him that since this was an important matter, he would return to check on him again soon. Then he asked if Heewon was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Heewon admitted that he was, and that he was starting to feel cold. Suho knelt in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. Heewon obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, Heewon watched in quiet awe. Suho explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and pushed out the lingering drug energy from the body. But full recovery required continuous, long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a large amount of mana, and very few healers were trained enough to handle it. That was why in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment needed consistency, and they would meet again for further care. For now, he had to head toward the Chung Sik gang station. Terrified, Heewon asked him to wait. He said he wanted to know something earlier, too, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho gave his name and said he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho left, Heewon remained seated in silent amazement, repeating the name and Suho in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV, like him, had heard that name countless times over the past few days. It was plastered all over the breaking news. And now he realized the person who'd saved him was the very same and Suho everyone had been buzzing about. From above, the slum looked like a war-torn zone. After enduring multiple gate shocks, half of Yangdongpo had collapsed into ruin, firmly transforming into a sprawling slum. Suho walked through its broken, desolate streets, the air heavy with an oppressive sense of neglect. Since this district sat right in the very center of Seoul, it had eventually become a perfect breeding ground for all sorts of crime. He looked up at the crumbling, desperate surroundings, thinking this must be the exact place that both the police and the association pretended not to see. In front of him stood a building with a bold gold sign that read, "Gold Made." Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a convenience store. Shelves intact, lights on. Suho immediately understood the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly. It was clear proof that this place was being openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without some serious backing behind it. He walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a gruff voice barked from above, telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, ordering him not to move, and threatening that he would die if he took another step. He demanded Suho's identity, as if he had authority over anything. Suho looked at him with a small, knowing smile. A gatekeeper? How classic, he thought. Then he asked, "Where's Changsik?" The bald man snapped in anger, utterly shocked at hearing the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze, realizing Suho himself was the target. Suho gave a slight wave, acknowledging the recognition. The thug, mistaking it for a high five, raised his own hand in return. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal, swift slap, sending the bald man flying to the side, all while walking past with a smirk. Continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, ordering them to get Changsik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fighting, erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and increasingly chaotic, until the door finally burst open, a thug flying through it after Suho's kick. Suho then stepped inside, utterly calm. He muttered, "Not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand simple words." Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Changsik, "Was bringing me here really so difficult?" Stepping over another fallen thug, he added, wondering what the gang would even do if he had truly resisted. Changsik sat before him, his expression straight, utterly unreadable. Two bodyguards stood behind him like silent statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awakened. The fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Changsik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist. In a cold tone, he said, "This is exactly why cancer needs to be removed before it grows." Changsik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho, and asking what he was doing here so suddenly. Suho stepped closer, telling him not to act clueless. "You're the ones who started all of this." Changsik demanded to know when he supposedly even started yet. Suho accused him of playing dumb until the very end. He revealed they'd messed with someone named Haywin. He then dropped a syringe onto the desk. Both the boss and his bodyguards gaped at it. Suho told them he had just met Haywin himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying everything. Changsik leaned in close to his subordinate and quietly whispered, "Who is Haywin?" The underling then whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down onto the table, splitting the surface cleanly in half. He declared that they had turned his closest friend into that state. His eyes glowed red as he demanded, "Why did you do it?" The two bodyguards froze solid. Changsik maintained a firm expression, desperately trying not to show his fear. The boss rolled his hand across his face and told the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, cautiously asking why. He then barked at them, "Get out." The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Changsik inside. Changsik swallowed hard and said he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk things over calmly. Suho slowly stepped over the broken table. He said that every word they spoke only earned them another brutal beating. Changsik, now visibly trembling, warned him that if he touched him, he would call the police. Suho punched him squarely across the face, calling it nonsense. The blow sent Chang-sik sliding across the floor, his chair still glued to his backside. Suho said that hearing the word police come from a gangster boss was absolutely hilarious. Chang-sik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a boss wouldn't go down for just one measly punch. Chang-sik forced a pathetic laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and let that happen. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, terror immediately flooded his eyes. Suho reminded him again that he was practically begging for a beating, tightening his fist with a chilling resolve. Suho's punch flew straight for the boss's face. Meanwhile, just outside the office, the guards heard the repeated, sickening thuds of fists slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they immediately rushed towards the room, shouting for their boss. When they threw the door open, they found Suho standing casually in front of a completely shattered glass window. He calmly informed them their boss had fled. One of the guards stared at him in utter shock, demanding, "What in the world just happened?" Suho explained, cool as a cucumber, that Chang-sik had smashed the window himself and completely bolted. He pointed to the broken frame, as if it were the most obvious thing. The bald guard slowly raised his hand, like a confused school kid, stammering, "But this is the 3rd floor." Suho just brushed him off, telling him that Chang-sik was a level 100 hunter. Someone like that could easily roll out of this without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. Then, with a chilling smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. He added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Chonggak. Just hearing the name made the entire group freeze solid. Chonggak was the correctional facility, right next to Chansong Penitentiary. While Chansong held regular criminals, Chonggak held only awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell, where only the strongest survive. Its reputation alone was enough to make Half-Baked punks utterly tremble. Exactly like the situation unfolding now. Sweat poured down their faces in rivers. Suho then reminded them he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he would drag them, along with Chang-sik, straight to Chonggak. The thugs gritted their teeth in pure terror. Then, the very next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting, "We don't know any boss." Watching them scatter, Suho casually remarked, "I expected about that much loyalty from gangsters." He venomously called them vermin, cockroach bastards. He gravely warned them, if even one document went missing, he would carve them up slowly and painfully. He commanded them to depart empty-handed. With the building finally empty, Suho unleashed his magic detection. A brilliant blue magic circle shimmered beneath his feet. In mere moments, it detected something truly special. A powerful mana signature radiating from the 3rd floor. Right in the corner of a room, Suho moved to the spot, revealing a cunningly hidden safe. He scoffed, calling it utterly obvious, saying, "This bastard must have believed hiding it here would keep it perfectly protected." It was a top-tier safe from a famously secure brand, the kind that only unlocked with its registrant's unique mana signature. He pressed his hand against the reinforced steel. A faint blue light pulsed across its surface, given its extreme toughness. Cutting straight through the steel would inevitably destroy its contents. He needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho then summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster burst forth from subspace, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Suho simply told him he needed the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the safe door with its impossibly tiny trunk and ripping it completely free as the creature devoured the safe. Suho praised his monster, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found piles of cash and gleaming gold bars. But none of that truly mattered to him. What he actually came for was something far more sinister, the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless, unfortunate victims. The Chang-sik gang had begun with vicious loan sharking, preying on ordinary, unsuspecting people to build their power. Later, they began recruiting hunters and deliberately addicted them to the potent Avacener 1 drugs, all as a means to control and extort them without mercy. This horrific addiction operation was the true backbone of their entire despicable influence. The drug itself was far more potent than any ordinary narcotic, and in the end, no one could truly resist its grasp. Holding the damning documents, Suho's thoughts drifted to Nam Hyun. He then realized Hyun was one of the rare, fortunate cases who managed to escape. Without his own incredible personal strength, even he would have fallen completely, consumed by it. Suho concluded gravely, for crimes like this, they deserved nothing less than Chonggak prison. He promised himself one thing. He'd make every last one of them pay. Feel exactly what their victims had endured, right down to the bone. After the brutal fight, Suho brought Nam Hyun back to his small apartment and finished healing him up. Hyun kept thanking him profusely, finally able to breathe normally again. Suho told him that he'd still need time for a full recovery, but for now he was out of danger. Then, Suho handed him a folder. Hyun asked what it was, and Suho explained these were bond documents from the Chung Sik gang. Proof he'd taken down the entire criminal group. Hyun could barely believe his ears. The Golden Hand Gang, with all their terrifying influence, was truly gone. Suho went on to explain the gang's true methods. They kept people trapped, in debt with outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into insects, caught inside an anthill. Even though Hyun had done everything right and never missed a payment, they forced drugs onto him to ensure he could never escape. Still trembling, Hyun said he'd only survived thanks to his special ability. He explained how he tried to fight the addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help. But no one, not the police, not the association, cared about what happened to people in these slums. He said everyone on the outside felt like another version of the enemy. Suho understood. He told Hyun that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association wasn't for prestige, but to fix the broken system for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Hyun broke down, thanking him over and over. Then, Suho shifted the conversation to something important. It was time for a new proposal, and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hyun was ready. Hyun uttered, "I am," as Suho explained, that he learned all about Hyun's unique power. Synthesis. With this ability, Hyun could combine any materials and forge them into a brand new creation. The outcome always perfectly matched his intentions. That's the secret to his incredibly overpowered ability. Suho then explained that sifting through the gang's files, he'd uncovered just how staggering the number of drug victims truly was. There were simply too many for him to treat alone. But Hyun had secretly created antidotes in the past, so Suho offered him a legitimate job to formulate an effective neutralizer to save even more lives. He promised top-tier pay, a luxurious safe house, and full medical support for Hyun's personal addiction recovery. Hyun looked utterly stunned. He thought, just being healed was already more than I could ever deserve. Now, I'm being given a chance to help countless others, live safely, and even get paid for it. To him, this felt like the act of a true hero. He mused that if a godlike hero truly existed, Suho had to be that person. Hyun agreed. "I'll do it." He declared he needed no extra payment, and swore he'd work as hard as possible, out of pure gratitude alone. But Suho, firm as ever, insisted he'd pay him properly, to keep everything official and fair. After that, they headed to Suho's new headquarters, the impressive building granted to him earlier. It was a 3-story establishment in Cheongdam, boasting friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Hyun could possibly need. Even the Banshee team made an appearance, curious to glimpse the fancy new place. But they left almost immediately, once their tireless workaholic boss slapped them with another urgent assignment. Hyun, meanwhile, remained utterly spellbound. Suho instructed him to choose a room, get comfortably settled, and start crafting antidotes as soon as he felt prepared. Suho mentioned he had to depart for Nexus HQ, but assured Hyun he could reach out at any moment. Later, Suho called reporter Jean Wei, providing him with the complete exposé about the clandestine crimes festering in the slums. Jean Wei, ever the brilliant reporter, declared he could expand the story tenfold. He'd portray Suho as the heroic hunter who charged into a dangerous slum, decimated a ruthless criminal organization, rescued the victims, sparking a new era of hope for all the people living there. He declared he wanted to craft a major feature article, packed with every detail, so the world couldn't possibly ignore it. Suho trusted him implicitly. Public influence was precisely that reporter's forte. Soon after, Suho then met guild leader by Dongyuk at the Nexus Guild and presented the ambitious plan. Nexus would purchase every single neutralizer Hee-won produced, aiding countless victims all across Korea. This uplifting story would completely transform Nexus's reputation, forging them into a guild with a genuine, heroic presence, the kind of world would finally be forced to take seriously. Dongyuk was absolutely thrilled. He eagerly shook Suho's hand and vowed to protect Hee-won from now on. With every piece falling into place, Suho felt a rush of satisfaction. The perfect win-win plan was now in motion. Heal the afflicted, spread the vital truth. Make the criminals answer for their deeds, and show the world that genuine change was truly possible at last. The scene abruptly cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who forced entire slums to kneel, now utterly reduced to a shaking wreck. Cowering inside a trashed luxury room, he was on his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Suho's name relentlessly echoed inside his mind like a tormenting curse. He found no escape. No one had to explicitly spell out what had happened. The discarded syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything painfully clear. He'd ingested some kind of potent drug, the kind that burned raw strength into his body, while simultaneously tearing gaping holes through his mind. Such substances twisted people, corrupting them from the inside out, and his utterly scattered expression displayed precisely that devastation. He obsessively muttered Suho's name, as if it were the only thought left within his fractured skull. The very moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his personal, secret subspace, which had once been a lavish, private domain of polished marble and opulent furniture. Now, however, the place resembled a total disaster zone, as if a raging tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, his eyes catching the cracked marble floor, and expensive furniture, knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was instantly clear that someone had completely trashed the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching, his skin pale, his body writhing in strange spasms. Suho observed him and figured the drug must have done something unbelievably intense to the guy. It was obvious this gangster hadn't run away. Instead, he'd been dragged into Suho's subspace, effectively kidnapped by the sheer chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, then knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue healing energy instantly flowed, and the system announced, recovery initiated. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently, as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward. As if effortless, Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into fear, as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked, rolling his eyes, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had plenty of energy. He assumed the drug was overstimulating him, but mentioned to himself that he had brought extra, so the man didn't need to worry. Sensing danger again, Chung-sik crumbled into full desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he do anything to avoid experiencing that drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped on Chung-sik's chest with force, pressing him down firmly. Chung-sik screamed for help, insisting he'd been kidnapped. But Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place, and that the fools from Chung-sik's gang had already run away. He silently vowed to hunt them all down and make them pay dearly for their crimes. For now, he ordered the criminal to sit still, reflect on his choices, and just drown in regret. It was the only useful thing he had going for him. At that very moment, later in the afternoon, Suho returned to his brand-new house. Hee-won came sprinting toward him, practically bursting with excitement. Suho immediately noticed his high energy, and Hee-won proudly announced that he just perfected a brand new neutralizer for that dangerous drug. A new version? It was called Hammer 2. The system immediately displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that absolutely crushed the effects of a drug called illusion. Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since Haewon had cooked it up in just 2 hours. Haewon explained he'd simply improved the old version, renaming it Hammer 2 because it metaphorically smashes illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved countless lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a super reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest yet. Haewon attributed all the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as being just like grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would definitely follow eventually. Suho thought Haewon was incredibly humble and wondered just how much stronger he'd become once he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be produced in bulk, and Haewon excitedly agreed. He'd already finalized the formula, meaning they could churn out huge quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then checked Haewon's current level. Haewon had just hit level 51, all thanks to creating that new drug. Because of this, Suho realized he wouldn't need to call Jaiwon. For now, Haewon was already performing like a high-level hunter. With that settled, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, eager to put their new powers to good use and mend the damage that had been inflicted. The very next day, a flurry of news stories popped up online, accusing the police and the Hunter Association of completely ignoring the plight of the Yongdongpo slums. Unfortunately, though, only about 500 people bothered to view the article. Over the course of the entire day, the much-needed buzz simply wasn't there. Suho then realized Jinwoo had been absolutely right. There were just too many terrible places in the world. So unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid any mind. Still, Suho knew this was only the beginning. Suho immediately sprang into action. He distributed large boxes, overflowing with food, water, and powerful magical neutralizer potions to the incredibly grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a massive truck pulled up, packed with even more supplies. Everyone pitched in to unload it all, rapidly distributing food and potions to every single person. Suho felt Nexus had truly delivered with their support. His phone rang. It was Chief Pai on the other end, chatting with him with all the laid-back energy of a cool uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and sweet. Suho was secretly thrilled, because receiving such a plaque hinted at the possibility of special recruitment. After some pleasant small talk, Suho called Jinwoo to discuss the upcoming ceremony in the news. While the slum article didn't rack up many views, he believed it had likely caused some serious trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jinwoo remained cool as a cucumber, pointing out that only truly popular stories went viral, and that he hadn't broken any laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would probably report on the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho even had an Instagram account. Suho didn't, which clearly annoyed the reporter, who claimed many fans were eager to follow him. Then, the conversation took a bizarre turn. Apparently, there was an entire fan cafe dedicated to Suho, called the Inshin Temple, where fans refer to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho suddenly realized the cafe's moderator was none other than Jean Huey himself. The reporter confessed he was managing it, all to keep Suho's reputation spotless and prevent needless drama from other chaotic fan groups. His logic made perfect sense. He even offered to run an Instagram account for Suho, bragging about his social media prowess and claiming he could make Suho a massive star. However, Suho preferred to do things himself. He simply asked the reporter to just send him the content to post, and he would simply copy and paste it. This simple approach sent the reporter into a frenzy. He even suggested Suho upload selfies and photos for his adoring fans. But Suho wasn't confident in front of the camera. The reporter told him to just relax and at least get the account set up. Soon enough, Suho would become a major influencer. After the call, Suho created the Instagram account, and immediately, his phone erupted with nonstop notifications. A massive wave of users instantly followed him. Back inside the house, Haven noticed the phone's constant buzzing, but Suho just said it was fine. He figured Jean Huey had already begun aggressively promoting the new account, so he muted all notifications. And then the big day finally arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters began. Inside, a massive crowd had gathered. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and the title, Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters painted a completely different picture. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, forming an excited, roaring sea. Security guards struggled to control the frenzied crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait. Outside, 2 association workers stared in utter shock, completely stunned by the massive turnout. They quickly checked and confirmed that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter on Suho. They found it utterly unbelievable, especially since the event had never even been posted online. This was unprecedented in the association's history. A situation like this had never happened before. For an unofficial event, Suho's fame had truly reached a whole new level. Inside the auditorium, the chaos continued unabated. Fans packed every corner of the venue, waving signs for On Suho and Sword God, buzzing with pure anticipation. One girl even confessed she'd skip school just to be there. Others chatted about how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was absent, so they planned to snap tons of photos for her. In the press section, reporter Joe Jinwoo was frantically texting. He informed Suho that a massive crowd had turned out for him, then asked where's the MC. Suho had actually arrived early and had been observing everything from the sidelines. He was using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him invisible to others, unless he chose to reveal himself. A fan sat directly in front of him, completely unaware the Sword God was right behind her. Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, next to the waiting room. He silently slipped out to meet his senior. Chief Pai was astonished by the sheer number of fans, jokingly calling Suho a superstar, which made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then mentioned that the recent article about the Yundiok Yungpo slums had stirred public sentiment against the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would make the association look terrible, but Chief Pai seemed unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily the journalist had entered. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho on the award and rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then, an announcer called everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Suho walked toward the stage as the crowd erupted in wild excitement. Cameras flashed everywhere, fans screaming about his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, while others joked they'd gladly let the Sword God cut them down. Suho then stepped forward and accepted his appreciation plaque from Association President Young Kyung-hwan. They posed for photos. The president playfully teased him about his posing skills, and Suho politely responded, shifting credit back to the president, keeping the atmosphere smooth. The president praised Suho's impactful work in Yeongdumpo and dropped a strong hint that good news, likely a job offer, was on its way. Suho immediately assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then asked him to say a few words. Suho thanked everyone, humbly stating he had simply done what he believed he was meant to do. He confessed to feeling strange about receiving an award for merely helping people, but promised to continue working hard. Fans in the crowd screamed their adoration for him, and he could only laugh and gratefully thank them. A short QA session followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked if Suho still intended to join the association, to which he simply replied, yes. Another reporter brought up his brand new Instagram account, and Suho explained that a friend had recommended it, so he decided to give it a try. Someone else pointed out he'd amassed 50,000 followers in just a single day, and asked how that felt. Suho admitted he'd turned off notifications, and genuinely didn't know, but he could certainly tell people were interested. Someone then asked what his very first post would be. Suho mused. He'd probably upload the plaque he received today. Then, Jinwoo stood up, and the entire room instantly grew tense. Staff members began whispering among themselves, recognizing him as the infamous reporter who had written that damning article criticizing the association. President Kyung Hwan quickly grew irritated, convinced his staff had blundered by allowing him entry. But the reporter, undeterred, ignored their reactions. He was there to ask the real questions. He boldly asked if Suho had read his article in the impoverished Dompa slums. The reporter then brought up the scathing criticism that the police force and the association were utterly neglecting those in dire need. He directly asked if Suho was aware of the problem. Suho calmly affirmed that he was, indeed, fully aware. This was an incredibly risky move, as the room was packed with powerful association members, but the reporter pressed on relentlessly. He then questioned if Suho's decision to join the association would genuinely lead to improvements. The president nearly leaped from his seat, barely restrained by his startled aides. Suho, with a subtle smirk, declared that if he joined, he would do everything in his immense power to eradicate corruption so that no one would ever have a single reason to doubt the association ever again. The reporter thanked him profusely, and the public portion of the ceremony concluded. Later, Suho and Jean Huey departed together in a car. Suho commended him for his exceptional work. The reporter joked that the staff's angry glares had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho pointed out that he had remained incredibly brave throughout. The reporter then offered an apology, in case his questioning had been overly harsh. He explained his job required him to act swiftly, while public attention was still laser-focused. He desperately wanted to maintain the momentum, which was why he planned to release another article very soon. Suho truly appreciated it, because he finally got to express what he genuinely wanted to say about fundamentally improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho truly meant every single word. But Suho clarified that he would never lie. While on stage, accepting an award, he genuinely intended to make impactful changes. A few days swiftly passed, and Suho received his brand new civil servant ID. He had been officially and rapidly appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had ever anticipated. Simultaneously, the entire internet exploded with heated discussions about Suho's incredible past achievements, especially the notorious incident where he single-handedly subdued violent criminals. Back in the Yangdongpo slums, dozens of online articles popped up, quickly racking up millions of views. Everyone, everywhere, couldn't stop buzzing about him. Some users confidently declared Suho was the one and only cool person in Yangdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. But some, fueled by jealousy, grumbled that the police, or even the Hunter Association, should have handled the whole situation instead. A few speculated if Suho was simply following Nexus's orders, or perhaps just craving too much attention. Some online troublemakers even jokingly suggested he might get sued by the very criminals he defeated. But the overwhelming majority agreed that the real losers here were the criminals, not the incredible man who stopped them. People debated fiercely, but one thing was clear to all. Something massive was undeniably unfolding. Then, massive headlines blared across every platform. The news declared that Suho was officially joining the prestigious Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, labeling him the hero of Yangdongpo, and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had secured a special grade 5 position. Hordes of fans and eager reporters swarmed the entrance of the association building, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. It was like a celebrity concert, not a civil servant, merely arriving for work. The clamor was relentless. It just wouldn't stop. People immediately wondered what would happen to Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Questions quickly popped up online about his contract status with them, and if Nexus would even be upset. Inside the Nexus office, boss Bae Dong-yuk remained surprisingly calm. He pointed out that everyone was now talking about them, and it was the perfect time to release an official statement. Nexus promptly sent out multiple news articles, wishing on Suho the best of luck, clarifying there were absolutely no contract issues, and explaining they had never even paid Suho a signing bonus. The message was loud and clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they wholeheartedly supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, Two shadowy figures watched the news and read newspapers. These guys definitely looked like hunters. They praised Nexus as the absolute best guild, while others, like Hexagon and Prime, cared only about cold hard cash. They even exposed Hexagon's truly terrible deeds, like letting a weak hunter tragically die because he didn't receive a potion fast enough, and forcing mages to work themselves to collapse. A TV report then featured Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-yeok, in an interview. The reporter grilled him, asking if Nexus had kicked Suho out. Due to public pressure, Bae Dong-yeok flatly denied it. He explained that Suho simply wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a stepping stone along the way. He admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but stated emphatically, Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the intense attention. The crowd continued their ear-splitting screams, while cameras flashed nonstop. He thought about the immense weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered Jinhwa's advice, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they'd be deeply disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice totally made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe this time around. He wanted full control of his own story, instead of letting others direct his narrative. Suho strode into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyungwon and Vice President Kyumin were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, the president immediately dropped the formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine, but hadn't been informed of the details yet. The president, he said the vice president would explain everything. As the elevator reached the designated floor, the president promptly departed, leaving Suho with Vice President Suman. Suho found it a bit odd that the vice president himself would handle the briefing, but Suman simply guided him down the hallway to an office where Chief Pai awaited with Chunman. Suman explained these two would be his guides and wished him the best of luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a wide grin, telling him to sit down, acting incredibly friendly. He even asked Chulman to fetch Suho a drink. Suho found it quite amusing that two individuals from completely different departments would both be training him simultaneously. Chief Pai instructed Suho to call him senior in private and only use his chief title in official settings. Suho nodded, understanding the significance of that request, especially since Chief Pai was known for being incredibly strict about titles and reputation. Then, Chief Pai began to test Suho's knowledge of his new role. Suho explained he was aware of the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before their assignment to a branch office. But since the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments for 2 or 3 months each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar. Like him, Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise that he would go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had no choice but to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chulman as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chulman would oversee the bigger picture and answer any of Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chulman. Don't poach Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and recited what each department handled. Chulman was impressed, but believed Suho had probably memorized it from a document. He informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted that this meant he would meet Director Lee, Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho, and giving him tests, which meant he had to pass everything thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping the cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the awakening department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he would not need his memory abilities. For this part, there was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanek, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar. Like Suho started his first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work, and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanek was famous inside the association, and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking. But nothing came to light, because Kyung-hoon had covered it up. Suho believed things might turn out differently this time, since he now knew the truth about the past. This place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanek identified the visitor as Jun Song. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the awakening department. The two shook hands politely. Jun Sung mentioned he'd heard a great deal about Suho. He admitted he was truly amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho, ever the humble type, just nodded along. But internally, he confessed he had absolutely no memory of this guy. Everyone below a team leader was simply referred to as officer. So it made sense Jun Sung tried to lighten the mood with some jokes. He even joked about wanting Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress too much about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a crystal clear future, a clear destination. Suho pretended not to understand. But Jun Sung clarified that, come on, everyone knew. He was clearly headed for the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai that hadn't kept anything secret whatsoever, but he didn't mind one bit. Having a powerful person in his corner, that only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward. Got to be treated like literal royalty. Jun Sung then handed him a surprisingly thin folder. He described it as the department's quick manual. Normally, that manual was absolutely massive, but they created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly do change everything, don't they? He then explained that. The Awakening Department. That was divided into two major sections: Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each, of course, with its own specialized teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete one field training session. With each division, he reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared well in advance. He then handed him a business card, and told him call if anything unusual popped up. After Jun Sung left, Suho sat down and immediately began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it still felt like a lot to digest. But Suho didn't feel burdened in the slightest. He had his trusty library of memories, which basically worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information just flowed into his mind, effortlessly. For him, any memory test was absolutely trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Jun Sung returned, declaring it was time to begin. He'd expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be incredibly difficult, and notoriously tricky. But once Suho began, his pen absolutely flew across the paper like a machine. Jun Sung stirred, utterly dumbfounded. Suho finished in a mere 10 minutes, and then, completely unbothered, handed in his paper. This was truly the very first time anyone had ever finished a test with such speed. As Suho prepared to leave, Jun Sung offered to show him the cafeteria, but Suho politely declined, saying he already had lunch plans. Suho then secretly called Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they grab lunch together, and specifically asked him to keep his secret. Chulman agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, back in Chulman's office, Jun Sung entered, just as his supervisor was wrapping up a phone call. He informed him that Suho had already completed the theory test. Chulman was utterly surprised it was already over, but Jun Sung insisted it was absolutely true. Together, they carefully examined the test and fed it into the grading machine. With palpable nervous anticipation, the machine flashed a perfect score of 100. Suspecting it might be a malfunction, they manually checked it, but after multiple reviews, The result remained stubbornly the same. An absolutely flawless, perfect score. Jun-sung was practically losing his mind, exclaiming no one had ever achieved this, especially not on their very first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so desperately. Chulman could only laugh. He confessed to himself internally that he had originally hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was simply overwhelming. It was just so hard to compete when Suho performed at such an insane level. Meanwhile, Suho was just casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant a thing to him. Later, after grabbing lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench, right beside a vending machine. Suho mentioned that since Chulman had treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee this time. Chulman then asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to grab a meal together. Suho then explained that he didn't really know many people in the association yet, and didn't want to eat all by himself. Chulman was simply the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he'd be pretty hurt, but Suho just wanted a comfy spot to eat, so it couldn't be helped. After a comfortable silence, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score from the morning's test. He explained he'd graded it immediately because Jun-sung kept pestering him about it. He joked that Suho was absolutely insane. He could fight. He entered the association as a special grade 5, and now he's unbelievably smart too. To him, Suho felt like the main character of some epic story. Suho credited the people around him and mentioned he'd seen similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty just annoyed people. So Suho laughed and openly admitted he was amazing. For the first time in a long while, he smiled genuinely, feeling completely refreshed. Since restarting his life, it felt like he was constantly just doing homework. But sitting here, drinking coffee with someone he used to be close with, brought back memories of simple days. He remembered almost dying from poisoning and thinking it was all over. But now, he promised himself he'd never fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim a peaceful life. Suho then asked Chulman if he had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman began explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the awakening division did. Suho said yes. They manage both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that their biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window, except the person themselves. They had to personally come in and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they get fines and eventually jail time. After repeated warnings, there was even a specific term for these cases. Malignan non-updatives. Managing those troublemakers was their primary job. He continued explaining that awakened individuals were basically real-life superheroes. Some were so incredibly durable that bullets couldn't even scratch them. Others could vanish without a trace, as if they'd never been there. Every country required their data to be updated regularly. Now, it might sound like the association was treating them like potential walking disasters. But currently, there was simply no better method. Suho then inquired about the non-awakened side of things. Chulman explained that it worked pretty similarly. Sometimes, people awakened as players and chose to hide it, instead of registering with the authorities. The department then had to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, of course, but he pretended to be clueless after the break. After the break, Suho returned to the building, walking beside Yoon-seo. The officer asked if Suho had enjoyed his meal. He then mentioned that thought they'd be starting work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again for his perfect score, adding that even the director himself would be thrilled. They soon arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said that he'd already heard all about Suho's perfect score. He then handed Suho a folder and told him he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho simply acknowledged it. As they walked down the hallway, Jun-sung explained that Suho's first mission involved some malignant non-updaters. His task would be to track down those troublesome individuals and compel them to update their information. He then handed Suho a folder labeled non-update list. Suho then asked if this was truly the list of people he had to handle, and Jun-sung readily confirmed it, stating that the list wasn't very long, so the work should be quite manageable. But when Suho glanced at the list, But his expression instantly hardened. He thought the entire thing was utterly ridiculous. Every single name on it belonged to someone. Notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the Season Awakening section a seriously difficult time. He wondered if this was yet another hidden test. From Chief Pai, who notoriously loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Yet, Suho was determined, ready for whatever lay ahead. He vowed to take down every single person on that list. Since Junsong worked a desk job, not in the field, he introduced Suho to his new mentor, Han Hozong, a grade 7 field officer, whom Junsong introduced as a veteran at nabbing non-updaters. Then, Junsong quietly slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself, while Hozong leaned back casually against the desk, looking completely relaxed. He suggested they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they'd handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers, who had either vanished or were deemed impossible to catch. Hozong guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero, because everyone was watching him. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho did, so Hozong said no extra training was needed. Then, he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Hozong asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater, who had fled overseas and evaded capture for years. But that did not stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist. His real occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed did not rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and far harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges. Yet, countless reports had already poured in, confirming all the accusations. Requests for a status window had been made years ago, but he consistently evaded capture, dodging every attempt to track him down. His current location, believed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter vanishes without a trace for too long, they're declared missing. But the fact that his name stayed on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he truly posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it still fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved, without solid, undeniable evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation seemed. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Hozong scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Hozong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact that his drugs were so easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained only a report. They still didn't know for sure if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him straight in the eye and resolved to verify it personally. Hozong countered that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, posing a significant challenge. Suho declared he'd personally handle the verification, only confusing Hozong even more. The officer highlighted that This wasn't even an official acquisition request, but merely an anonymous tip, meaning Suho wouldn't be granted a warrant. He questioned how Suho intended to manage without one. Suho stood his ground. He stated he had a different plan and preferred to tackle this case solo. Technically, it was a field evaluation, so he wanted a shot at his own method first. If that failed, they could revert to Hosung's approach later. Hosung, still perplexed but not wanting to push it, brushed it aside and told him to proceed as he wished. Suho gave a slight bow, thanking him for his trust. Hosung added that Suho could contact him anytime if he needed any help. Suho exited the office, poised to execute his plan. Hosung, leaning back in his chair, thought to himself he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was banking on, but assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like Suho's past endeavors, and the reality of it would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped out, he pulled out his phone and called Nexus Academy. He informed them he was heading there immediately, and that he needed a task completed. Some time later, Jaiwan appeared, laughing, and commenting the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and Jaiwan sat together, while Jaiwan confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim Gung-won. Suho affirmed it. Jaiwan reviewed the file, concluding that if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually track down Kim Gung-won's phone. Once that phone was located, they'd pinpoint his exact location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him closely, feeling certain he'd made the right decision. By coming to Jaiwan, Jaiwan, shyly brushing it off, said it was a simple task, and asked if they should begin right away. He mentioned that one more person would be joining them, and that person was Hyungmin from the Banshee team. Jaiwan wondered why Hyungmin was involved, but Suho quickly clarified. Suho explained that Hyungmin's ability was essential. They would infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract crucial data from inside it. Now, Jaiwan understood the purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled to start. Sometime later, Jaiwan made a phone call, pretending to be someone named Kwon Songmin from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Hamdiak and advertising a new internet plan. The person on the other end only responded with disinterest and quickly cut the call. Suho observed him, noting how good he was at acting. Jaiwan brushed it off and said that, since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. Jaiwan activated his digitization skill, and immediately, the three of them shrank and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in the correct place. Jaiwan explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer. Searching text messages or messenger apps would make it quick. They spotted a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades, so they started there. When Jaiwan approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, which made him tense. Suho looked at Hyungmin and indicated that he would handle it. Jaiwan grew confused and warned that firewalls like this were not easy to break. Suho explained. What Jaiwan didn't know was Hyungmin's personal skill. Hyungmin possessed the power to conjure a special doorway, capable of bypassing any barrier. His ability? Portokrizishern. Hyungmin raised his hands, a blue orb coalescing, and suddenly, a doorway shimmered into existence before him. Suho realized in that very moment that apps like Telegram would typically alert users to hacking attempts. But Hyungmin's ability didn't attack the firewall directly. Instead, it forged an entrance through it, leaving no trace. It reminded Suho how the Banshee team had executed terror strikes with such deadly precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Jaiwan pondered his past struggles, remembering how he once tackled firewalls through sheer manual labor and relentless effort. Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, reminded him that he was still the only one capable of allowing them entry in the first place. Still, gently guiding the emotional Jaiwan, Suho led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they uncovered crucial information. The three stopped, fixating on one particular detail, realizing they had finally located the right place. In front of them appeared a room clearly labeled drugs. Inside that room, two avatars sat, facing each other. Jaiwan identified them as Ham Daeho and the notorious drug dealer. Fortunately, they hadn't left the chat room yet. The avatars represented active chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box resting on the table and determined from its contents that the avatar before them was definitely the dealer. They now needed to follow the information upward. Jaiwan confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led directly into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they stepped through it, they discovered multiple doors, each representing a different transaction the dealer had completed. Jaiwan was amazed that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire building, showed just how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied the scene, then declared it was time to send every single one of them back to prison. They then began tracking the very top of the chain. Suho instructed them to search every chat and started collecting phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Jaiwan stumbled upon a very specific number. Jaiwan quickly identified it. This was their supplier. If they followed this lead, it would undoubtedly take them to the source. The trio repeated the same meticulous process for a while longer, tirelessly searching for more crucial intel. After what felt like endless hours of relentless searching, they finally emerged from another hidden digital doorway. Feeling utterly exhausted, Suho openly wondered aloud just how many layers of subcontracting could possibly exist. Young men, visibly drained, guessed they were being extra cautious and extremely secretive, given the utterly illicit nature of their business. Suho believed that after painstakingly tracing through so many layers, it was high time they finally uncovered something concrete. At that very moment, Kyungmin opened yet another digital door, and to their shock, discovered Kim Gungwon's phone. Inside this bizarre digital room, photographs of the man were plastered on every single wall. The ceiling, every corner, top, bottom, literally everywhere. Kyungmin was utterly shocked by the overwhelming number of images. Jaiwan stared at the bizarre photos, utterly baffled, wondering why this man's ego had inflated so ridiculously dramatically, and why he had taken so many outlandish selfies. Suho explained that these were likely just arbitrary self-photographs, used for either verification or identity tracking purposes. He then added that since the GPS still remained active, they could easily retrieve the current location and head back to the real world soon enough. Jaiwan quickly cross-referenced the data and instantly pinpointed Kim Gungwon's exact home address. Suho eagerly asked where it was located, and Jaiwan explained the location, Gangnam, Seoul, at the prestigious Acro Tower. Meanwhile, deep inside one of the opulent tower rooms, a bulky man, sporting a nasty, prominent scar across his face, was casually lounging back, exuding the kind of smug satisfaction only dirty money could buy. He was loudly bragging that profits were absolutely soaring, all thanks to their dear, brilliant Mr. Gong. This was Baek Jeong, the formidable boss of the Platinum Gang. And across from him sat Kim Gungwon himself, feigning humility while absolutely soaking in every bit of praise. He humbly claimed his results were always outstanding. All because of Baek, of course. Then, he casually continued. He then questioned if the police had been thoroughly handled. Baek confirmed it without a moment's hesitation, declaring that every layer of law enforcement, from local cops to prosecutors, even the Hunter Association, had already been thoroughly bribed, and not a single one could be touched. Just then, the lights abruptly flickered out, plunging the entire room into complete darkness. Everyone instinctively glanced up. Gungwon muttered about a sudden power outage, while Baek quietly made the same assumption. Gungwon then complained, indignant, that this wasn't some cheap, run-down building, and there was no gate rupture happening nearby, so the power cutting out made absolutely no sense. Baek followed up, irritation bubbling to the surface, thinking about the outrageous maintenance fees they paid and how this utter nonsense was totally unacceptable. He promised himself he would give management a serious piece of his mind. Baek turned to his imposing bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of the problem. The bodyguard moved toward the door without a word, without question, but before he could even reach it, the door violently exploded inward with a deafening crash. The concussive sound ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their mounting irritation. Their attention locked onto the sudden chaos. As they struggled to process what the hell had just happened, The answer then walked in entirely on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head, as if it were a mere piece of trash. He then slammed it into the floor so hard, the skull visibly cracked. He bore a cold smirk, aimed directly at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had finally been found. Gungwon froze in terror when he saw Suho, demanding to know, "Who the hell are you?" While Beck stood beside him, nonchalantly puffing on a cigar, muttering that Suho looked surprisingly familiar. Suho calmly rose to his feet and introduced himself, holding up his ID, identifying himself as Suho, a record updater for the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association. He then stated that Kim Gungwon had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was sufficient grounds for an immediate on-site arrest. Kim Gungwon, utterly terrified and shocked, recognized him as none other than the sword god, Suho. Suho then simply confirmed that identity. Suho scratched his neck, telling them to just cooperate. Instead, the men defiantly took their fighting stances. Suho just stared at their audacity and warned them, if they didn't want to die, they had better submit. Moments later, the two criminals were on their knees, looking utterly defeated, while Suho stood tall before them, sarcastically thanking them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals just thought he'd beaten them senseless. How did that count as cooperation? Suho then turned to Yunhwa and thanked her for her EMP ability, which allowed them to enter so easily. Yunhwa blushed, playing with her hair, admitting the job felt so easy and anticlimactic. It almost felt like a waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, quickly revealed she had skipped training and rushed overexcitedly. But before he could finish, Yunhwa sharply elbowed him and reminded him that when the team leader called, she always needed to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair before the criminals and suggested they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gungwon, taking out the stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capabilities. System rules prevented people from seeing each other's status windows directly, but the association could check stats through reaction results from input values. Officially, the innovation had an accuracy above 70%, but in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gungyan Panichkit, thinking Suho had simply beaten him, until the results reached 100%. Suho just smiled at him and reminded him he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that, if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that statement, Kim Gungwon desperately agreed. Then, Suho focused on Baek Ji-hoon, a notorious figure who had recently exploded onto the Gangnam scene. All thanks to Kim Gungwon. Suho knew it was only a matter of time before this man faced justice. But today was just an on-site assessment, a preliminary visit. Making an arrest would be incredibly difficult right now. Yet, he couldn't simply pretend not to have seen him, not when a man was standing right there. Suho locked eyes with him and called out Baek Ji-hoon. He then pointed out that the man had said something quite ambiguous earlier. Baek Ji-hoon, confused, asked what Suho meant. Suho didn't hold back. He declared that Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, prosecutors, and even the Korean Hunter Association itself. This sudden, damning accusation left Baek Ji-hoon trembling. Suho pressed him for more specifics, specifically demanding to know who, within the Korean Hunter Association, was involved in the corruption. Suho then placed a heavy hand on Baek Ji-hoon's shoulder. He issued a chilling warning: refrain from any actions that could cause further misunderstandings, or you will die. The ice in his tone made Baek Ji-hoon shiver in fear and immediately promise compliance. From the sidelines, Yanhwa and Hyungmin watched the intense scene unfold. Yanhwa commented that it definitely brought back some memories. And yes, it had been incredibly scary back then. Meanwhile, Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected to this extent. Back with Suho, Baek Ji-hoon finally confessed he had bribed Park Koo-man, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho pressed, just one person? Baek Ji-hoon cried, frantically insisting it was only him, and begged Suho to believe him. Suho scrutinized him, sensing the man wasn't lying. He then began to wonder, did Park Koo-man truly know nothing about the awakening? and non-awakening assessments? If Park Koo-man had known, he would have surely removed anyone connected to him from the evaluation list, or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had deliberately targeted Park Koo-man. It wouldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who initially provided the list, but the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho was assigned this evaluation task meant someone higher up had pressured him, someone above Park Koo-man, or perhaps even on equal footing. The possible candidates began to form in Suho's mind. It all came down to Chairman John Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol. Regarding Chairman John Kyung-won, Park Koo-man was practically his mouthpiece, so he had no reason to harm him. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was lower than Park Koo-man's, but many believed his true influence was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect was Pai Sung-yeol, according to his memories. He couldn't recall the vice president and Chief Pai being on bad terms, so he decided to watch carefully. If Kim Gung-won were caught, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Koo-man would surely react. Suho grabbed Kim Gung-won by the collar and told him to come along, while also telling Baek Ji-hoon that he'd be seeing him again, and intentionally held back from arresting him. That statement utterly confused Baek Ji-hoon. Suho warned him to take care, because he'd be back. And with that, Suho and the Banshee team exited the luxurious room, leaving a thoroughly beaten Baek Ji-hoon in utter confusion. Later, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-zong dozing on a sofa. The moment he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had found Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed. But when Suho confirmed he had indeed found him, Ho-zong was utterly confused, struggling to believe it. So Suho repeated the update clearly, confirming he had located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Still rattled, Ho-zong followed Suho's instruction to check on Kim Gung-won later. Ho-zong and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gung-won sit inside the interrogation room. While someone questioned him, Ho-zong mused about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years. Yet Suho had caught him in just one day, or rather, in just a few hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-zong's gaze shifted to the stat measuring device, and he pondered how the machine normally produced only 70% accuracy. Yet this time the results had come out, nearly identical to the real stats. He looked at Suho and marveled that something so notoriously difficult had been handled so effortlessly, as if Suho had taken a simple stroll. Suho then said the charges were proven, and that they could hand Kim Gung-won over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Ho-zong nodded, still confused. He asked how Suho managed to catch him. Suho, wearing a straight expression, and not even looking at him, said he simply asked around here and there, and got lucky. He then asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters too. Ho-zong agreed and suggested they go together. But Suho suddenly turned, saying he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest evaluation. The sudden declaration caught Ho-zong off guard. Suho bowed slightly and said he would ask for help if needed, but asked Ho-zong to focus on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer remained standing alone and simply responded with an okay in confusion. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern Suho and said stories about him catching all the vicious non-updaters were spreading everywhere. And people wondered how he managed to complete in 2 days what even pro-awakeners could not. They said the real sword god was also the real squad god, and the work class difference was overwhelming. But they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame. Someone said the department might start hating in turn on Suho for this. Inside the awakening department, everyone cheered Suho's name, loudly calling him sword god over and over. These workers had been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office pleaded with him not to leave, imploring him to work there forever. She confessed she'd never said anything like this before, but had never witnessed such raw talent. A senior employee, eyes practically sparkling, declared he'd already joined Suho's fan club and commanded others to call him Suho Priest, all while proudly holding a poster of Suho's face. As Suho, documents in hand, was about to leave, his colleagues cried out, begging him not to go. Suho thanked them, but gently reminded them that he still needed to finish his urgent work with the awakening department first. Soon after, his phone rang. The name on the screen, Pai Sungyal. Chief Pai, eyes scanning documents, casually asked Suho if he was busy, then told him to drop by when he had a moment. Suho realized instantly with a sharp jolt that the bite he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Inside Chief Pai's office, Chief Pai handed Suho a cold can of Coke and remarked coolly that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been quite impressive. Suho responded modestly, brushing it off as nothing much. Chief Pai sat down, then questioned him, wondering how Suho could call it nothing when he consistently produced results far beyond all expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then directly asked if the first person Suho caught was Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed it, taking a slow sip of Coke with a smirk. Chief Pai pointed out pointedly that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho immediately realized a light bulb going off, that things were unfolding exactly as he expected. Chief Pai already knew everything. That certainly made everything much simpler. Suho revealed he had also seen Baekgyum. Chief Pai then asked why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was simply too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why Suho spoke, as if he already understood what Chief Pai was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baekgyum's powerful connections. Chief Pai confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he hadn't reported back right away. Suho simply said he waited, because he had no clear justification for reporting. Chief Pai asked what kind of justification he meant. Suho then clarified, explaining that he was planning to join the Special Forces unit. But since Chief Pai's name hadn't come up yet, reporting it prematurely would have looked like overstepping his bounds. Suho figured if he just waited, either Chief Pai himself or the association's vice president would eventually call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he promised that he would, in return, tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai then asked if Suho wasn't curious, why he had to report to him. Suho replied there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pai surely had his own reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he did a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends. After work, he insisted Suho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gives something, he should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office, walking down the hall, thinking that he had just walked past the vice president earlier. Without saying anything, it became clear something was going on between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwan. He told him he'd send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked him why he didn't question him about the details, and Jaiwan replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must be the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaiwan to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jaiwan celebrated wildly on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Jo Jinwoo. He called to see if he was free that evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwoo clinked their beer glasses together. Jinwoo congratulated him unofficially, starting his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him, then asked if he'd been swamped with articles. Jinwoo replied it hadn't been difficult, since all he had to do was add some flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. Suho then asked about the Banshee team and the others. Suho explained he'd set aside a separate table so they could bond better with Hyun and the others. Suho then told Jinwoo that Hyun would want to greet him too, so they'd invite him properly next time. He mentioned he'd prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinwoo argued he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer also helped save victims, and that the Nexus had risen into a nationally favored guild. This caused his related feature articles to perform extremely well. Raising his glass, He said he looked forward to working together. Suho raised his glass as well, and agreed they should continue working together. The very next day, at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Si-in, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him that she'd heard about his impressive achievements, and was happy to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest, because it didn't look good. She then asked if he knew what the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it and told him that would be as difficult as finding a needle in the desert. She explained he shouldn't aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently said he'd find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered, and said she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Yom, she would guide him through all the details. She told him to give it his all. A little while later, as Suho sifted through the reports she'd given him, he decided to review the documents he'd received earlier from none other than Junsong. He found they were just scattered, disorganized reports. He then considered the fact that there was simply no way to identify an unregistered hunter unless they openly confessed or their level had noticeably spiked. Otherwise, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed primarily to prevent unexpected incidents, but some people avoided it because they disliked having awakened, especially when certain jobs could only be taken by non-awakened individuals. Athletes were a prime example. Just then, someone called out to Suho. It was Joe Song-gil, an investigator for unregistered hunters. He said he'd heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. He mentioned that his colleague, Han Ho-zong, had praised Suho endlessly, so he'd been looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked whether Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho said he would try it alone first. Turning away, the officer told him to contact him if he got stuck, and Suho immediately realized the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation somewhere else. A dartboard was filled with perfectly centered arrows. A blond boy named Park Geun had shot all of them. People behind him praised his skill, saying that his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he would likely win the upcoming tournament again. Someone else noted that the first-place prize money would be massive, and they felt completely jealous. Two other students then approached Park Geun. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with them after a long time, but Park Geun said he needed to help his mother at the shop, insisting they go on ahead without him. The black-haired boy grumbled, complaining that, even on the eve of the big tournament, even though practice wrapped up early, he was still swamped with responsibilities. Park Geun apologized, assuring him they'd hang out next time. Later that evening, he arrived at the restaurant and called out, "I'm home." Inside, he spotted an officer enjoying a meal. It was Suho, casually digging into some fancy dishes. The boy immediately recognized him as none other than the sword god, but his mother was quick to shush him, quietly reminding him not to disturb the customers. The boy quickly agreed, and his mother then asked why he was home so early, when it was still training time. He explained that practice had wrapped up early, since the big tournament was tomorrow. She then asked why he wasn't out with his friends, but he simply tied on an apron, saying he couldn't just leave her to work alone. He then slyly asked if he could pick up the Sword God's tab, assuming it hadn't been paid already. She agreed, and as Suho asked for the bill, the boy stated the total was 10,000 won, and politely asked if he'd like a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed him by his name. The boy froze, utterly stunned that Suho knew him. Suho then revealed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department sent all color draining from the boy's face. He immediately began backing away, profusely apologizing, insisting he was busy and had absolutely no time. Suho assured him it would only take a moment, but the boy absolutely bolted out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting so strangely. In a secluded alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A mysterious system window hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his dormant power. The boy stared at it miserably, wondering why now of all times. Still shaken, Gun remained crouched on the ground. He had told no one about the mysterious status window that had appeared just days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even if he was just level 1, his archery career would be completely toast. An awakener was still an awakener, plain and simple. And revealing his secret now was simply not an option. He forced himself to stay hidden, keeping a low profile. He convinced himself to just endure a little longer. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly answered it. He slowly stood up, trying to steady himself, and told her he was nearby, just around the corner. She mentioned that Hunter and Suho had already left, and Goon immediately pressed her for more details. He desperately wanted to know if he truly left, without saying a single word to anyone. His mother explained she'd only spoken briefly, with the sword god, and nothing else had happened. Hearing this news, Goon felt his tension finally begin to ease. He assured her he was perfectly fine, that he would return to the dorm to rest up for the tournament the very next day, and that she should go ahead and eat dinner, without worrying about him one bit. She agreed, though. She cautiously checked again, if everything was truly all right with him. The question snapped something inside of him, and he raised his voice, a hint of frustration, insisting that absolutely nothing was going on. The call ended abruptly shortly after. Goon slowly exhaled, letting out a long breath. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him a massive wave of relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision, however, bothered him. Clutching his phone even tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not just yet. No matter what was coming for him, he could not abandon tomorrow, not now. This tournament mattered more than anything else. Else it was the biggest high school archery competition in the entire country. And the first place prize was a whopping 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's only chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was finally over, he would report everything properly, without fail. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center. Park Gung sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts weighing heavily. He wondered if Sword God hadn't properly come to school before. The tension was clearly etched on his face. His dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him from behind, startling him slightly. Gung reacted instinctively, brushing it off by saying he felt a bit sick. His friend noticed his reaction and pointed out that Gung seemed nervous. The blonde boy immediately denied it, though. Park Gung was reminded that, even if he wasn't in perfect condition, first place would still naturally be his. His friend added that no one could deny it. Smiling, he mentioned that Gung had never lost first place. Since joining the school, he had outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot every time, which was exactly what real talent looked like. Hearing this only made Gung more uneasy, as he pointed out that his friend beat upperclassmen every day. As well, the response came with a shrug, admitting that despite that, he was still stuck as the eternal second place. In the end, the world only remembered whoever stood first. With a smirk, his friend added that, considering how much money his family spent on him, failing to even secure second place would mean serious trouble at home, especially with the kind of father he had. His friend clenched his fist lightly and brushed it aside, telling Gung that regardless, he had a reason to win and needed to make sure he did. He promised to watch until the very end. Gung thanked him, admitting that the encouragement helped him relax a little. Just then, Gung's attention was pulled away by the coach, calling for him. Meanwhile, One CU watched him from the background with a dark smile. As soon as Gung entered an office, he noticed the coach, speaking with a man dressed in black. One look was enough for him to recognize who it was. The man standing there was none other than Suho himself. Gung immediately wondered why he was here. Fear crept in fast, and sweat began to form, as a chilling realization hit him. The officer might be here to take him away. The coach then excused himself, saying he'd be leaving them, so the two could speak more comfortably. Once alone, Suho addressed Park Gun, and brought up where he'd been the previous day. The question made Gun stumble over his words, unable to respond properly. Suho then asked the boy if he was awakened, and the words hit Gun like a hammer. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling, as he wondered whether to tell the truth or lie. The tournament was right around the corner, and even just participating meant victory for him. He needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was no other way. He could earn such a large amount. Outside of archery, just this once, he wanted to hold on. Suho placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter, and asking for honesty. Still trembling, Gun finally admitted the truth, and confessed that he was awakened. Suho's expression softened into a smile, as he thanked him for being honest. Then, without hesitation, he stated that they would report the awakening immediately, and that Gun would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured him he could make sure the coach and others wouldn't hear about it. The words left Gun completely stunned. Desperation overtook him as he pleaded, telling how he hadn't even chosen a class yet, and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Gun's situation, and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Gun entered the tournament, and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window would be nullified. The realization shocked Gun even further. Suho explained that reporting now was the better option, and told him to come with him to the association. Left with no real choice, Gun reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly, without resistance. A wave of relief washed over Suho at the sight. In his previous life, Park Gun had actually won this tournament, but he later lost the title in utter disgrace, all because his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, reported him. That incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy, and transforming him into the notorious criminal known as Gangwei. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's interference, the boy is saved from his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they drove along, Suho casually brought up the question of why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably, and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shut that idea down, saying that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. At that moment, the boy snapped his neck to look at Suho so fast. It was almost reflexive, clearly caught off guard and utterly confused. Suho calmly told him to stop worrying, because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Gun struggled to understand, trying to grasp what Suho truly meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered any damage, because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and there was no reason for him to carry any guilt. He then instructed Gun that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first-floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely would not be able to do archery for some time, and perhaps not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Gun's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer, and that another great future would eventually open up for him. Not long after, the car reached their destination. At the association's registration center, Suho dropped the boy off, ready to make his exit. But just as he turned, a voice called out to him. It was none other than Investigator Joe, casually standing nearby, cigar in hand. In a relaxed tone, Joe remarked that tackling everything solo must be quite the challenge. Suho calmly replied that it wasn't all that difficult, a faint smile playing on his lips. As he added, "I've only just begun." Joe echoed his words, observing that if Suho was merely starting, then there was no need for his assistance. Suho responded with a polite bow, assuring him he was perfectly fine, and then took his leave. As Suho walked away, he made a call to Jin-Hoo, asking if he had some time to talk. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh. Watching Suho's retreating back, he muttered that the man was clearly struggling, though his pride kept it expertly hidden. Soon after, the boy reached the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready, and he thanked her as he accepted it. Staring down at the card in his hand, a heavy thought settled in his mind. He realized he could never return to being an ordinary person again. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days, and felt an unexpected sense of relief. Despite having lied during that time, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Volley crept in fast, and the fear that something might have happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to be met by a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed in nearly every corner. In awe, he wondered, what on earth is going on? A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained that her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked, "Are you Park Gung?" The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted as people began cheering. They recognized him as Ansung, their high school star archery prospect. Several even asked him to take pictures with them. He felt completely overwhelmed, trying to understand how they even knew who he was. He wondered if this sudden rush of customers was all because they'd come to see him. The girl quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining they weren't there for him at all, but because the restaurant had been recommended by the sword god. This explanation only confused him even further. She excitedly added that the sword god had posted about the food on Instagram. The post had already gathered over 87,000 likes and 47,000 comments. Some customers laughed amongst themselves, finding it oddly cute that the sword god's very first post was simply a food recommendation. Still completely confused, the boy tried to figure out how they'd recognized him. One of the nerdy-looking customers casually explained that doing research before a pilgrimage was basic behavior. Others pressed him with curiosity, asking if he had really met the sword god. With a hint of pride, he admitted that he had. He even mentioned he'd handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy, but pointed out his mother looked overwhelmed and suggested he should go help. He immediately rushed into the kitchen and told his mother he'd help out. She questioned him about the competition and asked why he was here instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed it aside, saying they could talk later and that he should start cleaning first. Outside, customers excitedly stared at the special sword god menu, commenting on how humble and cute it felt to see the sword god eating simple snack food. The entire day passed, with him serving customers nonstop. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, completely drained. He remarked that since the restaurant had first opened, this was officially their busiest day ever. His mother, still completely bewildered, commented on all the sudden chaos, and then asked again why he was even there, instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining they were closed for the day because they'd run completely out of ingredients. The man replied that he wasn't a customer. He introduced himself as Joe Jean Wee, a reporter from PBS, and said he'd like to interview Park Gun if he had a moment. The boy stood there confused, wondering if the man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining they'd received a tip. According to their information, Park Gun had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he had become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to understand what an awakened person's honesty report even meant, and questioned what was really going on here. The scene shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach Pating Wan Suk was offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating he would do his best for the competition. Once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Gun to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to report Gun's awakening right after winning the competition, intending to utterly crush his future. He thinks the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Gun had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move forced Won-suk to debut much earlier than planned. Just a few days earlier, he'd overheard Gun muttering to himself about awakening, and that memory burned deeply. Jealousy had always festered inside him, and it finally made sense why that beggar kid was shooting with such uncanny precision. The thought that Goon had deceived him and tried to sabotage his future filled him with seething resentment. But now that his eyesore was finally gone, this was his moment. He would win the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers rippled around the field. People were quietly remarking on how perfectly he was releasing the bow, even claiming it looked better than Goon's technique. The praise fed directly into his confidence, twisting it into pure greed. Believing himself to be the true bow god, his focus suddenly shattered when he overheard people discussing an official who had just arrived. That official was none other than Suho. Confusion rippled through the crowd as they wondered why the sword god was here. Suho approached Wonziak directly and addressed him by name, asking him to come along to the association. Wonziak was caught completely off guard and demanded an explanation. Suho calmly replied that it was not something to be discussed publicly and explained that Wonsak was scheduled for an investigation. That would take about a day. Anger surged through Wonsak as he snapped, flatly refusing and questioning why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho remained calm and stated that everything would be explained on the way. Wonsak's frustration exploded as he flatly refused, again insisting that he could not go, and asking whether Suho himself would agree if he were in the same position. That was when Suho finally revealed the reason. He mentioned Waniak's older brother, Hong Dong-suk. Just hearing that name drained the color from Waniak's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging, involving a fake awakening report. Because of that, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification. As well, the case involved many people, and the situation was spiraling into something serious. Suho stared directly into Wonsak's eyes and demanded his full cooperation. Fear quickly coiled around him as Wonsak struggled to grasp the gravity of it all. Draft dodging and deep-seated corruption. Behind him, other students buzzed with whispers, noting that the sword god himself was personally escorting the accused. A girl murmured to her friend that his family must have committed a serious offense. At the association, a dark-haired boy loudly shouted, demanding to know who had snitched on him. Sitting opposite an officer at a stark desk, he hurled accusations of hypocrisy, pointing out that this very same officer had issued his official player license. The officer sternly warned him that his continued refusal to cooperate would only make matters far worse. Just then, Suho arrived on the scene, Wonsak in tow, observing the chaos unfolding. Suho mused that he had rounded up everyone he could remember tied to the draft fraud scandal, and now everything was finally exploding at once. The instant Wonsak locked eyes with his brother, his restraint shattered. He instantly struck him down, knocking him hard to the ground, unleashing a torrent of pure rage. He blamed him for utterly ruining his competition and spat vile insults. Observing the chaotic scene, Suho couldn't help but notice how twisted they all appeared. Investigator Joe rushed frantically over to Suho, pleading for help. Suho replied calmly that interns, unfortunately, weren't allowed to perform official duties. He added that he was currently busy undergoing his field evaluation. Joe started to protest, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had no choice but to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought to himself that he had already spoon-fed them more than enough. He wondered how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a dingy PC cafe. Looking around, he instantly noticed its age. The place still permitted indoor smoking, had absolutely no customers, and exuded an atmosphere frozen in time, a relic from before the cataclysm and a rise of VR. The online gaming industry had rapidly collapsed. PC games, only playable on monitors, stood no chance against VR games. Suho was surprised that this place was still even operating. His attention then shifted to a gray-haired man seated nearby. Suho instantly knew he'd finally found him. He took the seat beside him and launched the game Ops. The gray-haired man noticed and remarked on seeing someone play Ops. After such a long time, Suho admitted that returning to the game after so long was not easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt nice. He suggested they play together and asked Suho to add him as a friend under the name Railgun. Suho immediately recognized the name and realized he was sitting next to the number one ranked Ops player. The man confirmed it casually. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling generous, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he worked there and could give him plenty. As he browsed the shelves, he asked Suho what he wanted. Before he could pick anything, Suho asked him, "Is your name Kim Kyu?" The reaction was instantaneous. The gray-haired man froze in shock, fear flashing across his face. As he turned to face Suho and confirmed his name, Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his intense gaze on the man, Suho demanded to see his ID. The gray-haired man trembled as he stepped backward, finally confirming that he was Kim Won. His fear was obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared directly into his eyes with an unshaken firmness, already aware of the truth, and demanded identification without hesitation. The man tried to stay composed, claiming his ID was conveniently locked in the staff room, and promising a swift return. As he headed for the stairway, Suho tailed him right on his heels, already knowing exactly what was coming. The instant they hit the stairs, the boy suddenly bolted, no warning given, sprinting off, just as Suho had foreseen. Outside the building, the utterly exhausted boy slumped against a wall, gasping for breath, his mind racing wildly, wondering how the association had even managed to track him down. What he didn't realize was that Suho was already standing right behind him, like a silent shadow. Before the boy could even react, Suho casually commented on his pathetic escape attempt, and in that very same instant, struck him with a powerful, surprising flick to the forehead. The sheer impact alone sent a searing shot of pain through the boy's entire body, instantly dazing him. He crumpled to his knees, trembling as the intense pain overwhelmed all his senses. Suho coldly reminded him that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in immediate arrest. Period. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the now frightened boy protested, insisting he hadn't done a single thing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, completely shattering the boy's composure. He then asked if the person inside the building was truly his older brother, Kim John. The boy denied it instantly, vehemently, but Suho remained completely unmoved, already seeing straight through the lie. He told the boy they'd be going back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim John's actual body. Suddenly, pure rage consumed the boy, and he lunged forward, a clenched fist aimed, but the attack was effortlessly stopped with just one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm with zero strain. Suho made it crystal clear he'd come to help them, but their foolish actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy finally gave in, tapping out under the immense pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up, period, and then ordered the boy to show him the way to his place. Inside the room, the gray-haired boy's twin lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, observing quietly. It didn't take long for him to realize the boy was in a possessed state. On the bed lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention back to the gray-haired boy and questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim John's possession trait could only activate on the same player, and hearing this made the boy visibly tense. Suho warned him not to lie, stating that their work dates at the PC cafe could easily be checked. Realizing there was no escape from the truth, the boy broke down and desperately asked what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes shut tight, he explained everything in a rush, revealing that he was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident, while his brother had ended up in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and no support. This was the only way they could survive. Suho calmly responded that he would not do anything, a statement that completely confused the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, now possessing his own younger brother, because of his vegetative condition. With that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy calmly and explained that he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen properly. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho. The name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the original John returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face. As he tried to process what was happening, pulling himself toward his wheelchair, John focused on Suho and asked him to explain exactly how he planned to help them. There's a saying, truly helping the helpless. That means giving them work, not just handouts. Suho applied that principle without a moment's hesitation. He declared his intention to find a job for Kim Ji-hyun then. That directly brought up that whether Ji-hyun wished to become a hunter again. The boy reacted with obvious confusion, that unable to grasp how Suho could even suggest such a thing. That while clearly seeing the condition of Ji-hyun's legs, he went on to make it absolutely clear. If Suho's grand idea involved entering gates, that by possessing his younger brother's body, that then that path was completely off limits. Suho responded calmly, that clarifying it wouldn't involve possession at all, and that the job would be for Kim Jong himself. The boy frowned deeply, that irritation rising as he snapped, "Stop joking around. If something like that were truly possible, that would have happened ages ago." He pointed out his level was already over 50, and he couldn't even enter the lowest level gates, anymore to make a living. Suho then skillfully shifted the topic, asking if John was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment, that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. John was aware of them, but he also knew how incredibly unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were like winning the lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world, ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, knowing better than anyone else, that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim Jong had become infamous, because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy he knew exactly, which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers, a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He pressed Suho, demanding to know why he was doing all of this, after they'd been utterly ignored by everyone for so long. He openly wondered if Suho secretly wanted something from them. In return, all this time, Kim Jong had previously knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He had fallen from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and disposable, and that slow abandonment carved deep scars into him. Because of that neglect, Kim Jong eventually ended up walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that John had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly did not believe those words. What followed left him completely shaken. Suho stepped forward and knelt in front of him, lowering himself without hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted that he should have come to help much earlier. From deep inside, Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim Jong, even though he had not created the system and was not the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely. Without excuses, with a calm smile, Suho explained that his delay was not due to neglect or indifference, but because he had not found a viable solution before. This time was different, and this time he promised to help. Kim Jong stared at him in silence for a long moment before finally apologizing. In return, he admitted that he had never experienced anyone truly trying to help them, which had made them overly sensitive and defensive. Suho stood back up and told him that he would have reacted the same way. In that position, he then assured him that his brother's awakening report would not interfere with their disability pension, making it clear that he had already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating that he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner if John hadn't been paid properly, though the man's life was spared. That's when John explained how kindly his owner had treated him. Shifting the focus forward, Suho revealed he'd soon introduce John to a guild for all hunter-related activities. The boy then wondered how any guild would ever accept someone like him. But Suho dismissed that concern entirely. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with that special partner item. That would change everything for them both. Sometime later, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on White Chief Pie, and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his attention was pulled away by Park Gun, running straight toward him. Suho asked why the boy was here, and Park Gun quickly explained that his mother had packed him some food This was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which were getting a great response. The boy expressed his gratitude openly, clearly excited by how things were going. Suho brushed it off calmly, stating he hadn't done anything special. He mentioned he only posted the food because it genuinely tasted good, and regarding the news coverage, he casually denied having reported anything himself. Gung awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked if the boy had changed his class. Gung immediately brightened and explained he had chosen the archer class. He was still serious about becoming a hunter, and went on to ask whether Suho had any guild recommendations for him. Just as we can all predict now, Suho brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, upon seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, approved him instantly with a broad smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office, calmly announcing his arrival to those inside. He was called inside. Stepping through the doorway, Suho offered a respectful bow and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check in on Suho. Lately, after Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned he'd heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho brushed it off casually, attributing everything to simple good luck. Vice President Kamen responded with a wide smile, pointing out how modest Suho was, especially considering he'd been dealing with nothing but difficult assignments in the Awakening Department. He even mentioned that Suho had handled a military service corruption case that wasn't technically part of his evaluation. While looking straight at Suho, the vice president asked where he'd managed to obtain that kind of information. At that moment, Suho clearly understood what was happening. The vice president was probing for his sources. Judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied to the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicion deepened. There was a strong chance that Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were connected to the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained that he had conducted field inquiries. Based on tips, the vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and asked how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already reviewed all the tip-off documents in detail. Suho then added that he also obtained information through acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with during his time working as a hunter. That response visibly shocked the vice president, who pressed him on what kind of people would go so far as to help him. Suho calmly retorted, claiming his intel came from his connections. But when the vice president pressed him exactly what connections he meant, Suho simply shrugged it off, vaguely stating just from here and there. That vague reply utterly infuriated the vice president, who completely lost his cool and raised his voice, demanding what here and there even meant. Suho offered a polite apology, but made it clear that, given those ties were to government agencies, he couldn't possibly disclose them. The vice president then probed if those agencies were also linked to their organization as well. Suho responded honestly. He wasn't sure. The vice president pressed him relentlessly, a mix of accusation and desperate pleading, asking if Suho was really going to treat him like this, and lamenting how hurt he felt by it. Suho listened in stoic silence, giving no reaction at all. The vice president then began arguing that intel like this should absolutely be shared with a leader of organizations like himself, insisting this was how influence spread and associations grew. He then questioned how such valuable information could possibly be misused. With a faint, knowing smirk, Suho then smoothly added that he'd heard internal connections within the Day One Association as well. Since his source was reliable, it was probably an insider. The vice president immediately pounced on that, expressing keen interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied with a note of caution, warning they were extremely wary of exposure, which would make such a meeting incredibly difficult. The vice president then proposed meeting them, under the guise of being a client himself. But Suho firmly insisted that even that wouldn't work. Stepping closer, it simply wouldn't be possible. The vice president desperately pleaded if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief, loaded pause, Suho finally relented, saying he would ask them once. That answer instantly delighted the vice president, who eagerly told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, stating calmly that he understood. With their conversation concluded, Suho stated he would now take his leave. He thought to himself, he had perfectly snared the vice president, just as he intended. Everything had unfolded exactly as he planned. The scene then dramatically cut to the non-awakened apartment. There, Suho found himself face-to-face with Aum Young-sung, who was standing right in front of him. Suho calmly inquired, wanting to know if his evaluation had finally been completed. Aum, however, looked visibly flustered, sweating profusely while juggling a precarious stack of files. He stammered out an explanation. The awakening department was utterly swamped with work at the moment. He then asked Suho to patiently wait a little longer. The staff responsible for evaluations were absolutely buried, and it would likely take several more days to wrap everything up. Hearing this, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden, unexpected delay even meant. Around them, utter chaos filled the department. Other officers were shouting in exasperation, clutching their heads and loudly complaining about the absurd number of draft dodgers who had suddenly appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking an eternity. Another officer miserably muttered about his poor mother, apologizing to her in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, Aum hesitated before a sudden realization hit him. Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there, blankly waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Standing right beside him was Chulman, openly laughing and pointing out that Suho had essentially been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated sigh. Chulman took a casual sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he had already heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread so quickly. Chulman explained that, even when people inquired at the awakening department, no one responded, so everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy, grappling with something truly ugly, and no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chuman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was blindsided by the sudden question and wondered why Suho would ask such a thing. Out of nowhere, Suho explained that he figured it would be better to grasp these things. He wasn't planning on picking sides, only trying to dodge danger by knowing what was coming beforehand. Chulman instantly understood why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman showed a lot through his expressions. Even though he looked dull on the surface, he was actually sharp and cautious, someone who had clearly suffered through internal power struggles before. In contrast, Suho realized all he'd ever done was swing his sword, staying so focused on survival, but he never had time to look around. Chulman then began explaining the structure, involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Songyul. On the surface, there were two major factions within the association: the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that before the regression, those two hadn't appeared as faction leaders, and even seemed to be on the same side. Looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sunbae Gaem incident were likely handled by slowly gathering information and tightening a leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued explaining that the factions themselves were easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the President didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho simply answered that the President, he was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the President only needed to survive his term, so his focus leaned more towards external relations. Chulman then asked if Suho had any other questions. Suho politely declined, stating he'd keep everything he'd heard in mind. Chulman then offered to arrange a temporary seat for him in the Gate Department. Suho thanked him, but voiced his concern that doing so might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, He suggested studying for other department theory exams. At a cafe, Schulman agreed and said he'd provide the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea. After all, sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild's villa in Payu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwan visibly lit up, genuinely happy to see him after such a long absence. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jaiwan found it odd that Suho was here during work hours, but Suho brushed it off, explaining that it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately understand what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he had made. In the past, he acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve, in a concrete and irreversible way. And for that, preparation was necessary. That was the real reason he had gathered them before, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet, without drawing any attention. Manhwa pointed out that they were still officially in a training period and reminded him that he had once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he had recently come across something interesting. If things went smoothly, they could stir chaos inside the organization, even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit. He explained that the plan revolved around exploiting internal faction conflicts. With a faint confident smile, Suho revealed the target they would take down first is Vice President Park Cumin. As promised earlier, Suho brought the vice president to a certain location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the vice president glanced around and clearly found the meeting place unimpressive, even shabby. Suho calmly explained that the people involved were extremely sensitive about security and asked for his understanding. As the vice president opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such a place meant the informants were cautious and scheming inside the building. The Banshee members stood waiting, white masks covering their faces. The vice president began sweating, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated that this was indeed the right place. The vice president grew uneasy, sensing something off about Suho's tone. Suho continued saying that the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the vice president before he could react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the reality of the situation. The vice president had been kidnapped, and Suho wasn't about to explain every detail. At his signal, Guak Duho sprang into action, delivering a precise blow right to the back of the vice president's neck. The man's body instantly went limp as he collapsed unconscious. This was the true beginning of Suho's grand plan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the vice president slowly began to stir from his unconscious state. The moment awareness returned, he shot to his feet, slamming his fists against the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he was and if anyone was there. But before any answer came, a strange, wet, gurgling sound echoed behind him. The noise caught him completely off guard. Fear instantly froze his body in place as his thoughts spiraled, wondering what kind of sound that was. Was it some kind of monster? The gurgling only grew louder, and as soon as he realized the sound was coming from a specific direction, panic took over. He started screaming in terror, begging for someone to save him and for someone to get rid of whatever monster was there. Then, his eyes finally locked onto the source of the noise. To his shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person, chained up and tightly restrained. Staring at that sight, the vice president's mind reeled in confusion, realizing the figure was completely bound and utterly unable to move. At that moment, Suho calmly walked into view and remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively The instant the vice president saw him, rage exploded out of him as he hurled threats, convinced that Suho wouldn't get away with this. Suho didn't hesitate for even a second. He summoned his blood weapon and brought it down on the vice president's hand. In a single ruthless strike, bones cracked as fingers broke, and the vice president collapsed to the ground. As agony ripped through him, Suho coldly scolded him, questioning if he was truly brave, or just plain stupid to act like that in this situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and instantly restored the very injury he'd just inflicted. He then told him to stop whining, because he didn't want to hear it. Trembling, the vice president demanded to know what he had done to deserve such brutal treatment. Watching him, Suho mused that the man still hadn't come to his senses. He raised his weapon again, commenting on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely break him. Terror flooded the vice president's face as he profusely begged for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly and pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and told him that was better. Cooperation would make things much easier, and if they cooperated properly, their conversation wouldn't need to involve violence. He even added that he didn't enjoy hitting people. Then, Suho moved toward the chain man, nudging him lightly with his foot, before explaining who he was. The restrained man was Changsik, the boss of the notorious Changsik gang, an organization deeply involved in loan sharking and drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being kept here, under constant supervision and education. Suho made it clear that from now on, everything depended on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Kumin, or he could end up living as Changsik instead. With that final, chilling warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling in front of Suho, just as instructed. He had meticulously written down everything he had ever done, in detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and told him he had done well. Then, almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really done a lot over the years, so much that it was no surprise. He ended up getting completely swallowed by Pei Soyoung. Pei Soyoung's words hit Park Kumin like a lightning bolt. Before he could even properly react, Suho sharply told him not to play dumb, pretending he didn't know what was truly happening. Suho calmly revealed he had already apprehended Kim Gung-won, and that single fact alone was enough to make Park Kumin's entire position dangerously unstable. The vice president stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, demanding if any of it was actually true. Suho sounded almost exasperated, asking with a sigh if he seriously hadn't known. Suho scoffed at his utter lack of awareness, explaining that Kim Gung-won had been on his investigation list from the very beginning, marked as someone notoriously difficult to catch, yet undeniably malicious. In the process of tracking him down, Suho had encountered Baek Ji-hyun, and even learned that Baek Ji-hyun had been actively bribing the vice president himself. Suho admitted he had deliberately let Baek Ji-hyun walk free, just to observe Park Kumin's reaction. Then, Suho showed him his phone, pointing out who had contacted him first. After all that, it was Pei Soyoung. Suho explained that Pei Soyoung was already busy, moving behind the scenes, orchestrating Park Kumin's downfall, while Park Kumin himself remained utterly clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he had initially assumed all the Awakening Department executives were firmly on Park Kumin's side, but it turned out none of them had reported a single thing to him. Grinding his teeth in pure fury, the vice president cursed them under his breath, furious after how well he thought he had treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his dire situation, Park Kumin's life was already hanging by the thinnest thread. If Pei So-young decided to make a move, it could all be over for him at any moment. Completely shaken to his core, the vice president pleaded with him, asking if there was truly no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said, "There is a way, but only if Park Kumin does exactly as he's told. If he complies, Suho would ensure his survival within the association, and could even shatter tranquility. Oh, and on equal footing with Joel." A wave of relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed to the terms, promising to obey Soho's every command. Soho then produced a small, black pill and extended it towards him, ordering him to swallow it immediately. Trembling, Park Hyun asked what it was. Soho calmly explained it was an item bomb, absorbed into the body once consumed, and activated solely by his command. It couldn't be detected by any search skills, and was extremely expensive to acquire. So he told him to eat it, and quickly. Fear completely overwhelmed the vice president, as he initially refused, asking if he truly had to ingest something like that. Soho replied that he needed insurance, in case of any betrayal. If Park Hyun truly doesn't want to eat it, he doesn't have to, Soho said, leaning closer. But if he doesn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Changsik, under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Hyun stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one swift motion. Suho nodded in satisfaction and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Hyun asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pai Si-hoon and Joel from attacking him, and that started with fixing every wrong he had committed. So far, he didn't care how Park Hyun handled it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Hyun already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore. That would never happen. Soho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then, he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Hyun returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Hyun confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and the chief of the non-awakened division. He confessed to pocketing 70% of the funds, while the rest was divvied up among his subordinates. Soho instantly knew whoever subcontracted the job had undoubtedly stuffed themselves with cash. He ordered Park Hyun to return every single penny and ensure everyone involved stayed silent. When Park Hyun paused, hesitating, stating he still had his share, but was clueless about the others, Soho, with chilling precision, pointed out that if the money wasn't brought back, things would absolutely explode. Either retrieve it or fill the gap yourself, but ensure not a single whisper got out. Park Hyun quickly capitulated. Suho then added another stern command. As soon as Park Hyun made his return, he was to immediately proceed with Suho's awakening department evaluation. Both the field evaluation and the written exam were already done, so there was absolutely no reason for the process to keep dragging on like this. Park Hyun apologized, promising to handle it. Finally, Suho gave his last chilling instruction and simply told him to close his eyes. The vice president froze, utterly confused by the sudden order. Suho slowly lifted his bat and warned him he despised repeating himself. In the very next instant, the bat struck hard against the side of Park Hyun's head, and the vice president instantly collapsed, losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, just outside the building, Hyun-min was growing visibly impatient, wondering why Suho was taking so long inside. Dooho agreed, pointing out that Suho had been in there for quite a while, yet everything had gone eerily quiet. At that exact moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Suho stepped out, with the vice president slung over his back, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Yanhwa stared at the scene in utter confusion, and asked if Suho had hit him. Yanhwa pointed out that there hadn't been any noise at all. Suho responded calmly, saying that, technically speaking, and that's precisely what went down, when you land a hit just right. He then signaled Doho to grab Park Hyun and get him into the car. Suho then addressed the group, saying he'd elaborate on their next moves later. For now, he just needed them to gather. He handed Yanhwa a notebook and explained they'd be using Park Hyun for some internal power plays. They were making their move before the situation completely consumed the association. But first, they needed to clean up the mess Park Hyun had created. The notebook he'd just given her was the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group quickly scanned its contents, Yanhwa exclaimed that there wasn't just a handful of corrupt acts written within. She asked if they were going to erase it all. Suho quickly clarified. They'd only removed the corruption that Payon Jail already knew about. Even if Pai Su and Joel eventually learned about everything in there, it wouldn't matter. They'd use Park Hyun as needed, then discard him afterward. Suho then inquired if anyone in the group desired personal vengeance against Park Cumin. If so, they could adjust how they handled him. After reviewing the notebook and contemplating their options, the group confirmed that none had any personal beef with Park Cumin. Suho nodded, satisfied, and told them it was time to head back. As they were about to depart, G1 spoke up, observing that the vice president didn't seem to have any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had managed to make him talk. Suho answered calmly that he'd made Park Cumin swallow a bomb that would detonate if he disobeyed his orders. So naturally, he'd stay obedient for a while. G1 was absolutely flabbergasted, asking if such an item truly existed. Suho immediately shut him down, saying it was a lie. There was no such thing at all. After taking down Park Cumin, the group finally split up and went their separate ways. Suho told the Banshee team that he and Jaiwan would head home, while the others should drop Park Cumin off and then return to Nexus. Yunho nodded without hesitation, confirming she understood. Suho then turned to Jaiwan and asked if he'd finished digging through the numbers Suho had given him earlier. Jaiwan replied that he'd checked them, but nothing came up for Pei Song-jo, Park Cumin, Lee Wanik, or Lee Moonho. To dig any deeper, they'd probably need to trace things all the way back to the messenger app headquarters. As they took their seats inside the car, Suho remarked that meant those numbers weren't saved as contacts. He told Jaiwan to shift focus to the numbers they contacted regularly instead. Then he asked how long the task would take. Jaiwan estimated it'd be done by tomorrow, but Suho pushed him, asking if it could be finished today. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning Park Cumin, and timing truly mattered. The very next morning, Jaiwan came running in, his loud voice snapping Suho out of his sleep. He excitedly announced that he'd found number used by Pei Song-gil. Sitting down, Jaiwan explained that in Lee Wanik's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. There were only call logs, no messages or chat history. After tracing it further, Jaiwan confirmed it was Pei Song-gil's second phone. Even more suspiciously, that phone had no other contacts and no call recordings at all. Suho praised him for the good work and casually suggested that if Jaiwan hadn't eaten yet, they should grab dinner. Jaiwan replied that Hee-won would be arriving soon as well, so they could all eat together. Suho paused. He then asked if today was the day Hee-won was finally returning. Not too long ago, Hee-won had just completed his drug addiction treatment and had been busy developing antidotes. After that, he'd embarked on a solo nationwide trip. Finally, living out a dream he'd held on to for ages. After some time had passed, Hee-won finally arrived, greeting them casually, as if he just stepped out for a quick walk. Suho immediately sensed something was off and pointed out that Hee-won had gone traveling. Without even bringing a single bag, Hee-won simply pulled out a single card and declared that one card was more than enough. He even kissed it dramatically, explaining that he'd made a fortune from developing antidotes. He'd lived miserably and painfully for far too long, so it was finally time to spend it right. Ji-won gazed at him with pure admiration and commented that such a mindset was absolutely insane. In a good way, something worth learning from. Suho shut that idea down instantly, telling him not to pick up any strange habits. Not long after they started eating together, Suho remarked that Hee-won looked genuinely refreshed after his travels and asked which place left the biggest impression. Hee-won said it was Busan, mainly because the tteokbokki and kimbap tasted absolutely amazing. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food taste even better. Suho quickly brushed that off, saying Hee-won had just finished drug treatment, and questioned what kind of high he was talking about. Hee-won got visibly annoyed and insisted he was being completely serious, not joking at all. Ji-won jumped in, saying that now Hee-won was finally back. They could finally drag him online again. Looking straight at him, Ji-won promised to prepare a death, then corrected himself and said, an amazing dungeon instead. Hee-won immediately refused without hesitation. While Ji-won kept pushing Hee-won, Suho stepped in and said Hee-won was needed for something truly important. Suho informed him he had an important task waiting. When Hee-won asked what this work entailed, Suho calmly stated that Hee-won's job was to make clothes, and then instructed him to follow to the second floor lab. Once upstairs, Suho guided him into a room absolutely overflowing with boxes and packages. Hyun gaped at the imposing stacks, wondering aloud what all this could possibly be. Suho coolly explained that these were all the raw materials for the single outfit he intended Hyun to create. Hyun stood dumbfounded, his mind racing to wonder just how many outfits could possibly be crafted from such an immense quantity. Suho, unperturbed, replied that it was all for a single outfit. Hyun opened one of the boxes, revealing it was packed with iridescent green slime stones. A truly low-grade material, in fact, most wouldn't even bother to pick up for free. These particular stones were formed when slime monster fragments hardened as a result of magical reactions. Suho then calmly instructed Hyun to fuse every single one into a single, cohesive mass, which he would then use as fabric. Hyun's jaw dropped. He could barely process what he was hearing. Suho, already halfway out the door, casually told him to think positively, since even fusing materials would provide valuable experience. He then added that he would go search for the rest of the necessary materials. In the meantime, he continued, slime stones are the last things we could purchase with money. So, Hyun, you'll need to gather and work diligently if we want to finish this on time. Hyun, bewildered, asked what the final item actually was. Suho explained that once Hyun reached a stage where no further fusion was physically possible, the item would magically be complete. If the materials happened to run short, Suho would casually order more to fill any gaps. Left utterly alone amidst the mountainous piles, Hyun stood there, utterly paralyzed by confusion, muttering to himself that Suho really did just say whatever he pleased, and simply walked off. The scene then cut to a quiet village, situated on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province. Deep into the night, the entire place was eerily silent. It was the kind of unsettling silence that felt unnatural, rather than truly peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and made his way into the abandoned building before him. The very moment he crossed the ominous threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory served him right, what he was looking for was definitely here. He expanded his magic detection, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something strange. A Buddha-like statue stood inside, its surface faintly pulsing with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue and carried it outside. For a brief moment, he stood facing it in silence, studying it as if it were alive. Then, in one smooth motion, Suho summoned his blood weapon. A bloody sword materialized in his hand, crimson energy crackling violently through the air. He slashed down the blade, tearing through the statue diagonally, red light flashing as the upper half slid cleanly off, and crashed onto the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, everything was still. Then, the gurgling started. The fallen statue twitched. Red eyes snapped open from within the stone, glowing with malice. Thick black energy poured out, wrapping around both halves. In the next instant, the broken piece lifted itself and fused back together, perfectly, restoring the statue as if it had never been cut at all. Suho stared at it calmly, and muttered that it had come to the right place. This wasn't just a cursed item. It was a soul shield, a parasitic being embedded inside the artifact, designed to trap souls within a soul prison. Suho realized something was off. Normally, a soul shield would be immobilized inside the prison, unable to act. But this one had hijacked a statue as a vessel, moving around like a hermit crab, hiding in a borrowed shell. Tightening his grip on the sword, Suho decided it was time to drag it out. He activated Steel Slash and brought his blade straight down, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered in an instant, but instead of perishing, the black energy exploded outward, surging towards Suho and swallowing him whole. The system immediately warned him that the parasitic spirit was invading his mind, attempting to corrupt and destroy it from within. Suho didn't even flinch. In the very next moment, he activated his dragon blood. A faint smirk touched his lips as the parasitic spirit suddenly sensed something terribly wrong. The system promptly reported that, due to the dragon armor's draconic effect, mental corruption could not progress. What had tried to invade him now shrieked in panic and fled instead. But before it could escape, the draconic energy completely purified it. The black energy simply vanished. As the purification finished, the item's form completely changed. A small skeletal figure materialized in Suho's hand. The system then informed him that he had obtained the Freed Soul Prison, a rank A item originally created by a necromancer to seal evil spirits. The item had become cursed after being damaged and overloaded with trapped souls. But the parasitic spirit inside had now been fully purified. He only needed one more material now. With the final piece, he could craft a partner item, perfectly suited for Kim Won. Clenching his fist, Suho felt the plan tightening into place. Now it was only a matter of time. A few days later, he won. Looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture screamed exhaustion. He staggered over and begged Suho to save him, calling him team leader, and saying the fusion still wasn't finished. He had worked nonstop all weekend, and genuinely felt like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and said, "People didn't die that easily." He won. Immediately started ranting about his insane workload. But Suho cut in smoothly, telling him to think more positively. He reminded Hee-won that this was still better than his days spent, barely surviving in the Yongdongpo slums. The moment those words hit, Hee-won froze, staring at Suho in disbelief. He muttered, "This is straight-up cheating." Suho didn't deny it. He simply smiled, turned around, and told Hee-won to keep going. Left behind, Hee-won grabbed his hair in pure frustration. As Suho stepped outside, he thought to himself, no matter how much Hee-won complained, he would finish the job properly in the end. Just then his phone rang. It was the vice president. He reported that all the money had been returned to the people, listed in the notebook, and everyone involved had been silenced. Suho told him to keep speaking normally, unless they were alone together, since anything else would look suspicious. The vice president agreed. He added that everything had been handled cleanly, and the draft evasion case was framed as being exposed through an anonymous tip-off, so the draft dodgers wouldn't dare say anything. Sitting down in his car, Suho asked about director Lee Wanek and manager Lee Seon. The vice president replied that he would summon them separately later that day and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged it and reminded him to also take care of his evaluation case. Then he gave another instruction. He wanted to be transferred to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only had people worth targeting, but the resources department was different. That place held items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including things that weren't even registered in the official database. Suho knew there were extremely important items buried in those resources, and his next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer stepped forward and introduced himself, saying he was Kim Suk, an evaluator from the resource management department. He shook Suho's hand and began explaining that he'd brief him on the on-site evaluation. As they headed over, Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho, and saying it was nice to meet him. As they walked, Kim Sok-won began explaining the department structure. Within resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team, skill books by the literature team, consumables by the consumables team, and general materials by Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, responsible for cursed items. That made a total of 5 teams. Kim Suk continued, explaining that the on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test covered all teams together, while the other was exclusive to Special Team 2. Listening quietly, Suho thought about how much sense that made. Unlike the 4 teams dealing with standard items, Special Team 2 was dangerous in many ways. Still, he wasn't particularly worried. Even cursed items used for evaluations were meant for practice. If anything, the first test would be more troublesome. That one focused purely on logistics, meaning nothing but manual labor. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse. Kim Suk explained that this was the external resources warehouse, managed by the department. Inside, workers were busy organizing items, moving around efficiently, and calling out instructions to one another. Kim Suk told Suho that from here on, he would need to learn where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the field itself was full of unpredictable variables. Suho asked whether he should begin the evaluation immediately, without any prior training. Kim-suk looked at him carefully and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. Just as Suho was confirming his findings, an item suddenly tumbled from a high shelf, landing squarely on a staff member's head. Nearby workers immediately rushed over, checking on him and urgently calling for a stretcher. Kim-suk then handed Suho a safety helmet, explaining that this was precisely the kind of unpredictable variable he'd mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or fall without warning at any moment. He then asked, somewhat smugly, if Suho still thought demonstration training was completely unnecessary. Suho calmly put on the helmet and simply said, yes. We should start the evaluation immediately. Clearly taken aback, Kim-suk warned him that falling objects weren't the only potential accidents here, strongly suggesting he complete the training first. Suho brushed him off, thanked him for the concern, and casually declared he was fine with that. He then announced, I'll be on my way. Left utterly dumbfounded, Kim-suk could only manage a stunned okay. He thought to himself, Suho is truly fearless. As Suho strolled through the massive warehouse, he muttered that it had been a long, long time back when he'd rotated through the resource management department. He'd done this kind of work so much, it actually built up his physical endurance. Those days had been genuinely rough, compared to jumping straight to the top floors and tackling real threats head-on. Simple sorting work like this felt laughably easy. Thinking the item he sought should be close by, he stopped in front of one of the towering racks. Reaching inside, he found an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple, an apple made entirely of solid stone. Noting its crude, seemingly worthless appearance, Suho glanced around, casually checking if anyone was watching. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple. Instantly, its surface shifted into a vivid, striking red. Suho smirked. To anyone else, it would have looked like useless junk, long forgotten in storage. But when infused with red-grade mana, this item finally revealed its true power. The resource department simply lacked anyone skilled enough to even notice it, thanks to their lack of talent. The hidden option of this item now belonged solely to him. At that very moment, a black snake suddenly materialized above the stone apple. Suho instantly recognized it as the dreaded poison-eating snake. The snake opened its jaws wide and lunged directly at him. Instead of dodging, Suho deliberately allowed it to sink its fangs into his neck. The system immediately responded, informing him that the poison-eating snake had seeped into his body and that the trial of the snake quest had been triggered. Watching the system window, Suho realized he had just obtained the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, among all monsters specializing in poison, the strongest were the poison dragon, the poison demon, and the poison king. They possessed overwhelming toxicity and nearly unmatched resistance to all poisons. Back then, Suho had eventually gained complete poison immunity by consuming the heart of the Venom Lord. But that was something only obtainable in the later stages of the game. This time, he needed to start preparing early and steadily raise his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with that damned poison witch who had betrayed him. Suzuki Endo, among her countless spells, poison magic was her absolute specialty. He didn't care about anyone else, but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being utterly crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim-suk leaned back casually in his chair, lazily mulling over Suho in his mind. It was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was in theory, practice was a completely different beast. And that was exactly why the warehouse earned its notorious nickname, the Labyrinth. Just then, Suho strolled in, calmly declaring he'd retrieved every single item on the evaluation list. Kim-suk, still caught up in his own expectations, gently reminded him he'd explicitly told him to undergo training first. But then his eyes landed on the boxes Suho carried. He froze, blinking in utter disbelief, and stammered, "What did Suho just say?" Suho repeated himself, stating plainly, I brought everything written on the list. Please check them. Kim-suk instantly broke into a cold sweat as he frantically scanned the list he'd personally handed over moments ago. This was insane. He'd intentionally mixed in items with confusing names, obscure codes, and misleading color classifications. Yet every single one of them was there. Still, he told himself, it wasn't over yet. Suho still had to complete the sorting task. A short while later, Suho finished sorting everything, from the first section to the third, flawlessly, without a single mistake. Watching this, Kim-suk felt his very thoughts unravel. He'd always believed combat talent and administrative work were completely different domains. Yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed. Unable to hide his shock, he admitted, that's truly amazing. Suho brushed it off casually, saying, it's nothing special. Kim-suk shook his head, explaining, this isn't just departmental pride. Objectively speaking, the resource department is the hardest among all departments, and trainees consistently receive the lowest on-site evaluation scores here. Suho thought back to his past life. The only reason it seemed easy now was because this was his second life. During his first run, this place had been pure hell as well. More importantly, since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had noticed it. Even if someone had, they probably dismissed it as junk. Reacting to Mana, Suho then asked whether they would proceed straight to the special. Team 2 test. Kim-suk explained that they had originally expected the first test to last until today, or tomorrow, so the schedule for the next phase had already been set. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim-suk replied that they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon, and told him to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly, since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood in front of several glass containers, filled with green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. Turning his attention to the system window, he decided it was time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake, a quest that only the one chosen by the poison-eating snake could undertake. Inside Suho's body rested the egg of the poison-eating snake, and to hatch it, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 times or more, the quest would fail entirely, and the egg would disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but. Supplying poison by drinking it was far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, and opened the lid of one of the bottles. Holding it above his face, he stared into the liquid reacting inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned. Before that deeply unpleasant sensation, still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth through it. Just moments later, he began to drink, and he emptied the entire bottle, all in one go, his face turning ghostly pale. Cold sweat beaded across his skin. He's clearly despising every single second of this. The system message instantly flashed, informing Suho he had entered a low-grade poisoning state.